Okay.
Just my first tattoo.
All right, let's call our meeting to order. It's October the 2nd. And for those that are watching live via our webcast, the agenda may be found online at the KDE website. Also want to thank in advance our interpreters and closed captioning group for being here with us today. I'd also ask anyone that is here, if you have a cell phone, that if you would put that, myself included, on mute, that would be beneficial for this meeting. I also want to thank, today is a pilot, so we are going to try this move into this first floor space to be easier for individuals, members of the public that may want to come. We've added, I think, at least a couple dozen extra seats for those, certainly for those times that there's interest in a particular topic. It also gives us a little more space in the room, ceiling height and some of those other things for some of us that felt a little claustrophobic in the other room. So I thank you for, especially to Andy, his technology team, for setting up this pilot meeting today to see how things go and see how the board likes or dislikes this move. With that, Marty, if you'd call the roll.
Ben Cundiff.
Here.
Tracy Cusick. Here. Rich Gimmel.
Here.
Kathy Gornick.
Here.
Hal Heiner.
Here.
Gary Houchins.
Here.
Joe Papalia.
Here.
Milton Seymour.
Here.
Amanda Stamper.
Here.
Laura Timberlake.
Here.
And President King.
Here.
And here with us today for Secretary Ramsey is Deputy Secretary Nemes. Welcome. And Elisa Johnson is absent. You have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you, Marty. We do have a quorum. Would you please join me in a Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Several important topics come before this board, and I'd ask that you also join me in a minute of silence, just in consideration of the weighty topics that we'll be considering over the next 2 days. Thank you. Okay, first item on our agenda is approval of the meeting minutes for the August 1st Awards Committee meeting, the August 1st KBE retreat meeting, the August 2nd KBE meeting, the August 29th special called KBE meeting, and the September 5th special called KBE meeting. Are there any corrections to the minutes? If not, a motion for their approval?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion from Laura, second by Kathy. Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously. Next, we have a report from the Secretary of the Education and Workforce Development, and I believe Brookins Smith, you're representing Secretary Ramsey today.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Brookins Smith. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Education and Workforce Development Cabinet. I'd like to start off by sending Secretary Ramsey's regrets for not being here personally, but due to a scheduling conflict, he couldn't be here today. But I'm delighted to be here with you and to share a few of the things that the Cabinet is working on, and some of which are in close conjunction with the department and that we're very excited about. I would be remiss if I did not say a word about apprenticeships, considering Secretary Ramsey's passion for that matter. As many on this board may know, in July, the governor signed an executive order transferring the apprenticeship program to the Education and Workforce Development Cabinet from the Labor Cabinet. We are very excited about having the apprenticeship program work side by side with all of the workforce programs in the Education and Workforce Cabinet and the opportunities that will be presented because of that. By virtue of that transfer to the Education and Workforce Cabinet, our cabinet hosted the second annual Apprenticeship Summit in September in Louisville. That summit was attended by over 250 people. It was done in conjunction with a career fair hosted by UPS, which had an additional 6,000 participants in it. The governor delivered an opening presentation, and there were a number of apprenticeship-related subjects that were addressed in breakout sessions, including subjects on competency-based education, apprentices in state government, COT in healthcare, and innovative practices in apprenticeships. So we are very excited about the enthusiasm for apprenticeships as a career pathway for individuals, and we will be continuing to focus on those. Another thing that we are working on is connecting our career centers with students to try to forge a closer connection between students and getting them to see the value of engaging with the career centers. We have met with the Department of Education about drafting a proposal for more engagement and collaboration between our cabinet and the department on that front. The plan currently is for the Office of Employment and Training to work with ATCs to develop pilot projects that will assess the effectiveness and the benefit to the students by engaging with our career centers. As successful, we hope that students will take back their experience to their schools and to share the opportunities that are available to them through the career centers and pathways and career opportunities that are opened up through that engagement. As of now, OET is working on a framework for exactly what engagement would look like. That would include potentially apprenticeships, summer work experience, labor market information, and dual credit, among other services. Third, Mr. Chairman, and this is a subject that will be very familiar to you and to some others on the board, but the Work Ready Skills Initiative, we continue to follow the progress of those projects. As a reminder, that was a $100 million bond pool that was authorized by the legislature, and that culminated in the award to 40 projects across the Commonwealth for enhancing the capacity and modernizing the infrastructure and equipment that is available for career training. We've had three groundbreakings within the last couple months. Barron County ATC, which has had its ribbon cutting in September 18th, which is a phenomenal facility. That was a $6.84 million award from that bond pool. Every project, Mr. Chairman, as you well know, has had to have at least a 10% match. So what I'm representing here today is just the state's investment from that bond pool, but ultimately that $100 million leveraged, I believe, another $120 million in matching funds. So was successful in bringing a lot of investment and resources to the table to improving our infrastructure. But that Barron County project will ultimately, is projected to train 330 adults and 1,500 students annually when finally complete. Russell County had its groundbreaking on August 28th. That was a $5.7 million award, and the purpose of which will be to construct the Lake Cumberland Regional College and Workforce Center, which will train 620 adults and 2,200 students annually upon completion. And finally, the Logan County CTC had its opening and kickoff event in September 19th. That was a $932,000 award. And that will is projected to train 232 adults and 931 students annually. So there will be more to come as these projects continue to move towards completion. Some of these are very substantial projects that have a lot of work that is being done, but they are doing great things across the Commonwealth. I believe that 12 of those projects have actually gone through their match. 10 of those projects are actually drawing down funds, and 8 are at or substantially near completion. So we will have more to report as those projects move through the pipeline. So, and then finally, just one final note, and this was effective on Monday. The Office for the Blind and the Office for Vocational Rehabilitation were consolidated into a single Office of Vocational Rehabilitation, which we think will go a long ways towards breaking down barriers and providing seamless services to individuals who have some disabilities and are looking to re-enter the workforce or engage with the workforce. So we're excited about that as well. So that's the report that I had prepared for the board today, Mr. Chairman. If there are any questions, if there's anything I can answer, I'm happy to do so.
Really appreciate you sharing the news about CT. I know that area technology centers, both locally and state operated, were the beneficiary of new equipment and some expansion space, and I'm so excited to hear that they're moving ahead. Thanks for that. Thank you for that report.
Happy so.
Comments? Thank you so much, Brooke.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you.
Next, we have a report from the President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education, Bob King.
Good morning. I apologize that there isn't a written report for you. I'll be very brief. People keep asking me, when are you going to leave? Next week will be my last week, so this will be my last meeting with all of you, but I want to thank you for allowing me to participate, and so much enjoyed meeting all of you and so many of your predecessors. This board has been a remarkable resource for the state, and I know for those of you that are new, once you learn the lingo of all of this stuff, I think you'll find this an absolutely rewarding experience. News from CPE, the search committee is actually meeting with candidates today and tomorrow to find a replacement for me, and they will narrow this group down that they're meeting with, I think, down to 3 finalists within the next 2 weeks, I think. And so hopefully at the end of that period, you'll know who the new CPE president is. It's all very secretive right now, so I can't tell you any more than what I've just told you. In terms of our board, we met just a week ago. There were 2 reports, I think, of interest. First is the remarkable expansion of dual credit, both the number of students that are participating and the number of credit hours that are being earned that will allow these students to enter post-secondary education well on their way toward literally having at least a partial semester and many a full year under their belt when they enter, whether it's community and technical colleges or our 4-year institutions. The challenge is always providing more and more resources, particularly on the career and technical ed side, because that requires equipment, and that has to be made available to students who are ready to move forward into very challenging courses. It's less onerous in terms of general education because those courses can be delivered online. The big challenge for us across the state is making sure that every high school has access, the students in that school, in those schools have access to a minimum of 3 general education courses and 3 career and technical education courses, which is our minimum target. The key is having sufficient number of faculty that are qualified to be able to deliver these courses, but all of that is coming along and we're seeing it in the numbers. The other report that was published has to do with an approach that has been undertaken here in Kentucky along with a number of other states. It's called 15 to Finish. It's essentially a recognition that if students are taking less than 15 credit hours in a semester at our campuses, they can't complete a 4-year degree in 4 years. And so the push has been to encourage more students to take more than 15 credit hours, or at least that many, so that they can complete their degrees on time. The data is showing us that for those students that are following that initiative, that they are graduating at a significantly higher rate and completing their degrees faster than students who are taking a lower credit load. Part of the history of the credit load issue has been the federal Pell Grant program, which considers 12 credit hours being a full-time student. And so that has unfortunately over the last several decades become the default credit load for nearly every student. So we're pushing very hard, and the data is supporting the rationale behind it, to make 15 credit hours the default course load, regardless of whether the student's a Pell Grant student or not. It will help those students as well as everybody else. So as I said, the report that just came out demonstrates that this is having a significant impact on increasing completion rates, both the sheer number and proportion, but also on time. So with that, I'll stop and just once again say thank you for letting me participate. It's been a great honor to do so.
Dr. King, there's been some news articles about a next step for you. You willing to share anything about that step today, or not quite?
Well, no, I'll tell you what I can. It's a remarkable process. I've been nominated to serve as the Assistant Secretary for Post-Secondary Education in the U.S. Department of Education. I've been through all of the background stuff, which you're probably a little bit familiar with.
Congratulations.
For other reasons. I have to be confirmed by the Senate. The committee that I go before is the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, which includes at least 2 senators who I suspect are running for president. And so they may or may not want to have fun with me when I get there. Probably sometime in December is what we hope.
I assume you'll be pushing for this 15-hour floor in your new position, is that right?
Well, I'll tell you, a lot of what we have been doing here in Kentucky and the things that I've learned, not just at the council, but working here with Commissioner Lewis and his predecessors, will come with me to Washington, and hopefully that will help influence some federal policy. But stay tuned.
And Dr. King, I'm relatively confident you will do this, but as you interact with the Council on Post-Secondary Education here at the end, and especially as part of the selection process, I'd appreciate if you would impress on those candidates, our desire for a very close relationship with them. You've been an advocate for, and Kentucky is not quite on pace with the rest of the nation with completions at associate and bachelor's level, and so we need to be really joined at the hip if we're going to increase that level of post-secondary achievement in the state. So we look forward to a really close relationship in the preparation process to that next step in education for our students.
Well, I have asked the board, or not asked, but offered to the board that when they select their new leader, that I will make myself available to help with the transition, even if I'm off in Washington. I've committed I'll come back if on weekends or whatever is appropriate. There is no question in my mind that the relationship between elementary and secondary education and post-secondary education is critical, that it be robust, that it be tightly integrated. Our 2 systems are dependent on each other. In a sense, K-12 or P-12 is dependent on us to provide you highly effective teachers and building principals, and in turn, we're dependent on you to send us prepared students. And so I see the connection, I see how important it is, and have enjoyed a very close relationship that continues to this day. Commissioner Lewis and I have had a number of personal meetings. I am a very big fan and have enjoyed every minute, although it's only been just a few months, but that I'm confident will continue.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Bob, I just want to publicly first thank you personally for the amazing colleague and resource you've been to me especially over the last couple months, but even over the last couple years as I've worked in Frankfurt. And then really express my optimism about the type of integration that you've talked about with K-12 education and post-secondary education. Part of the structure of our very system helps to enable that with Bob as an ex officio member on this board, and with the Commissioner of Education serving as ex officio member on the CPE board. One of the things that I've done over the last couple of months is made a priority to actually serve on that board and work with that board, and it's been an invaluable experience. I am really hopeful, Bob, because of the commitment I see on the part of CPE and the Kentucky Board of Education, that the leader who follows you will continue that. I've heard that already in the search process. So I think we have a really positive thing going in Kentucky with the degree of integration and coordination we have between those two historically separate sectors. So please express on our behalf to the folks at CPE our sincere desire to make sure that we continue that connection.
I'll tell you just quickly, Commissioner Lewis has attended already as many CPE meetings, I think, as his immediate predecessor did in the time he was here. And our board has noticed that, and they comment and are very appreciative. So please keep doing it. And obviously the regular interaction between my successor and you and your office, I'm sure, will continue. Comment? Okay.
I have one question. In your report that that was submitted here.
Good, I see it.
Somebody did their homework. There we go. One of the priorities that was identified for the next year in your retreat was a focus on post-graduation outcomes. And I've always thought that's really the ultimate measure of what we do here, is how well they do after we're done with them. How are you going to be doing that, or how is the department going to be doing that?
Well, there's a couple ways. One is there's obviously a lot of data that we get now through Kentucky. We call it now Kentucky Stats. Am I right? As opposed to KSUS. So the data is available in part. The thing that we found that oftentimes is a little bit misleading in the labor data is, and we look at wage data essentially, is because of the way that's measured, it gives you kind of an incomplete picture of what happens to somebody upon graduation. So somebody who, let's say, chooses to go to graduate school but works part-time, that shows up as a person with a bachelor's degree who isn't earning very much. It doesn't show you that they're also engaged in some sort of graduate study. The real issue is tracking 3 years out, 5 years out, 10 years out to kind of see how people are doing in that respect, and Kentucky Stats can now do that for us. The second thing, which I found, is developing some sort of regular way of surveying employers. Are the graduates of our institution meeting your needs? Are they coming back year after year to hire grads out of a particular program? If they are, that's a pretty good sign that the program is meeting their needs, as opposed to they're not coming back. And then surveying our graduates. Did your education prepare you for whatever it is you're doing out in the workplace? So the last thing is this. We have been participating over the last 5 years now, 4 or 5 years, in a multi-state effort. There's 13 states that have been participating in attempting to develop a credible way of assessing the quality of the learning that our students receive in critical areas, critical thinking, their writing skills, communication skills, and their quantitative reasoning. Measuring quality is hard. All of the measurements we have typically are quantitative. And so doing this, finding a way to actually do it, getting the faculty to support it and implement it is a real challenge. But we think that we have a methodology that has now been implemented, as I said, in 13 states, including Kentucky, we've had a couple of our community colleges, the University of Kentucky, and more recently, Northern Kentucky University, participating in this. And the challenge is going to be how we convert the results of this, which we now can develop, into a number. And then our hope is to include that number as one of the factors in our performance funding model. So that, number one, we'll have this additional way of measuring the quality of outcomes for our students. And number two, to embed it in our performance funding so it creates this kind of permanent incentive for the campuses to do that. That's in the works. It's not done yet, but that's coming. So those are the things we're doing.
Might be some things we can learn from that.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. We certainly wish you well in your next challenge. It doesn't sound like you're headed to retirement. It sounds like you're headed to a national challenge. So we really do wish you well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, our next item is a report from the interim commissioner, Dr. Lewis.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a report for you uploaded online. I'll talk through a little bit of it. Major initiatives that are continuing in the department include our implementation of the strategic plan. Because it's not mentioned elsewhere in the report, I do want to give you a quick update on that. One of the places we've started with implementation of the strategic plan is with the use of a leadership maturity model, where we are very intentionally and strategically assessing the leadership model within the agency. And we're doing that through conversations with staff, and we're doing that through survey responses. So based on the results thus far of 243 employees taking the assessment, the overall average score for the agency is a 2.5. We've moved beyond what's called an ad hoc status, and we're approaching the place of becoming structured and proactive. Developing an action plan right now, which includes a communication plan for promoting our strategic plan, and therein. We are at the very beginning stages of implementation of the strategic plan, but these initial actions really, I think, serve as evidence to our agency that we intend for the strategic plan to be a core part of what drives our work, central to the work that we do. We continue with the work of academic standards review and revision. You will have standards to review later today, which you will potentially take action on. We are in the process of implementing the accountability system. You know, we released test scores and the designation of schools as TSI and CSI schools on just last week. We are at the beginning stages now of having conversations with districts that have been designated as CSI and TSI schools as we work with those schools and districts, teams led by Dr. Kelly Foster, on how we support their continuous improvement. We are tentatively scheduled to have the department's reorganization, which we have discussed over the last couple meetings, go into effect at the beginning of November. And we're continuing our campaign, What Will You Be, Kentucky? Noted for you in the report, you have my visits from August through October, as well as upcoming visits for me over the next couple months. I want to take just a couple minutes this morning to highlight a few of the areas in the report that I think are worth some conversation. First of all, you probably heard that at the August meeting of the Education Professional Standards Board, the board voted to waive the requirement that teachers in Kentucky move from rank 3 to rank 2. So to give you just a little bit of context, most of our teachers in Kentucky enter the profession at rank 3. Rank 3 is with a bachelor's degree, with certification to teach in their area, and with 0 years of experience. This is the very bottom of the ladder. There was a requirement in regulation, the Professional Standards Board's regulation, that teachers would be required, in order to renew their license, to move to rank 2. They would have to begin movement toward rank 2 within their first 5 years and have earned rank 2 within their first 10 years. Most teachers in Kentucky complete that rank 2 or earn that rank 2 by earning a master's degree. And when we say most, we're talking about over 90%. And so that requirement has been understood really across Kentucky to be a master's degree requirement. In fact, when you hear folks talk about the rank 2 requirement, they talk about it as a master's degree requirement. We were one of, I believe, 3 or 4 states, I'm looking to Rob to correct me if I'm wrong, remaining in the country with such a requirement. And that is because the research literature has been very clear for some time now that having a master's degree is not correlated with increased teaching effectiveness. So while we are supportive, and the Professional Standards Board is supportive of teachers continuing to advance their education, to earn rank 2, to earn master's degrees, and certainly there are incentives in place if teachers do advance their education, the board and the department saw no need to require that teachers take that step, which, again, as you know, a step that costs significantly. Oftentimes teachers take on significant debt and usually have to take on that debt very early in their careers when they're making the least amount of money. And so acting on the recommendation of a group of stakeholders convened to make recommendations on options for rank 2, the board voted to waive that requirement. And going forward, the board will consider changes to the regulation that would remove the requirement. They'll begin having that conversation at the October meeting of the Professional Standards Board.
We can still advance to rank 2.
Absolutely. So that's been a part of the misconception, Rich, is the rank system for teachers in Kentucky is actually created by statute. So the Professional Standards Board does not have the authority to change the rank system. The part that was mandatory in moving from rank 3 to rank 2 was in regulation. And so the board right now for this year, this waiver will not require that teachers make that move, but the rank system remains in place.
So they can still pursue it if they choose to.
Absolutely. And the incentives remain in place. Some of you were present on August 28th in Jessamine County when I had the opportunity to deliver the 2018 State of Education in the Commonwealth Address. We used that opportunity to give attention to the educational progress that we've made over the last 3 to 5 years. In some, we highlighted the fact that we have made little movement in terms of assessment outcomes. There's tremendous work for us to do, both in terms of advancing educational outcomes for all of our students, in terms of closing achievement gaps, whether those be racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, or the gaps between kids with disabilities and their typical peers. Tremendous work for us to do there. In addition, we highlighted some of what President King talked about earlier, the challenges that we face in terms of post-graduation outcomes for high school students. So we know, because of the Kentucky Longitudinal Data System housed at Kentucky Statistics, what our kids are doing and how they're doing as they exit our system. And as you said, Rich, that really is the ultimate measure, the ultimate outcome measure on how we're doing as a system. And so those data help us to understand, and we shared this at the State of Education Address, that as kids exit our system, many of them are not finding success. We, on average, send 10 percentage points fewer kids into post-secondary education. While at the national level, that number hovers around 70%, we at in Kentucky hover around 60%. That is with an extraordinarily high school graduation rate. Those two just don't seem to correlate. The fact that we graduate so many more kids, a much higher percentage of our kids than other states, but we send quite a few less onto post-secondary education. Also startling is the reality that for the kids that we do send into post-secondary education, only a fraction of them exit with a credential or a degree. That's about 30% of our kids. When we look at the class of 2010, the Kentucky class of 2010, about 30% of those students after 7 years had completed a certificate, a credential, a 2-year degree, or a 4-year degree. So we send fewer, and then far fewer than that exit with a credential, but you can bet that many of those kids exit, even if without a credential, they exit with additional debt, but without credentials to help them to pay for it. And so we use that address as the opportunity to talk about really in an honest fashion where we are, where we need to go, and the fact that we have to do this for the benefit of our kids and for the benefit of our Commonwealth. We released last week assessment and accountability results. As you know, we've talked a little bit about our performance, the fact that we have not moved a whole lot over the last 5 years. You also know and have heard, I'm sure, through the media and through conversation in your communities that we are in the implementation stages of a new accountability system. This is a transition year, and so there are lots of questions about the new terminology, TSI, Targeted Support and Improvement, Comprehensive Support and Improvement. These are terms that it's going to take a little bit of while and intentional education on our part and school district's part to get parents and community members up to speed on. One of the things that I want to highlight for you this morning is conversations, questions, and concerns that we've received in the area of our growth indicator. So this is one of the indicators, one of several indicators where that we use for making decisions about TSI, CSI, and ultimately next year will be a part of how we rate schools. More than any other indicator, this is the one where we've had the most questions and concerns. And to be frank with you, some of the questions and concerns raised by educators across the state are questions and concerns that I share. And so I've asked Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims to convene a work group that will take a look, a review at the way that we are currently calculating growth. To understand whether or not the decisions that we've made in calculating growth are appropriate, are best for informing educator practice and student improvement, and make some recommendations back to us on whether or not we need to make a change in the way we calculate growth going forward. I do believe this is a natural part of the implementation of a new accountability system. I have no doubt that the decisions that were made on the methods for calculating growth were decisions that were well intended. In fact, these are decisions that were made, is my understanding, by stakeholder groups that included lots of folks across the state, including superintendents, educators, policymakers, and parents. But sometimes you just don't quite understand how these things work out until they're implemented. And so I want you all to know, and I want the state know, that as much as there are questions about that growth indicator, that I am approaching this conversation, and we'll hear from the recommendations from the committee with a completely open mind. And I have no objection whatsoever if the recommendation comes for us to make a change, whether minor or significant, in terms of how we calculate growth. It is incredibly important to me that any indicator, any part of our accountability system is both easy, relatively easy, I won't say easy, but relatively easy to explain and understand, and that those who are part of the accountability system believe that it's fair. Because if folks don't understand it and they don't believe that it's fair, it's difficult to get people's buy-in, and it's difficult to have folks use that information to help improve our practice. I'll highlight just one more area, and that is we announced just yesterday, as soon as we got the news, the clearance, that we have selected a vendor for the college admissions examination. That's been a question across the state for quite some time. We've selected ACT. I believe across the state, I have not heard directly from educators since we made the announcement yesterday evening, but based on conversations I've had before yesterday, I think they're probably breathing a sigh of relief. I think there was a lot of angst around educators in thinking about what it might look like to transition to a new admissions examination. So we are looking forward to continuing the relationship that we have with ACT as a part of our accountability system and our assessment system. I'm happy to answer any additional questions on the report, but I thank you, Mr. Chair, for this time.
Thank you for your report. Any questions?
Can I just make just a quick comment on the ACT? I want to amend a little bit what the commissioner said. Our new admission policy is focused centrally on grade point average. What we have found is that the ACT, while it provides us some direction in terms of placement, has not been a very good predictor of student success. The measure historically has been whether or not a student who achieves a certain score has a 50% likelihood of earning a B or higher in an entry-level course, or a 75% likelihood of earning a C or higher in an entry-level course. And I asked our staff, I said, getting a C or a B in an entry-level course doesn't tell us much about what is the likelihood that a student is going to complete. And in fairness, this is not a deficiency in the ACT. The ACT does what it says it does, but we've been using it, in my view, for the wrong reasons. And so our new admission policy does minimum admission says that students who have earned a 2.5 grade point average on a 4.0 scale can be admitted. They may or may not require some remediation, which ACT scores would help us understand. For students below a 2.5, but above a 2, we will admit them on condition. And the condition is that they sign a contract, a learning contract with the university that commits them to certain behaviors and commits the university to certain supports that they will provide to those students. For students with a grade point average below 2.0, the four-year institutions are being told not to admit those students. Now, it doesn't mean they shouldn't go on to post-secondary, but what it does say is that they should start at a community and technical college, demonstrate that they can do collegiate level work, and then if they can do so, to transfer over. But the focus, and the reason I raise this, is to bring this, number one, to your attention, but also to let you know that our institutions, at least in terms of their minimum standards, will be using grade point average rather than ACT scores. So it's not the admission requirement, but it will play a role in helping us do placement. So students that are scoring below what those benchmark scores are will be moved over into what we now call co-requisite education, which is a credit-bearing course rather than a non-credit-bearing course with targeted help. What we're finding is using that approach versus the old developmental education, remedial education, which were non-credit-bearing courses, sometimes taking a year and a half or 2 years and only succeeding with about 20% of the students. That co-requisite, this model, is we're seeing improvements in doubling and tripling the proportion of students who are successful not just in the entry course but in the next level course, and doing it in a semester instead of a year and a half to 2 years. So a lot of things are changing right at this transition point, which Commissioner Lewis has been so right to focus on. And but I wanted to share that with you so that you understand kind of where we're coming from on how the ACT will be used.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the Commissioner. As we tracking the success of our students and the growth, what about the ones that are not making it? You know, we have got a tracking record of all of the students that's graduating, where they are going, but what about the students that are not making the mark and they're falling off the grid? Where are they? You know, the kids that started 12 years ago and now in society, I think somewhere we need to be looking at what happened to these people that the state and everyone else has paid for an education. What are they doing now? Are they in poverty or what? This is something I think that we all need to look at. We paid for 12 years of education, and a lot of these people have fell off the grid, and we need to know, are they in jail or, where are they? And what we could do to perhaps in the future to help. This is, is looking at growth and being fair. This is some of the things that I think that we need to look at as a state and a country. Can we save these people? Can we go behind the bars or wherever they are, Skid Row or wherever they are? Can we offer them something to bring them back into society?
So I'll give a partial answer to the question. I think it's an incredibly important question, and one that we have spent some time in taking a look at. The Kentucky Longitudinal Data System, if folks who finish high school remain in Kentucky, we are able to say some things about what their post-school life looks like. One of the things that's really troubling, and this is part of the reason why we're focusing so heavily on high school graduation requirements, is there's not a tremendous difference in the employment and earnings outcomes for kids who don't earn a high school diploma versus those who only earn a high school diploma. If you earn a high school diploma but have no additional credentials or skills, and at this point, to be frank, we cannot even be assured that you've mastered basic skills or have any credentials, then the outcome for you probably looks dim. And that's whether you exit with a high school diploma or not. So we have to do a much better job of ensuring, at the very least, while every one of our kids needs some degree of post-secondary education or training, it is absolutely the case in this economy. The jobs that are being created require some degree of post-secondary education or training. But in addition to that, we have to ensure that as a kid exits high school, that high school diploma is more meaningful. And even if they're not going to pursue additional education or training, that they've attained some type of skill, some type of credential that permits them to go into the workforce and take care of themselves, earn a wage that's sufficient to be able to take care of themselves.
That's one thing that the Gates Foundation did 4 or 5 years ago. They dropped high school diploma from their goals because their thinking was, unless it's a step on the way to something else, it's no longer a worthwhile goal in and of itself.
We can continue this discussion in the next. Laura? Okay. Excuse me one second. Laura? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go through this next item, if we could. The request of initiative updates. Are we, Commissioner, we set for that, or?
Yes, sir. We are. And if you can indulge me just one moment, I forgot. I apologize to recognize our new employees. If I could do that really quick,
great.
And then Amanda will move into the next item. So our new employees from the Office of Educator Licensure and Effectiveness is our new Associate Commissioner. Rob, would you stand? Mr. Rob Akers, Associate Commissioner. In the Office of Finance and Operations, we have Robin Stanley, Administrative Specialist 3 in the Division of Resource Management. Robin? In the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support, Jennifer Aiken, Education Administration Program Manager in the Division of Consolidated Plans and Audits. In the Office of Commissioner, Mr. Brad Montel has joined us as Director of Government Affairs and Legislation. And in the Office of Legal, Legislative, and Communication Services, our new General Counsel for the Office of Legal, Legislative, and Communication Services, Deanna Durrett. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to the next item, which is the initiatives updates. As you remember, on our August 2nd meeting, the board approved 7 items as kind of our focus mission statement, the 7 items that we really wanted to see progress, especially in this year. And what we'll hear today from Dr. Ellis and Dr. Lewis is I think we'll hear some of the existing programs, how they fit into that mission statement, but maybe even more importantly, the areas that are priority and new initiatives that relate to our mission statement. In future meetings, although today is just a general overview to kind of get started, in future meetings, we'll probably take 1 or 2 of those areas and bear down in greater detail on new initiatives, new priorities for the department as they work to fulfill this board's mission for this year. And with that, Dr. Lewis.
Yes, sir. So that's exactly the way I would frame this conversation. We have taken the Kentucky Board of Education's adopted mission, and I will read that mission. The Kentucky Board of Education's mission is to place Kentucky schools on a steep trajectory of improved student outcomes. The Kentucky Board of Education will develop and adopt policies focusing on flexibility for district innovation, strengthening the skills and expertise of educators, increased family and community involvement, access to external supports for students and families, accelerated interventions for student learning, improved coursework completion by all students, and transparent accountability reporting. So in fulfillment of the board's mission, as Chair Heiner said, we have taken a look at our work at the Department of Education, and we are organizing our work around the board's mission. And so the intention of today's conversation overview is to give you an idea of what the programs, the initiatives that are in place at the Department of Education, whether those things were in place already or ones that we are beginning work on, that align with the specific parts of your mission. As we move forward, beginning at your December mission, we will take 2 parts of each of the strategic plan for each meeting and really dive much deeper into our strategic initiatives and our programming. So in December's meeting, we will focus specifically on flexibility for district innovation and strengthening the skills and expertise of educators. Now those will cut across the work of offices. And so the reporting that we will do across our meetings will require that we have lots of folks up to talk to you about that work. So today we have almost kind of a pretty extensive list of what we're doing. We won't go through each one of these, but we'll together highlight a couple of these. So in the first area, flexibility for district innovation. You are actually have had some conversations specifically around the individual learning and development plan. And we believe this is one of the tools, one of the really important tools that districts will use to create the types of flexibility in kids' course plans, in their learning plans, and what they intend to do to align to their post-secondary work. In the past, the individual learning plans, the ILPs, have been more than anything a compliance tool. So it's something that kids have done usually in 1 or 2 periods during the year. They checked a couple boxes and then they didn't think about it again until the following year. Well, we have completely changed that. And the ILP has become more than a tool or something that kids log into. It has become a process that districts are required to very intentionally think about and implement. That means what districts do across district lines is going to vary significantly. But it should vary significantly because it needs to be tailored to the needs of the district, to the needs of their schools, and the needs of kids. And it should result in kids developing course plans that are much more narrowly tailored to a kid's passions, interests, and their desires for moving forward. One other area for flexibility results from changes in Senate Bill 1, and that is the educator effectiveness system. Prior to Senate Bill 1, 2017, there was a professional growth and effectiveness system, a statewide system administered by the department, where all that data came to the department about educators' effectiveness. Senate Bill 1, 2017 changed that system and instead requires that we create a framework for educator evaluation, educator effectiveness, and permits districts to develop and adopt their own systems at the district level. That should result in districts having much greater flexibility to think about what goes into the evaluation of their staff members. Amanda?
So with the strengthening the skills and expertise of educators, this is probably what you hear about the most and can be sometimes the most controversial because it's hard work and it's ongoing. So a couple that I just want to bring to your attention, as you're aware this afternoon for a second read over the standards, part of that is implementation of the standards and development of instructional practices. And I want to tie that into Dr. Foster's work also, that she and I both worked on this with the continuous improvement coaches and the key core work process. So there's a lot of schools asking, how do we improve? How do we improve our area or, accelerate learning for certain populations of students? So we're going to be working together actually on this to really deliver a more comprehensive approach for improved instruction with the development of new standards and how we roll those out. So that gives you an idea, and we'll go further into that, of course, into our December meeting. And that goes all the way through, not just teachers, but it even goes through leadership as well. So we have the Principal Partnership Program, which is the P3 is what we call that supports new and even veteran principals on improving their practice and aligning what we see are needs in the classroom with how we better equip our school leaders. And that's been very successful, and we've had great partnership with our higher ed partners as well as really supporting this work.
Under the heading of increased family and community involvement, I'll highlight two. One that's an ongoing initiative and one that is new. The ongoing one is our track program. Tech-ready apprentices for careers in Kentucky. That work is being headed by Mary Taylor in the Office of Career and Technical Education. Mary has done a fantastic job over the last couple of years in helping to build that program, and it is really starting to pick up steam. One of the reasons why we included in this space is apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships. They require the collaboration of business and industry. It's not something that schools can do on their own. And so it goes even beyond the idea of bringing business and industry to the table and working in an advisory capacity and talking to us about what we ought to be doing in the classroom. But it requires building structures, building out programs where kids are actually working either in a factory, at a computer station, at a business. Getting that hands-on experience at the business while they're still in high school. The other one that I'd highlight under this area is not necessarily new, but a transition for us. We are moving to a new vendor for the delivery of our school report card. And we are excited about the work we've done thus far with the school report card. You all have accessed the school report card in previous years on the KDE's website. The report card that we will unveil this December will have a markedly different look. One of the features that I'll bring to the forefront is that we have very intentionally tried to make the report card much more parent and community friendly. So the information that educators and leaders, policymakers want to access, all of the data about our districts and our state as a whole will be one click away. But the face of the report card will be for parents and for community members, will not include a lot of education language and education jargon. It will be targeted for folks who want to know how well their schools are doing for their kids. Use plain language, use lots of visualization, and we think it will be one tool, one additional tool that we can use to further engage families and community members into the work that we're doing in their schools.
The next area that you had was access to external supports for students and families. And so a couple that I just want to touch on that you're very familiar with is enhancing critical partnerships or dual credit for that 9 through 16 career pathways. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this and an expansion of this work. And this is not just providing supports for students, but really families on even providing opportunities for their students to, and their children to pursue post-secondary opportunities and credentials and really be career focused. And I think this is an area that you will see that we'll continue to expand on. It's a big passion and a great partnership around the state to provide opportunities. The other piece I want to bring to your attention is we have listed, it says partnering with various stakeholders and universities to reach families and communities. And our partnership with different groups to support our students with disabilities is incredible around this state. And there's so many partnerships to support. The examples we gave is Kentucky Autism Training Center, the Very Special Arts, or VSA. You've probably seen the artwork around our building that is provided by that organization. That's just two of many that are incredibly supportive of our families and our students to provide opportunities and to really level the playing field for all students. So I think that that's a really important piece to make you aware of.
So under the area of accelerated interventions for student learning, I'll highlight first our Student Technology Leadership Programs, STLP, which is led in the Office of Education Technology, Associate Commissioner David Couch. This is an incredible statewide program. Which engages kids outside of the typical school day, even after school, on Saturdays and on weekends, and permits them to compete at the school level, at the district level, and even at the state level. It is an incredible supplemental activity that's intended to advance kids' school learning, their knowledge acquisition, their skills acquisition in the classroom, and we believe it has major implications for preparing kids to be successful in college and in career. The other one that I would highlight that is an incredible emphasis for us is earning or having early post-secondary opportunities for students at the high school level. You've heard before, and you'll continue to hear us emphasize the importance of kids having successful experiences in dual credit, in advanced placement, in IB, in Cambridge, in articulated credit courses, because we recognize that these post-secondary experiences, successful post-secondary experiences at the high school level, lead to higher rates of students matriculating to post-secondary education and higher rates of students earning degrees and credentials once they're there. And so we will continue to push in collaboration with our post-secondary partners. We've had extensive conversation over the last couple months with our partners at CPE and at the Kentucky Community and Technical College System in trying to iron out wrinkles at the college level and at the system level around dual credit in particular. This is an area where we'll continue to have quite a bit of conversation with you as we move forward.
And then improved coursework completion by all students really hits into what we're trying to do, not just with the high school graduation requirements, but really what we're supports we're providing for students. So the two areas I want to touch on just briefly is the comprehensive guidance counseling supports. I talked about that quite a bit, and as I said, Dr. Damian Sweeney has been on the road, and we met yesterday just about building out supports and systems of support for students to be able to build their individual learning plans, to be able to identify their interests, to change their minds, and have help on where to go next. That's something that's incredibly important and something that we can't overlook because they can't get there if we don't have the support for them throughout their careers, their education career with us. And then the other piece I wanted to bring up, and this is not just happening in the ATCs, but the project-based learning implementation, different ways of instructing and making learning relevant for students and engaging them is an incredibly important piece to help them get to completion. If they don't find it to be important or relevant to what they are interested in pursuing, especially the older they get, it's going to be really difficult to keep them engaged. And so we really want to highlight some really different ways of thinking and instruction or instructing kids as our ATCs and our schools are providing for students.
And then in the final area, transparent accountability reporting. We've already had conversation this morning about our transition to the new accountability system. That really is a staple for us of how we are transparent about the performance of our public education system. It includes, however, an area we've not had a lot of conversation, not just academic accountability, transparency and academic accountability, but transparency in terms of fiscal accountability, and being clear about how money flows from the federal level down to the state level, down to districts and schools, as well as how state funding flows not just from the state to the district, but also increased transparency around school level spending. That's a requirement of the Every Student Succeeds Act, and we are at work within our school report card to ensure that we are meeting those federal level requirements at the minimum, and then going even beyond to be very clear and very transparent about school level spending. And the last piece is one that we haven't talked about as much. That's the Kentucky All-Stars rating system for early childhood education and early care. This is a unified system for rating early learning in Kentucky. It goes across public preschool, which is in our area, but also includes daycare or childcare, as well as Head Start. So for the first time, this system gives us unified standards across early learning settings. So whether you're evaluating public preschool or child care, there's a single standard. Quality means the same thing, whether it's in a public preschool program or in a Head Start program. This is the first time we've had that. And we have been rating all of our programs, public preschool and otherwise, with a 5-star rating system. The way this works for public preschool is because of the standards around credentialing for our teachers, all of our public preschools actually enter the system at a 3-star, but they have the opportunity to advance to a 4-star or 5-star based on quality measures. And really remarkably, the vast majority of our programs across the state have in fact advanced to 4- and 5-star levels. But that is another key part of our accountability rating. We will, in moving forward, be reporting on 2 of these at each board meeting, going much deeper than we've gone in the past. We look forward to those conversations. In addition, as a part of our strategic planning process, we are implementing a research agenda to collect data, put a research design around our strategic planning, collect data, and continuously evaluate our effectiveness. And so we will be reporting to you on those results as well. With that, we're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair and board members.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for that. So in 15 minutes, ran through about 100 programs relating to the mission statement. And you know, I trust the department that areas that are less effective than maybe when they were put in place, some items put in place maybe 10 or 20 years ago that are less effective will be modified to some extent. I would think for future meetings, the ability to get through 100 or 150 items would take more than a one-day meeting, you know, every other month to get through those. So what I would suggest, and also tying, Dr. Lewis, to your comments earlier about your State of the Education address, and we're not where we know we can be in terms of post-secondary achievement and a lot of other areas that I know this board has talked about a sense of urgency to try to move the needle in a very significant fashion, you know, as quickly as we can for the kids that are in K-12 today, that we can't, you know, have the 10-year plan. We need to start moving here quickly.
Yes, sir.
So the items where we see, you know, we've seen a big change, for instance, in the last couple of years in dual credit, right? There was like a 73% increase, I think, in 1 year in dual credit courses. But those items that are a priority for you to enhance that program, to really move the needle and identify, you know, the kids, educators, whatever, that'll be benefited from that program. If we could focus on, from my standpoint, focus on those, where we plan to take, it's a good program today, that's fine. We're not comfortable with where we are, we know we can do better, but how are we going to move that needle significantly? And there may only be 2 or 3, items in each of these categories. I don't know, I'd leave that up, to you.
Okay.
No disrespect for good work that has been going on for a long time in many of these programs, but what are the areas that are going to be a priority that needle will really move, or we expect the needle to really move here over the next 24 months or so?
Sir, we will absolutely do that.
I'd like to add to what Hal is saying, and the notes I took were, first of all, there is a ton of great work going on, and I think that's outstanding. As you were talking, what I was wondering is, what's the impact of each one of these items? Quantifiable impact, right? And sometimes you're just kind of pulling it out, but even if you're pulling it out, that's better than nothing. And then the second thing is, what's the timeline for that impact? Because with this big of a list, it's hard to really understand what the keys are. Additionally, I think it would be important to put a name as to who's responsible for each one of these items, right? So that we know whose focus is making this happen, so that impact occurs on the timeline that we're scheduling. But I think it's really nice work here.
We can do that as well. One of the conversations I've had with our Chief Performance Officer, Karen Dodd, and her office has been, in fact, around being intentional on the front end about putting a research design around the things that we do. And I don't think it's unique to KDE. I think, to be honest with you, it's more commonplace across our system that we do lots of good things without intentionally measuring their effectiveness, measuring their impact, to determine whether or not they're actually giving us the type of impact, the type of change that we seek. And KDE is really no exception to that. I think we do tremendous work, but for lots of reasons. One of those, to be frank with you, has been we don't have right now a great deal of research capacity. We have a couple researchers, a couple folks who do evaluation works, who are phenomenal, who are doing a really good job. But I'm really pushing them right now in terms of what their capacity is and what they can reasonably accomplish. And like you said, Hal, one of the things I'm asking them to prioritize is, in fact, the areas where we think are really key to moving the needle. Those are the areas where I've asked them to study, to evaluate, to look at impact first. So I do think for some of the things we do, Joe, it may take a little bit of time for us to really talk with data about impact. But for those key priorities, the ones that we highlight as our top strategic areas in our strategic plan, we will be studying each of those, and we'll be able to talk to you throughout the year about impact, about how well those things are functioning.
Yeah, this morning I had a conversation with the folks at work, and we were arm wrestling over what was the impact of us making this change, right? And it was fascinating, because I have one very strong opinion, the other guy has a very strong opinion, and the bottom line is, okay, someone back at the plant, do the research, let's get the data, because we don't want to be doing stuff that we think is making a difference if it's really not. Right, so I sympathize with your situation. There's so much going on, and you just finding the data and making the decisions takes time.
But we absolutely are going to move forward in that fashion. Matter of fact, just to say, and I don't want to belabor the point, one of the things our researchers have done is taken a look at research teams and evaluation teams at other state education agencies, ones that we hold in pretty high esteem, to understand their models and how they study initiatives. So the two that they've looked at most intentionally have been in Massachusetts Department of Education and Tennessee Department of Education, both of which have really outstanding models and kind of give us a mark for how we can grow toward building our own capacity.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Comments? Yes,
Just
President King.
a quick comment. First, I'm going to have to leave in just a minute, but Commissioner, I think this is terrific. But I think we also see the complexity of all of these things that need to be done simultaneously. So prioritizing, weeding out the stuff that doesn't work, which is what research will tell you, the points that Joe was making, I think are important. The one point, though, that is right at the very top, and it struck me, under flexibility for district innovation, the very first bullet point is called Competency Education and Assessment Pilot. The whole system of public education in our country is predicated on the notion that every student learns every course at the same pace. And it's obvious that that's not true. And yet we advance students whether or not they've demonstrated that they've learned the material. Going back to Milton's question, what happens to the kids that don't make it? In large part, the problem starts in elementary school when we advance them out of second grade and third grade when they can't read, when they can't understand the basic numeracy skills. And so they're still little, so they're not a problem. But by the time they're in fifth grade, sixth grade, and the material gets more difficult, and they're not performing, and they're now physically bigger and emotionally bigger, you start to see the behaviors that end up causing these kids to drop out, either intellectually or physically leaving the school. So the challenge, it seems to me, is how do we address that? And this competency-based education, I like to call it mastery-based education, but it essentially says we're not going to advance a child until the child demonstrates whatever the skills are that they have to master by the end of first grade, second grade, third grade. Commissioner, in your State of the Commonwealth address, State of Education address, you talked about the importance of reading at the end of third grade and how if a kid can't read, we can't move that child forward. We're doing them an enormous disservice. This model of mastery-based education, which a couple of our districts are implementing, and which I've seen going back now to my time in Arizona, it is a powerful model. And I think to the extent that the board can take action to incentivize more districts to move in this direction, I think will pay dividends long term. So I'm delighted it's in here. I hope that it doesn't get short shrift and makes it onto your priority list. And with that, I'll have to depart. But again, thank you again for everything, and best of luck. I'll be watching from my new perch. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Well, I would say, Bob, we are excited about that. One of the things that we would like to see is right now, we only have 2 districts participating in that pilot. And so David Cook is responsible for that program, leads that program, and he is hard at work thinking about how we solicit greater participation so that we can explore approaches beyond just the paper and pencil assessment to assess students' learning. Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
Well, I like to say that
Milton?
I'm excited about, a lot of the changes that we're getting ready to make, and I want to see that needle move. And to be a part of this 21st century and see our children that advance, I want to see, a whole lot of things that's going on. And as we, look forward to the 21st century and all of the jobs that are available, I think we are headed in the right direction if we stay on board with everybody and, got our children, you're talking about the pre-grades, the kindergarten, and all of those being on the same level. I truly believe that that's really our foundation, and I believe that's where we've got to make sure we leave no one behind. So I'd just like to say thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Yes, Mike?
On this new competency-based education, let's say I'm doing real well in English and not math. So I'm struggling in math. What we're doing now is just if you have an average, you pass them. So what you're saying is you're going to help me with the math. Is that correct? I'm doing well in English, so I passed the English, but
let me be clear about what exactly this is. Competency Education and Assessment Pilot is a pilot program. We solicited districts that wanted to participate in a pilot to develop approaches outside of the traditional way that we assess students. And so we have 2 districts that have signed on, and they are in the works of developing alternative ways to assess student learning. The requirement for participating in this, though, is that you must also implement the required assessments that everyone else implements. The U.S. Department of Education doesn't give us a waiver from being able to implement the same assessment program as everybody else. But in addition to that, these districts have signed on to the important work of trying to explore new ways to assess students. I believe the work is incredibly important because I don't believe all of kids' learning. In fact, some of the critical areas of kids' learning can't always be measured by a paper and pencil assessment. But the only way we're going to develop meaningful ways of being able to assess those things is if districts, if leaders, if educators are willing to spend the time and really hard work in developing what those approaches will be. And so I'm excited about the work those 2 districts are engaging in there, but really, really hoping that more districts across the state would be willing to take the plunge and help to figure that out as well.
I was thinking of something different. We'll talk about that later.
Yes, sir.
At this point, we'll need to move on. Thank you, Dr. Ellis, Dr. Lewis, for that. Next item on our agenda is an update from Jefferson County Public Schools. Dr. Marty Polio, as everyone knows, reached a historic agreement over the next couple of years. And as part of that agreement, Dr. Polio, you agreed to come join us at our regular meetings and just give us an update on how things are going.
Sure.
And I very much appreciate you being here today. And with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, board members. I guess you'll get used to me a little bit. I plan on at least being here, I think, for about the next 12, maybe dozen board meetings. So excited to share with you the progress at JCPS and some of the things that we are working on today. Following Commissioner Lewis's report that he just gave, the same type of thing. There are hundreds of components of the corrective action plan. So I don't want to go through each and every one of them. I will do an overview, and if you will indulge me, I did want to highlight also some of the things we are working on outside of the corrective action plan because I think they go hand in hand. But today we'll be doing a large 30,000-foot overview. Subsequent meetings, we might be diving into specific components of the action plan so that we can go a little bit deeper. I think some of the same things that you just heard. So I am honored to be here. I appreciate, once again, the work that we are doing together with the Kentucky Department of Education. When I came to you last, sat in front of you at your specially called meeting several weeks ago when you agreed, when we approved the agreement, we had not yet developed the corrective action plan. And per the agreement, we had 15 working days from that next day after your meeting with the agreement to come up with this corrective action plan. And so, first of all, I just wanted to highlight that process over that 15-day period. And I want to say first that it was very collaborative work between the Kentucky Department of Education and Jefferson County Public Schools over that 15 days, specifically Dr. Kelly Foster and her team. And then many other members of Dr. Lewis's team met with my team and me at Van Hoos in Louisville just about every single day during that time and really put intense work into that and deep consideration. It was not done haphazardly. We really worked hard together to make sure that this was a corrective action plan that was going to detail the work that we're going to do over the next 2 years. So I want to thank Dr. Lewis and his team for working together with us on that corrective action plan. As you may have seen from the corrective action plan, we actually began the work officially yesterday. So the official beginning of the corrective action plan was October 1st, 2018, and it runs through October 1st, 2020, and deals with 9 different areas that I'll highlight briefly in a moment. But I would like to say also that several of these areas we've been working on since last October, when the initial report came out around IDEA, special education, career and technical education, and safe crisis management. So we have been working with Dr. Foster and her team for the better part of 12 months to improve some of those areas. We still have a lot of work to do on those areas. I will say also, when Dr. Lewis issued the audit report in early May, I felt it was important that we had that information in front of us, that although we had not agreed on a corrective action plan at that point, that I couldn't stop and just wait for an agreement or a settlement or a hearing to occur for us to begin working on this. So I do want to note, although that the corrective action plan officially began yesterday, we have been doing substantive work on many of these issues dating back to early summer, because I do believe that's my calling, to make sure if it's a deficiency that has been identified for Jefferson County Public Schools, that we are going to work on it and be committed to changing it. So we are doing that. I wanted to run you through a few things. First of all, one of our mottos this year is to be the best that we have ever been. We know clearly that we, and I've said this many times, are in a very difficult situation as a district over the past 18 months, being under this audit, and then once again the agreement, and now the corrective action plan, and many of the things that we've had to address along the way. And we have challenged everyone in central office and all of our schools to be better than we have ever been. And that is difficult and challenging work for our principals. As Dr. Lewis said, that he is stretching his staff in many ways, and we are doing the same thing. And so really we are working on two different fronts that I wanted to highlight. First of all, with the corrective action plan, many of the things are compliant in nature. And so many of the deficiencies that we have found, whether they're around safe crisis management, IDEA, CTE, and many of the other areas, they are compliant issues that we have to deal with. And ensuring compliance and having accountability and oversight over compliance issues over a large school district with 155 sites, 100,000 students, and 17,000 employees can be challenging at times. But our foundation is ensuring compliance, and we are going to make sure that we do that, and we are working hard to ensure that we have processes and oversight to ensure that accountability. And then the second side of that, as you all have said many times today, is moving the needle, quite frankly, on accountability. One of the things that I have, since I took over and really officially became superintendent on April 1st, was this. I think all too often in Jefferson County, we have been a district that is trying to be a district of great schools. And instead, we've had to turn our focus on being a great school district, where we have focus areas and what I call pillars, or a North Star, in all 155 of our schools. Really making sure that kids are on track for college and career readiness and a certification. But we've aligned all those pathways. We continue to do that. And really, this is a lot about monitoring data entry and ensuring that we are compliant with data entry, and we will continue to do that. And then early childhood. It's been well documented, our issues with early childhood. We have been very vigilant in ensuring that staff is trained and that we are holding staff accountable when it comes to issues that we've had around early childhood. And without a doubt, I would say this is an intense focus on accountability and oversight. We will continue to do that and work together with KDE to share our leadership teams and making sure that we are working closely with staff. And so finally, next steps as we do this, we are developing the processes, and we've already done this, where we are sharing our policies around the CAP with KDE to get feedback on some and approval on others per the agreement. We're going to be very vigilant about ensuring that. I will be here sitting in front of you at all of your meetings to report. We will have quarterly meetings in front of our Board of Education, and then consistent progress reports and accountability at the cabinet level to ensure that this is happening at central office and at every single school. And one thing that I shared with our principals at the start of the year before we began, really all of our administrators is we have to have a deep commitment to doing things the right way. And doing things the right way for me is not doing it just so that I can sit in front of you and tell you that we're doing it the right way, or that I can report in the media or whatever it is, but it's a commitment to doing things the right way for our children. We have 101,000 students in JCPS. We have to be better than we've ever been and committed to doing things the right way in order to be successful as a district. I think the end result, that in October of 2020, you will see a really different district. I'm convinced and believe this with every ounce of being that I have, that we will be a model urban district that people will come to visit in short time. But we have to have a commitment to doing things the right way, and I do believe that we have that new commitment. I appreciate your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions or comments that you have.
Dr. Polio, just a couple of items, and then we'll open it up here. One item, and certainly can't really find anything in here that I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. It's great presentation, thank you. One title concerns me a little bit, and we show the short-term metrics and then long-term outcomes. Right. And just having lived in Jefferson County for a long time, I've seen a number of plans. They say, yes, these are our long-term outcomes, and it's 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, whatever. It never really gets there. I mean, occasionally something does, but years sort of go by without the children being impacted. So when you think long-term outcomes like Backpack of Success skills, I mean, great outcomes, improve literacy and numeracy skills, increase college and career readiness, improve NAEP scores. When you think long-term outcomes, what are you thinking in terms of before there's actually we see improved literacy and numeracy skills? What's your goal for long-term outcome?
Well, and I agree wholeheartedly with you. Our strategic plan that our board passed, Vision 2020, when I took over, much of my concerns were that they were all measures that we would see either down the road or even the following September when test scores came out. And all too often for us to understand whether a plan is being successful, an action plan, I believe that's too late in many instances. And so we have to ensure, and that's where the short-term goals are benchmarks along the way. So a big step for us that we have never taken on before was having a screener or interim assessments to ensure that students are ready for literacy and numeracy along the way. So if we just wait until the end of the year when students are tested on their state accountability assessments and wait till September, I believe it's too late. And so we have never had this before. So over the past 3 weeks, we have assessed 95,000 students on a universal screener for reading and math. And that's a large task, 95,000 students. Yesterday, our instructional staff got a report from NWEA, the company that assists us in providing the MAP assessment, to tell us where we are with all of our kids. And quite frankly, we had some sobering results that we were anticipating. But I told our principals that yes, you have state accountability results in your hand right now, but what could be more important than the data you have in your hands right now around the students who were just tested? Because our goal is to ensure that state testing time, they're all transition ready. We will test them in September, we will assess them again in January, and we will assess them in April, not only for proficiency, but for growth. So to answer your question, those short-term measures are going to be the most important things that happen, so that we also ensure that those long-term measures happen. The second thing is we want to make sure there are process points along the way. So implementation of backpack, ensuring that every student is putting artifacts in their backpack and holding our staff accountable for making sure that is happening. So that's a quick overview of it, but it's really guides for us to say, are we progressing to those long-term outcomes?
Would it be fair on long-term outcomes to say this is like improved literacy and numeracy skills, that we're talking about a 2-year time frame? I mean, within this corrective action plan time, that we would see improved literacy and numeracy skills?
So yes, I mean, my goal would be that we would see this next clearly next September. So now the size and scope, I know as a principal, many times it would be multiple years to turn data around at a school. But we don't have, we acknowledge we don't have time to wait, and that's why we are moving so quickly. These are monumental changes for a district our size with new leadership, but we know we don't have time. So we would want to see improvements next year, but without a doubt, we have to see consistent improvements in the next 2 to 3 years to show that we are reaching our goals.
So on my copy, I wouldn't be too far off on long-term outcomes to say 2-year outcomes, where it's improved.
Correct.
Improved.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Second, if I could just mention, just because we have a number of financial people and engineers on this panel, and having been involved in corrective action plans before, in future meetings, not this introductory one, but in future meetings, and we have a lot of items in these 9 categories, if we could see a summation of the status of those items. In other words, under, pick an area, early childhood, how many items? There's 6 items there. That 3 items are, and I assume maybe we have 4 or 5 status categories that they move through: planning, implementation, complete. But how many are in each category, maybe at the previous presentation, and how many are in each of those categories at this presentation? That would be helpful with so many items for us to kind of get a feel if it's moving forward or stayed about the same over the previous 2 months.
Right. So we're kind of creating this now, I think, as we go, but there is no doubt that what I'd like to show you is progress in diving into a couple each time, where we show progress, we show where we think we are, our progress notes, our goals. Some of them are we've either done it or we haven't done it, and we will show you that. Some of them are more long-term that are going to have to show progress along the way, but we would like to share that with you.
Right, and if it could be a joint status report that you and Dr. Foster are like, yes, that's complete, that would be great. And just present how many items and where they are in each of the categories each time. That'd be a quick overview for all of us.
Great, we'd be happy to do that.
Other questions, comments? Yes, Tracy.
I just had a quick comment. First of all, this presentation is very easy to follow, so thank you for that. Secondly, the only thing that I don't see is, do you have remedial staff set up currently for, I'm optimistic, however, I didn't see anything as far as remedial staff or a setup for if there are shortcomings.
So you mean remedial staff in which way? Could you?
I just mean as far as if they don't make their benchmark.
Oh,
students that don't.
For transition.
Yes.
Yes, we do. So we are also in a part of a very significant reorganization of central office staff and school additional staff to support. So we recreated some of our academic staff to support that in schools. Clearly, my belief is that we are working towards, which is at the end of this year, students that are not transition ready, that need additional support in reading or math, we cannot send them home for the summer. We must have a deep, engaging summer program for students in need of additional support in reading and math. Research shows that it needs to be about 6 weeks to make an impact. We know the cost of that at JCPS. We're starting with elementary school students, could be as much as $7 million. And so we are really going to have to repurpose our staff so that, yes, we have that staff in schools, but that we also extend the school year for students who need that additional support.
Dr. Polio, I'll congratulate you, I think, for you're taking ownership of this. You view this as your responsibility, apparently, and
thank you. I have more gray hair showing up.
Yeah, I can relate to that. You seem to feel this is your job, your responsibility to get this done, and you're taking ownership of that, and I appreciate that. A lot of people predicted this was going to be an adversarial process between your agency and ours, and some of your own board members made that prediction and are still characterizing it as such. How would you characterize the relationship with KDE?
So dating back to October, we have had a very collaborative relationship. We've worked together. I think we've made significant strides in the areas that were identified. And as I said, without a doubt, our work together over the past 4 or 5 weeks around the corrective action plan was extremely collaborative. Dr. Foster and her team were very clear that this is our corrective action plan, that it was going to be approved by Dr. Lewis, and they, trust me, they didn't just sit there and say, whatever you want. I mean, they were very, gave us a lot of input around what they've seen and what we need to improve, because her team has spent a whole lot of time in Jefferson County. And so, they were very, open and honest with us, but they said, this is your corrective action plan. Here are the deficiencies. Let's walk through that. But without a doubt, we've had a very collaborative relationship in building this corrective action plan.
I've been in a number of your schools since then, and you can feel the difference.
Thank you.
Again, there's a cultural difference that you can feel beginning to.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Milton?
Yes, Dr. Polio. There's I know y'all doing a lot with computers right now with early childhood. Children are coming home doing homework on the computer. What about the children that perhaps don't have a computer? I know, for instance, my little grandson, he's in the 3rd grade, he goes to Lowe's, I believe it is, and he's got homework and some is on the computer, and he's able to do that. But I think a lot of time all children doesn't have a computer. How are we staying in track with that?
So that's obviously very challenging for us and for many school districts. I wouldn't just say Jefferson County. But I clearly believe that access to technology is an equity issue that we have to address as a district, and I'm sure every district has to address. One of my fundamental beliefs is stealing talent, and on my team I have stolen a lot of talent from other districts around this state. One of them is Dr. Kermit Belcher, who is now our Chief Information Officer, who is developing a plan for us. And really, it's a matching plan from the district with KETS funding. Our goal, if we are going to have this robust backpack program, students have to have access to technology. One-to-one programs with technology are not successful if there is not a instructional focus. When there is an instructional focus using technology, then one-to-ones can be very successful. So we have a plan we are putting in place that within several years that we get down to 2-to-1 and hopefully even 1-to-1 in many areas, and really address the equity issue so that schools that have higher degrees of poverty, we put more money into technology for those students so we meet that need. That's another obviously large ticket item for us in the budget, but without a doubt it's a part of our racial equity policy to ensure that students who might not have that access get that access in their hands.
One other question. The data that's collected off of the computers from these vendors, are y'all taking that in consideration? Are we checking that data for the children, the students that assigned to each teacher? Is that being tracked as well?
Yes, it's very clearly that each teacher in each school will have a dash on this backpack. They're going to have a dashboard that has every single student. And the school will have this too, and it will have indicators that says achievement-wise, is a student in need of intervention, attendance, behavior, and goes right down the line so that we can clearly track every student, kindergarten through 12th grade, and know the students that are identified for those interventions. And most importantly, we have significant mobility in JCPS. Several hundred students transfer to a new school every day. The best part about this is this backpack will go with them so that when they enroll in a school, the new school will be opening up that data right away. The measures will be exactly the same, so we're not trying to create new measures at a new school. We all have the same dashboard and they're working along the lines and they can implement interventions immediately.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis?
I'll be really brief. First, thank you, Dr. Polio, for your presentation, and thank you for your partnership throughout this process. I, too, am incredibly encouraged with the degree of collaboration that our teams have had with working together. I think what they've produced in a corrective action plan is really exactly what we need in terms of to address the deficiencies in Jefferson County. Now begins the incredibly hard work that we will do together in implementing the plan. It is As board members see from the plan, it is incredibly extensive. And in order to implement it, it will take a lot of work, a lot of dedication, and incredible resources, frankly, part of the district. And so we look forward to working with you on that. The only other thing I want to highlight is the conversation that you had. We'll charge you for that.
I'll leave $1 on the way.
Is the conversation that you had about the NWEA assessment that you guys are using. That has the potential to be a game changer. And so I just want to highlight the implementation of this formative assessment tool, where your staff will now have the opportunity throughout the year to use data on kids' performance and use that within the year to inform the way they're instructing, the way that they're working with their kids. Is something a lot of districts across our state are using now, and I believe it will impact greatly not just the performance of educators and what educators are able to do, but the culture of your district, and help you in your efforts in creating a culture that uses and values data. And so thank you. Look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
A couple questions and a point. First of all, I'm very excited to have you here giving us this information. I think there's a lot that can be taken from what Jefferson County is going through and leveraged across the state of Kentucky. So I look forward to using you as a guinea pig.
Thank you.
And
be happy to do that.
and hopefully understanding how you're making the differences. So the first question is, when do you think there'll be a hard baseline to be able to measure the impact of what's going on? Do you have that baseline now, 6 months? What's the timeline for that?
Well, we have indicators in our action plan that we are striving for, and that's one of the things we wanted to do that I think was missing, which was on a regular basis that we could sit down and drill down into data as a district, not just schools. And too often I think we've just put the measure on certain schools and say, are they hitting the mark? But having those data conversations. So our cabinet sits down once every 3 weeks, and we take a significant look at data and really look where the arrows are pointing. Are we going up? Or are we going down in certain areas? And so significant progress, yes, I know that's going to be some long-term goals, but there is no doubt that we are measuring ourselves in our action plan on an ongoing basis. So when it comes to achievement data and attendance data and behavior data, and then indicators in the corrective action plan that will tell us whether we are accomplishing those tasks within the plan itself. So yes, I would say, that I said earlier that, some of the long-term goals might be a couple of years, but we expect progress immediately.
So from my understanding of what you said, that you've got some baselines now that you're using to measure every 3 weeks to see what's going on.
Correct. I mean, and an example of that will be attendance behavior. I mean, suspensions for us have been an issue throughout the years, and disproportionality around suspensions. And so for us to sit down as a cabinet and say, where are we this year? Are we decreasing this? Are we seeing the disproportionality between students group reducing? We have benchmarks that we want to see that immediately, the same with attendance and the same with achievement. So yes.
All right, perhaps at the next meeting, or you can email me, I'd love to understand what those metrics are.
We will get those to you.
Perfect, thank you.
Comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Polly, for joining us today.
Look forward to seeing you next time.
Absolutely.
Appreciate your report. I'm going 2 hours. Let's go for a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back at it. So recently there was the release of assessment results, and here with us today is Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims and team to give the board an overview of those results. I think, Rhonda, maybe your presentation's 20 minutes or so, and then we'll have time for for Q&A. Great.
That's right.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Good morning, everyone. To my right is Jennifer Stafford. You've met Jennifer many times before. She's the director on the assessment support side, and Kevin Hill, who manages all the data production. So obviously, we've been in a busy period in our office, just as schools are interested in those results and the state as a whole. So let's walk through a couple of key things for you. Just a reminder, we are in a transition period, not yet developed the full 5-star system. And I do want to emphasize that what we are reporting this year is based on federal requirements. It's what we need to do to be in compliance with ESSA and that differentiating school performance to give supports to schools and that comprehensive support and improvement. So much of our focus with you today is going to be on the numbers for CSI, Comprehensive Support and Improvement, and TSI. And at the end of the presentation, we'll look a bit at trends in reading and math where we have trend data. And so we'll kind of highlight that so you can see that by groups of students as well. But to keep in mind that, again, very much to be in compliance both with federal and state law in this year's reporting. Now, just a quick reminder, the accountability indicators that we're using this year, you've spent quite a bit of time on over the last couple of years. Index scores are produced, and that's where along a scale of novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished, there's increasing credit for the performance, and we do that for reading and math and call it proficiency. We do it for science, social studies, and writing and call that separate academic, the other subject areas. Growth is the new measure, and you've already heard our plan to move forward with seeing what adjustments might need to happen to the growth measure, but it did distribute data this year, and we'll look at that range of performance on growth as well. Those measures, those three, were used at elementary and middle. At high school, the measures vary a little bit. We still have proficiency as federally required with reading and math, but we used the sub-test of reading and math that was administered with the ACT in spring of 19 to the juniors in Kentucky, spring of 18, excuse me, to the juniors in Kentucky. But we generated an index as we would have with the K-Prep assessment. Transition readiness, not all pieces were available yet for transition. And I know that's something of interest to the board. Dual credit has been an area where we've had great development and support for many districts, and dual credit data was not yet available this year. We didn't have the statewide collection process. Also, exceptional work experience was not available this year. But you can see the listing of the measures that were available on the academic and career side. And then the graduation rate was a 4- and 5-year rate combined for the accountability system, but there are various places in federal law where we must use the 4-year rate. And so we will distinguish that in a few moments as we talk a bit about graduation rate. Now, we spent quite a bit of time with you in September on the standard setting process, and you gave your approval for the threshold cut scores. Just a reminder, 3 ways a school can become a comprehensive school support and improvement school. CSI 1 and 2 are the 2 that are in play this year. CSI 3, you have to have 3 years of data. So we're down the road into fall of 2021 before we could report those results. So CSI 1 and 2, just as a reminder, again, very defined in law. The ESSA law is around Title I schools. The state law expands that to be all schools in Kentucky. So that's a distinction I wanted you to be aware of. Again, we had to identify the bottom 5% of title. So that's a specific number of schools. So this is a review from September, 33 elementaries, 5 high schools, 12 middle schools. Then once we have the cut for Title I, we apply it to all schools, including the non-Title I. This year, there were no schools that are non-Title I that were below that 5% cut. So all that have been identified are Title I. Now the CSI 2 is where that 4-year graduation comes into play. So if I'm below 80% on the 4-year graduation rate, then automatically I'm identified for CSI 2. And we have 1 school in Kentucky that was identified as CSI 2. Now, just as a reminder on the CSI identification, the 1 is the bottom 5%. It's a conjunctive model. So you'll remember from our work with you in September, I have to be below on each of the 3 indicators. So it's an and and an and and an and. It's conjunctive. Some schools had a jagged performance and performed much higher on one of the three. Then they were not identified for CSI. So you had to be below on all three of those cuts if you had the data to generate those cuts. CSI 2, again, was that 4-year rate, and we did have one school identified for that process. Now, you have seen this chart, the first part of it before, but I want to pause here to actually look at some results. So the recommended threshold is what you agreed to and with the commissioner's recommendations in September. And remember, the change the commissioner brought forward from the committee was the graduation rate cut. The committee had recommended 85.3. That identified more schools than we needed to identify, and so we changed that to an 85, and the commissioner brought forth that 85 recommendation. Now, what I want you to look at are the next column, though. The state indicator score is if we treated the state of Kentucky as a school. So every student in Kentucky rolled together as if we were one large school, generated that number. So that's to give you kind of a point of reference. The state as a whole is performing here compared to the cut. So you can see those indicator scores. Now, I think even more telling, though, is the final column, which is the range of performance that we see this year. So even with our growth metric, that like all new pieces of data, we want to analyze, we want to bring people together, and we want to bring back the best thinking to you to see what tweaks need to be made to meet those requirements of fairness and understandability. It distributed performance across schools. So let's look a little bit at the ranges. So at the elementary level, the cut was 60.5. Again, that's on a range of up to 125 as the highest possible. But you can see on proficiency, we had scores as low as 18.8 and as high as 109.3. So, I mean, that's the story, really. We have, and that's the narrative, we have schools with incredible success, and we have schools that need incredible support. And you see that range on really all of the indicators. And that's what I think that column helps you to put in perspective, where your recommendation of that cut to identify the bottom, where was the range of performance within that cut. At growth at middle school, we actually had a school with a negative number, because remember, growth has a metric of a positive 1.5 to a negative 1.5. So that's not something we see very often, obviously. But you also see that those scores went up into the 20s as well for our really high performing. And with growth, we saw schools that were low performing with high growth. We saw schools that were very high performing on proficiency with high growth. So again, it distributed performance across the state. The high school measures, again, we generated the index, we did the transition measure. You can see transition, we had schools as high as 100 on that transition readiness, but as low as 13.5. Now again, we're looking at all students within these mix rather than how particular student groups perform, because you would see probably some differences around that, and with the graduation rate. So I don't want to read each number to you, but the real message is there's a really a wide range of what we're seeing in the data, with very high schools continuing to perform very high, and then those schools that need that extra support of moving forward with comprehensive support and improvement schools. Now, just to sort of visualize then where those CSI schools are located, just a little map to see that the color coding indicates the elementaries, the middles, and the high, and as Superintendent Polio shared with you earlier, Jefferson has 21 schools identify CSI, and Fayette County has 7. And the remaining number of those 51, it's 51 because of that extra CSI 2 school, are, you can see, somewhat distributed around the state. So we have a few in far east Kentucky and far west Kentucky, and you can see where those dots appear. Obviously, we had to identify more elementaries because we have far more elementary schools that are Title I. So that's where you get the 33, the 6, and the 12. So once those cuts were locked into place, once they're determined, there's a federal formula that we have to take that cut and apply it to how all groups of students perform if you have a group of sufficient size. And that is the targeted support and improvement. So both the identification of comprehensive and targeted very locked in by what legally we're required to do, and especially with the TSI applying the rule to groups of sufficient size. And so Jennifer's going to walk us through what we saw on that TSI side of the information.
Thank you, Rhonda, and good morning. As she indicated, that once the cut scores were set, then each of the student demographic groups within each school was compared to those cut scores. If the student demographic group fell below those cut scores in each of the indicators that they had sufficient size for, then the school had a identification of TSI. So looking at, there are multiple different ways to get into TSI. Tier 1 TSI, we need consecutive years of data, and we need 2 consecutive years of data. So we will begin identification and support of those schools in Tier 1 in 2021. However, this year, Tier 2 identification, where the students with the subgroups performing as poorly as the all student groups. So back to those cut scores, if they fell below those cut scores for the CSI, if the student demographic group was performing below those cut scores, the schools would be identified as TSI. Now, for TSI, it's the performance of the groups. And as Rhonda mentioned, there's a 5% identification of CSI. However, there's no limit on the TSI schools. So there is no set amount for the number of schools that could be identified as TSI. We use the federally required student groups, and you see those there identified on the slide. Now, we will report other groups such as gifted and talented and male-female, but those groups are not used in the identification of the TSI, only the federally required student groups. The sufficient number of students within each of those, we've traditionally used 10. If a school had a number of 10, equal to 10 or greater than, then that student demographic group was eligible for that comparison. If there were fewer than 10 students in that student demographic group, then that student group was not used in the identification for that school. And it's based on all of the data that we have for that student group. For example, if we have a school that has a K-3, that's an elementary school, then that school would only have the identification to be used, the indicator of proficiency, because separate academic indicator has science and social studies and on-demand writing. Those are tested at grades 4 and 5. And then growth, that indicator doesn't start till grade 4. So the identification of TSI for those groups are the indicators that the students had within that school. So let's look at the numbers then. We had overall as a state 33% of our schools were identified as TSI. And you can see that elementary has the greatest number of schools, so they have the greatest number of schools that are identified as TSI. And as for a total in the entire state across elementary, middle, and high, we had a total of 418 schools that were identified. And you can see the percentage of schools by level within the TSI identification. But again, the overall 33% were identified with at least one group that had a performance below those cut scores. Now let's look a little further into the data and how the schools were identified. With observations of the total number of schools that have TSI is 418. But how did they get into that identification? What were the groups that were identified as TSI? Well, if you look at the table here, the far right column and then the middle column there, the schools identified with disability group only or with a disability group and one or more group. So if they were identified by disability or another group, you can see that there were 79% of total TSI schools. So of those 418 schools that were identified as TSI, there was just less than 80% of those had disability and possibly another student demographic group that was identified for that school. Now, the far right two columns, you can see that 21% of the overall schools did not have disability as the student demographic group that got them into that identification. So it was one of those other federally required groups that were identified to make the identification of the school. So as Rhonda mentioned, there were two federally required, let me see one more. The map that you see is, did I skip one?
One clicked ahead. There you go.
Clicked ahead. Okay, so for the number of schools, so you may ask yourself then, of all the schools in Kentucky, then how many schools had a population that were sufficient size of disabilities group? So by reportable disability group, so the number of schools with a reportable student population was at elementary 297, middle 199, and at high school 168. So of those schools, you can see the number of schools that had identified as other and those that were identified as TSI. So you can see that at the elementary, of the 297 schools that had a disability group with sufficient size, there was 184 that were not identified as TSI. They were in the other category. For the remainder, 113 had a disability group and was identified as TSI. So this is just a little bit deeper analysis of the data that shows that there's a distribution across the schools that have a reportable disability group in identification of TSI and other.
And it really says to us that in those particular schools, even though they have a population of students that have in the special ed area and have IEPs, they are succeeding with those students and that they are above those cuts. So we pointed this group out. Obviously, we could take multiple groups and spend time with you, but this is the one we've probably had the most questions about and calls about. So it's the one that you may hear more conversation around, that issue as well. So we wanted you to know kind of how that range of performance was.
Sorry to interrupt, but what classifies that disability group per se as an individual education plan?
Individual education plan. It doesn't include what we call 504 data, which are students who have maybe other physical supports, but it is a student that has an individualized education plan, and so it's defined in that way. It also includes like our alternate assessment students because they also have an individual education plan.
The map shows the distribution of our CSI schools with an overlay of our TSI. So as a general observation, you can see that TSI schools are arranged throughout the state, and there's not really a concentration, but is over the entire state. So as a requirement of ESSA, all schools had to have a classification, so an identification. So we've talked about the 5% of CSI, the 33% that were identified as TSI. The remaining schools were identified as other, because as Rhonda mentioned, we had to classify all schools this year. So these schools that were not CSI or TSI were in another category. And these are, again, required by ESSA for annual meaningful differentiation of all public schools. So these schools were not identified. They did not have the cut points, student demographic groups that fell below those cut points for CSI or the TSI. And you can see that there are 63% of our schools that fell into the other category. You can see that by level, and the percentage by level, that there were 803 schools that had student demographic groups that were above those cut points. So that's, if that's a highlight of the reporting, that 63% did not have, did not fall below those cut points.
Now, we wanted to share with you at least some general information for reading and mathematics where we have trend data. So even though the indicators, we can't look at trend because the metrics are different of how these are generated this year, the things that are consistent are students scoring at novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished, and what's the percentage that's scoring at each of those categories, because that is consistent and that has not changed with reading and mathematics at elementary and at middle school. And I think this will give you a sense of the pattern of performance that is a challenge to how do we overcome that, and what's the instructional messages, as you've heard some discussion of that today. So what you're looking at on the screen is elementary reading, and we're looking at the percentage of students that are at the upper levels, proficient and distinguished combined, and we're looking at a 5-year trend of data. Well, the press release used the term that scores are flat. I think you can really clearly see they're flat when we look at the lines. And I think these are valuable looks because, again, you see it without even focusing tremendously on the numbers, you see the pattern clearly. And we have put in the names for the lines for the groups that are reporting here. And again, we focused here on the federally required groups. But you will see the pattern that obviously our highest performing group is Asian, and that's consistent on every measure, and it doesn't matter what assessment is used. That as a group, that is the highest performing, and you can see quite a difference in some subjects as we'll look at with math. You will see that nearly, I think, in all example, if not all, yeah, it is all examples, English learners are in our bottom performance. Again, obviously, challenges to overcome with acquisition of English as well as content information. So you can see that there's quite a spread of performance as you look at this with elementary reading. Obviously, the very last number on the end is the current year for that particular group statewide. And the blue line is the African American line. So on some of the charts, it's kind of, they're close together with students with disability back at the start. Obviously, where you see some decline over time is reading with our African American population at elementary. And then you will see that, gaps are remaining fairly consistent. So obviously that's a big focus for the board and the work ahead. Let's look at the pattern. Again, very similar pattern, except there's a much broader distance with our Asian students' performance in elementary math. So this next one is elementary mathematics, and you see that several of our groups are more clustered together in the lower range of performance. But again, you can see the basic sort of pattern that there might be a little movement of one group being a little higher performing than the other, depending on the subject or grade, but the pattern is pretty consistent. Our Asian students are highest performing, followed by white students, followed by all students, the idea of putting all students together in a group. And again, those cuts that we used for comprehensive were about the all-student cut that then is applied to all groups to identify TSI as required federally. So let's look at middle, where again we have a lot of years of data that we can look at. I think one of the more positive things around content is what you see here on the reading. You see with reading at elementary, there's a fairly steady decline or an increase for most of our groups. So you're starting to see sort of a little bit of a nice upward slope on the data. Again, you see the same relative pattern of groups and how they perform compared to each other in this look as well. And then one more, and then
I think it's worth highlighting.
Sure.
Just saying, when you look at the performance of at the elementary and middle level of African American students, in some instances, when we look at the data across the 5-year periods, you see declines when you see flat progress or very little progress with other student groups. And even in the one relatively bright spot that we have in the data, which is middle school reading,
right,
you see only very slight increase for African American students, whereas you see much more of an increase for other student populations of students. We would be negligent at best,
right,
if we did not, as a state, say what in the world are we doing with our African American students.
And that becomes again, we're here as data people and people who help make sure the tests get administered appropriately and correctly, but the message is about what happens instructionally. What is occurring when the teacher and the student are interacting and the leaders of the school are providing structure. I mean, we're showing you sort of the end result as it relates to state assessment data, but the real conversation is what happens in instruction.
Any thoughts by you, Rhonda, or others as to what has driven this increase? This is a significant increase overall.
In reading?
Middle school reading over 4 years. All students from 53 to 60%. That's a pretty significant increase. Any idea what's driven that?
The assessments have stayed quite constant, so I don't think it's a change of assessment. The novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished cuts have stayed very constant. I do think there is reading and math are so ultimately foundational to all other learning that I do think you get a lot of focus on reading instruction. And because of how it does key in to really learning across all other content areas. I think that probably Amanda and Kelly would be a little bit better to talk about maybe some initiatives here at the department. We've had novice reduction coaches out there serving schools. We've had other folks as part of the school improvement process, and there's a lot of focus on improving individual instruction. So I think some very positive things have occurred there. We'd need to go back and kind of look at the data by particular schools and that sort of thing. So I do think there's some good efforts going on in schools, and then there's some supporting efforts that have occurred here that probably have assisted this move forward.
It would be difficult at this point for us to put our finger on something across the state, but just as we've said, what in the world are we doing with our African American students across the board? It is undeniable that we are doing something right in terms of increasing those scores in reading. And so I think we should be asking the exact question that Rich is asking, and so if for no other reason, so that we can continue to do it.
Sure, absolutely.
And maybe hope to spread that practice more systematically across the state.
That's right. And then the final slide we pulled for you on this, and obviously we can always come back at future meetings or pull some things together for you as a board. You had a fairly elaborate briefing packet that I'm sure you've had a time to kind of look through. We did, obviously you have many hours to go through that, so that gave you a lot of background. But we can also do some runs of this kind of information if that is particularly helpful to you as you make decisions. The mathematics, there is, mainly flat. Occasionally you'll see a little movement up, and obviously some movements down with mathematics as well. But we highlighted these four because they do have measurement every year, even though this is combined together by a grade level. And we also highlight them because there's been consistency in the assessments and consistency in those performance levels for students, for novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished. Now, you might say, why did those two ladies bring Kevin? Kevin is really the key behind all of this data run. So as we move into question time, Kevin and his computer go everywhere with us as we're in this kind of conversation, because he can certainly help us generate answers for you.
One item just as a follow-up to today on these graphs, and thank you for this presentation. It's very clear. But I would, assuming it's not a lot of work, would appreciate one more line on there to show the socioeconomic differences. So we have students on free and reduced price meals. If we could have a line on there that says students not on free and reduced meals.
We could do some comparison for you.
Just to highlight that socioeconomic difference would be helpful.
Sure, we can do that.
You feel like using free and reduced price meals overgeneralizes economic status?
There is, there's been some federal conversation around, and obviously some states use the term economically disadvantaged. We've used this as the metric for that, so we've tended to call it free and reduced lunch. I do think there's concern about, are you getting as much of the data as you should as students get older? I think we have elementary students, it's reflecting who qualifies. But as kids get older, many times they don't turn in the paperwork that is used to make the determination, do you qualify for free and reduced price?
It's not always dependable either.
And it may not be. I will tell you, I cannot think, and I'll look to Kevin and Jennifer, of any data source we have access to right now that would necessarily give us a better connection. Right. We always get, and I'll share this, we always get the question, that we do have some schools in Kentucky, particularly elementaries, that work with the agriculture program where every student receives a free lunch in that school. So the whole school is designated free lunch. We still, however, are basing this data on qualification individually, because that's also used in the SEEK formula calculation as well. So we're still collecting that data, even though the students may be all receiving their free lunch at the school. We're still collecting that information. And obviously for some of our districts, that's an incredibly high percentage of students. Nearly everyone is
really have no way of dependably getting what percentage of the TSI bottom third is related directly to household income, do you?
We could probably do some level of cross-tabulation.
But like Rhonda said, the data we have is the free lunch data, and nationally that is the best indicator. There's groups looking at possible other indicators for social that status, but I think that's still a question.
We can certainly go back and sort of look at that. Obviously, we do have, once you have that TSI label, the label is there whether it's one group or more than one group. So we do have, as you look through the list in the briefing packet, we do have a number of schools that are very diverse, very large, and they might have, I think we counted yesterday as many as 5 groups that are targeting their identification for TSI, even though the label was applied one time. So obviously that means there are multiple students that you need to work with for improvement.
Do you have enough support? Sorry about that. Do you have enough staff support to help the CSI and TSI schools?
That really is with Dr. Foster's office. Our role is we, do the assessment and the identification, and we work closely with Dr. Foster as we identify and roll out information and communication. But obviously, I know Commissioner Lewis, even in your September meeting, when we talked about the numbers percentages could be high for TSI, and that's what we were seeing across the country, that it is a resource question of how much resources do we have as a state and what can be done. And, the CSI schools will have people in.
And within districts, how we allocate resources.
And have districts within. And the federal law for TSI really puts a lot of the measures and expectations on TSI back to the district to lead the work on TSI. So it'll be a matter of connecting to resources and supports that we do have that we can connect to.
The next question, and I know it's not for you, I'm sorry, I guess it would be for Dr. Foster, but it would be, what kind of training or skills do those individuals need, and how do we know that they're going to make the school successful, or what?
Sure.
How do we know that it's going to work?
Kelly, do you want to come and join us? Or
Sorry, Kelly. we threw you under the bus.
She tries not to hang out with these assessment people too much, but...
So no, we're having lots of conversation about our resources and what those are going to look like moving forward. Our current model is built around a 3-person team, as I've talked to you all about before. An education recovery leader to coach and mentor the principal and his or her leadership team. Education recovery specialists that focus on coaching and modeling best practices for teachers. So we won't be able to do that moving forward. I would need 93 additional staff members to have a 3-man team in every single one of those schools. So our model moving forward won't look that way.
But Kelly, these TSI schools will develop an improvement plan of some sort that will be their way of communicating to us what they intend to do to address this deficiency.
Yes, so our TSI schools, we have already reached out to all of them and connected them with a hub school. An email from me last week, and then yesterday an email from the hub school closest to them. So even though that responsibility is on the local level to move that TSI school, we try to connect them to as many resources, free resources, as we possibly can, and they will be completing a school improvement plan that we will have access to, and we'll be able to see how they're going to go after their target area. And we have discussed, Amanda and I have, about using our key core work processes through the continuous improvement work. We have embedded all of that in the improvement planning process for schools and districts already, but it seems to be that we have a real area across the across the state in special needs students. Rhonda talked about the TSI schools. A lot of those you're seeing fall in the area of special education, and then some of our districts are also really struggling with their EL population and falling into TSI categories based on their EL students. So actually, Amanda and I have a meeting on Friday morning to talk a little bit more about next steps in looking at early literacy and early math and that conversation around our special ed students and what resources we can provide to districts that have a TSI school that were identified for either EL or special ed.
I think it'd be interesting as we get in this transition period, and especially after December 1st, with transparency of those resources, so to speak, become more available to us. I would be anxious somehow to see at those local districts that have identified CSI and TSI schools, what percentage of their resources were allocated to those trouble schools? Because I would wager that we're going to see a disparity in that, I would imagine.
Well, and there are currently 44 statutes and regulations on the books regarding closing the achievement gap and putting that responsibility back on local schools and districts. And we referenced all of those when we began our novice reduction work because, our resources are limited here. We've got to look at what resources and support can we provide schools and districts, but, the local educators also have to take on that mission to really look at their achievement gaps and put the resources, like you said, where they need to be to close those gaps.
So this is a really important conversation, Laura. The work of the continuous improvement work that we do in districts has been historically funded through the Commonwealth School Improvement Fund, state level funding from general fund. That was not funded this year. So right now, the only funding that we have to support this work is federal funding. And that is with, prior to this year, we were supporting 24 priority schools, which is before the CSI. Now we're supporting 51 CSI schools. And so we've doubled the number of schools where we're going to be provided support, but with significantly less resources. And so in trying to figure out how to make that work, our first priority has to be the CSI schools, because those are the ones by statute where we are required, statute and reg, we are required to play a much more integral role in terms of continuous improvement and support. The TSI schools by statute and reg really do put the onus, the responsibility for turnaround on the district. And so we will continue to fund those and support those hub schools. We will continue to have conversations about how we develop resources that are available to districts. But unfortunately, having to make decisions about scarce resources, our first priority will have to be how do we support those CSI schools.
Do you think that some of the correlation between disabilities and qualifying under TSI may happen because schools have a certain motivation to move kids who don't perform as well into a disability status?
Well, we certainly, with our area, our special education audit area, there's a lot of monitoring requirements with federal law. And so I think we'll want to be looking at numbers and see how those change over time. But, in terms of you want students to receive special ed services when they qualify and have need for special ed services. But I do think we'll want to look and see if numbers begin to shift with how many students are identified. There's always, I think, some federal expectation to make sure there's not an over-identification. Certainly, we monitor that very closely with what we call the 1% population, where students receive an alternate assessment, and that's the most severe disability. So you really have a lot of federal pressure to keep that not greater than 1%. And so we do a lot of monitoring and work around that side of the special ed as well. So we could certainly look at the numbers.
One thing to point out is that if you notice on the graphics through all the grade levels, disability is at the bottom, right above English learners. Almost all schools have disability populations, the count of 10. So that's the thing. It cuts across the state, regardless of the school. I think, and English learners are only in pockets throughout the state. So that's why I think we've identified more schools for that population. So that's the issue, I think, and they are one of the lowest performing groups.
See some articles in the paper from time to time about districts being caught reclassifying students in order to change their results for the non-disabled students.
The idea of getting more accommodation or assistance during testing. So we'll continue to monitor that. Yeah.
Rhonda, a question. We're adopting some changes in the standards in Kentucky in reading, math,
That's
a
right.
whole host of areas.
That's right.
One of the things you talked about is we have relative stability in the testing. It's been about the same test over
That's
this
right.
time period. Do you see a change coming as a result of adoption of new standards, or would you think that our test will be, any changes will be minor in terms of seeing a bump up or down based on the new standards?
I think we have to, we get the standards firmly in place, and we will need to create items that measure the new standards, and we'll need to look at existing items we have to see how they code to the new standards. And then I think you would want to make sure your rigor standard stays consistent. We don't want to make proficiency be less than it is the expectation, or to be tremendously greater than the expectation. So there are some psychometric steps you can take to help your standard not to drift a lot. But the actual items in the assessment obviously will need to be adjusted to move forward to assess fully the new standards, revised standards. So that means some things might no longer match and would go away and maybe re-released for classroom use, and other items would, new items would be field tested and rotated in. But no item goes into the assessment unless we field tested it with Kentucky students, so we can see how the item performs, and we can make sure that there's not a problem or flaw with the item itself. So that's all really part of a natural process as tests get refreshed over time. And it's just we haven't had a big refreshment because we haven't had the change to the standards yet. But I think as you do a crosswalk between the standards, if there's a lot of commonality, then there probably wouldn't be dramatic change. If there's not as much commonality and the standards have really shifted a lot, then you could probably expect the assessment to shift quite a bit.
And then one thing, too, to add to Rhonda's explanation is that we will bring in Kentucky educators, Kentucky teachers in each of those content areas to create those new items for field testing and then inclusion.
A very good question, though.
Other questions?
I'd like to ask the question. In some of these districts with these failing schools, I don't know how you change attitudes and behaviors and people feeling like they don't have or without. Are we putting everything we have into those schools to make sure, I'm talking about the districts themselves, it's like, I don't want to call that district, but it's like when in those neighborhoods and those schools, seems like they send their worst educators there at those schools. And I just feel like sometimes we could do a little better than we are doing. We talk about this reduced lunch. I'm a believer in the bomber bee. The bomber bee doesn't supposed to fly, but yet he flies. And I think sometimes that when we look at these scores, even the districts and the principals and the administrators, they look at this and they say, what the use? Where are we going with this? And I don't know, how do we push or how do we get this up or what? But as I look at these scores, the agents, and I'm just wondering, are we just accepting this and we just going on time and time again just with this? We can't do no better. And that just, data is great. But I want to see that needle move.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's where I'm at. Thank you.
Comments?
Rhonda, is there a plan to look on these range of scores, for example, at elementary, the 18.8 to the 109.3? Is there a plan to look at the difference between maybe that 18.8 school and the 109 to figure out what is the 109 school doing to be able to, have such a high score versus what the 18.8 school is doing, that maybe we could take best practices, or, if they're doing something innovative in that school, that we could maybe help these lower performing schools?
We can certainly look at if there's some research that we could do around that and work with our research office.
And then, as Dr. Foster just mentioned, there are multiple hub schools that do just that. They provide resources to lower performing schools that are free resources that they can tap to provide that assistance.
And we certainly can go back and do a little bit deeper analysis, especially at the extremes and the ends of the extreme, to kind of look at if there's a sort of narrative that comes out for those.
Are there wraparound services, for example, that we could be providing to these lower performing schools, if it is a socioeconomic issue?
Very good.
It'd be particularly interesting if you had socioeconomic levels in parallel schools with great differences. Each school has 80% free and reduced lunch, but, big difference in growth, for instance. All right, I'm sure this is a topic that'll come up at just about every board meeting. So thank you for your
penciled in on my calendar, I'm certain.
Clear presentation, and if you would send to us the non-free and reduced lunch on those graphs.
Generate those lines for you.
Thank you very
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item is presentation of two very important education awards in the state. Quite frankly, one of my favorite parts of meeting is recognizing some best practices that are well beyond the norm. And Commissioner Lewis, take it from there.
Thank you, sir.
We'd like to first recognize the recipient of the Mr. David Karam Award. So this annual award is given in honor of David Karam, respected legislator and 7-year member of the Kentucky Board of Education. Mr. Karam is here with us this afternoon.
Oh.
No tie.
Mr. Karam's tenure and leadership in the Kentucky General Assembly, as well as a member of the Kentucky Board of Education, have been crucial in shaping state-level educational policy that ensure Kentucky's children can compete in today's global economy. The David Karam Award will be given to state policymakers, education leaders, or citizens who have contributed to the improvement of education through venues such as national commissions, task force, and other significant boards and organizations. Recipients of the award must demonstrate outstanding leadership and impact on educational policy and the educational system during the past year or over an extended career of public service. In addition, this individual must demonstrate his or her commitment to working cohesively with different stakeholders. So the nominator for this year's recipient was Mary Alice Lay. Is Mary Alice here? Mary Alice is not here, but I do want to read a little bit from the nomination letter for our recipient. Having known Dr. Reeves for over a decade, I have seen the legacy of impact he's made in the lives of many through countless hours of volunteer service on state and national education boards and through selfless dedication as a community volunteer in advancing K-12 education for all learners. There are many examples for which I could provide a thorough overview of Dr. Reeves' qualifications for this most honorable award. However, I'll focus on 3 examples that I believe provide the most insight. I won't go further into the letter, but suffice it to say that this year's recipient, Dr. Jason Reeves, Professor of Education at Union College, is a most deserving recipient of this year's David Karam Award, and we congratulate you. Thank you. Please come forward, sir. Dr. Reeves, if you'd like, you're welcome to make some comments.
Well, I'd like to say thank you to the Kentucky Department of Education, to the award's namesake, Senator Kareem, and of course I'd like to say thank you to all those P through 12 and P through 16 educational partners I've had the very fortunate experience to work with over the years. It's certainly because of them that I'm here today, so thank you.
Thank you. We have one more award. This award from the Kentucky Board of Education is the Joseph W. Kelly Award. This annual award is given in honor of Joseph W. Kelly, respected businessman and 7-year chairman of the Kentucky Board of Education. His tireless efforts and expertise were crucial to the implementation and nurturing of Kentucky's school improvement efforts. The Joseph W. Kelly Award will be given to a business person who has offered outstanding leadership and service toward promoting school improvement and equity of educational opportunity for Kentucky's children. This year's award recipients were nominated by a host of folks, many of whom are here today. And so if you would, I'd ask, Mr. Chair, if we could allow the nominators to stand, and if you could just tell us who you are and where you're from. Would the nominators for this year's award recipients stand? And would you all just tell us briefly who you are and where you're from?
I'm Ellen Murphy, principal at Fulton County High School.
I'm Diane Owen, I'm the director of the Four Rivers Foundation.
I'm Deanna Miller, superintendent of Fulton Independent School District.
I'm David Minch, I'm the assistant superintendent for Ballard County Schools.
I'm Terry Sullivan, principal of the Four Rivers Career Academy.
I'll read just a little bit from the nomination letter for this year's award recipients, who are Robbie and Lisa Rudolph. When the schools need him, he's there. He and Lisa have demonstrated a long-term commitment in time and resources to truly make a difference in the lives of Kentucky's students. We believe that Robbie Rudolph is very deserving of the Joseph K. Kelly Award. I want to say personally as well, in addition to what is provided in the letter, I met Robbie and Lisa first and had the opportunity to work with them as partners and colleagues, and they became friends and are now like family. And so it is an incredible honor for me to have the opportunity to present you with this award. And truly the work that you all have done in your region and for our state, I cannot point to another example in Kentucky or anywhere across the country where I think any two people have had a more significant impact on the learning of kids and the trajectory of life outcomes for generations to come. I know our board chair would like to make some comments as well.
I'd like to give an example. When I joined this cabinet almost 3 years ago, one of the early trips was to Western Kentucky, because I'd been hearing sort of what was going on there in dual credit, and had this idea of expanding dual credit in the state. And I remember in one of those first meetings with Robbie, he mentioned that that dual credit, that almost every student in the counties that you were working with then was achieving some kind of dual credit while they were in high school, way beyond, multiples beyond what was happening in the state as a whole. And he talked about some of the ways to excite families. And he said, oh yeah, we have this event where we invite families and we bring a country music star and we have this big community cookout, and it's all about dual credit. And I'm like, this is just amazing. But again and again, whether it's in elementary school, middle school, active in the schools, encouraging administrators there, providing resources, quite frankly, providing books for kids that don't have access to books at home, on up to high school, and helping those students move on into post-secondary, understanding sort of where the world is today and valuing education and skills more than ever. But just very impressed in their partnership they forged with the school districts that their foundation had gotten involved with. And it was a close partnership, a friendly, close partnership, working hand in hand, and the results have just been off the charts. And quite frankly, from those early meetings, gave the cabinet and this government the confidence that dual credit could expand in the state. It really can be done. And so we appreciate you stepping out, all of the educators here with Rudolph stepping out on in that one area amongst many, which gave us the confidence for the expansion we see now across the state. So thank you for your leadership in that, and congratulations on receiving this award today.
Let's show our appreciation for our recipients. Please come forward.
Statute prompted them to be like that? That's a sarcastic question.
local people. I got jumped. I know you did. But that's what that means.
Right, and you can't.
It's not top down. From right here. That's right.
That's where school choices things are right there. Yeah, watch out.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
like
It's
the
like,
back here.
it's like the alligator swamp.
Wires there. Maybe go on down.
It's just lovely when this happens. Just fabulous. That's what we have. All the other problems, we're trying to solve problems against. It's all right. I'm saying good things.
It's all right. We'll tell everybody.
I'm not paranoid. It's just going. Oh, is it? Is it on? Why is it on?
Go.
Well, thank you to the board, the department, the cabinet, and the governor, and everyone here. We are a family. All of us are. We talk to all of the educators from all 5 schools and the ATCs and CTCs every day, all day. And Melvin, you hit it right on the head. It's those that we need to be concerned with. And I've always said, it's very simple to bring Kentucky where we want it to be, just bring those bottom 20% up to normal. It's not about getting 28 ACTs to 31, it's getting 13s to 18. And we've done that. We have Fulton County, we're there to go, Superintendent Ellen, who is counselor now principal, 15.6 ACT to 18.9 in 6 years. David, 9 channels. Ballard, 19.9 ACT, the biggest in school history, the highest, however you would say that. We have 550 juniors and seniors in our schools. We've taken 17,000 dual credit out. All of our students take dual credit. It's not the ones that can afford them, it's all of them. It won't work unless you do all of them. The teacher has to have everybody engaged in the school. We have a premise, it's all about the kids and what's best for the kids. And any decision that's made, no matter what it is, from a building to a computer to a curriculum, is it best for the kids? And if we keep that, if we stay focused on that kid, then we bring, as we were talking about, an ELL student named Juan, who we got into the ambulance program as a junior in high school. We put a uniform shirt on him and asked the ambulance to bring him back to school once a week. It showed him hope, he believed in the hope, and now he's a police officer at Fulton. And we're changing the culture of West Kentucky, but as Dr. Polio said, we look at it as one school.
Yes.
And we look at the state as one school. And I know Hal Heiner looks at it that way. I know Wayne Lewis looks at it that way. I know our governor looks at it that way. And I'm so appreciative of all the collaboration. It's just been a godsend the way everybody is working the same atmosphere, the same moral values to take care of these kids. Now, I want to say about the Four Rivers, Lisa and I get a lot of the credit for it. And of course, it has a lot of money involved and has a lot of time. But this would not be possible if it wasn't for Diane Owen. And I now have Diane getting up in the morning at 6 o'clock. She did not drink coffee before she came to the Four Rivers. No, she's not drinking none also. But Diane is in constant contact with everybody every day. She's mentored
dozens, scores of teachers. And she's talked to everyone up here. Marty Montgomery has been very helpful in getting us information, support, and I go on and on, naming everyone. But it's all a family, and if we'll all just take care of that bottom 20%,
Yes.
give them hope, let them realize hope is it best for the kids. Thank you all.
I'm gonna have to visit Fulton. It's been a while.
Come do the tour. Ask Cal and Wayne about the tour.
Mr. Gimbel's coming on the tour real soon.
Be there in a couple of weeks.
What do you think?
It's a mecca for best practice. So, in fact, there's a book pretty popular out right now that talks about the difference in the United States and a lot of the other developed countries, and the fact that we've slipped into the 17th or 20th spot or whatever. And they said the difference isn't so much the top scoring students, but it is that 20% of the students, we just have a lot higher percentage in the U.S. in that category than many other countries in the developed world. And if those kids did move from, as you said, 13 to 18, or able to find something of a passion in life and move towards it, the country as a whole would move up in our rankings with developed nations. So it's a national, it's a national situation as well. So thank you for being here. All right, that finishes our on just a great note, finishes our morning session. I do need a motion for a 1-hour recess for lunch. If I could get Tracy to second, Gary. And it will be 1 hour, so we'll return at 1 o'clock. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, back at 1 o'clock. All right, we're back in session here at our regular board meeting. The next item on our agenda is the public comment segment, and we have slots for up to 10 speakers. On our sign-up sheet today, we have one speaker. It's Donnie Wilkerson, a Kentucky teacher, speaking on proposed social studies standards. Mr. Wilkerson, join us.
Hunter,
We do have a 3-minute limit.
Before I begin, could I indulge the board? I have front and back. I can do it in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but if I'm given the latitude, it will be much better if it takes 4 minutes. Is that okay? Thank you. Good afternoon. Draft social studies standards soon before you are sorely lacking in basic content and predicated on the non-research-based C3 inquiry model. Consider these items from our current standards now proposed to be dropped. Globe, continent, Native American, explorer, governor, president, Congress, 4th of July, Statue of Liberty, Star-Spangled Banner, United States flag, preamble, common good, citizenship, Mayflower Compact, Emancipation Proclamation, Appalachian Mountains, capitalism, African American, Underground Railroad, Martin Luther King Jr., I Have a Dream speech, desegregation, women's suffrage, and many more. Or ponder these obscure items from exemplar states, but nowhere found in ours. National Anthem, Pledge of Allegiance, Washington, D.C., Capitol, White House, Rocky Mountains, Mississippi River, Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Great Plains, map scale, latitude, longitude, century, decade, era, England, Spain, France, Canada, Mexico, Vikings, Magna Carta, Columbus, Pilgrims, Puritans, Virginia, French and Indian War, George Washington, Frontier, Patriot, Boston Tea Party, taxation without representation, Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin, James Madison, freedom of religion, speech, or press, Lewis and Clark, Trail of Tears, Abraham Lincoln, Harriet Tubman, Gettysburg Address, Industrial Revolution, Transcontinental Railroad, Susan B. Anthony, the Holocaust, Pearl Harbor, Rosa Parks, Voting Rights Act, the 9/11 terrorist attack, and scores of others, too many to mention in the 3 or 4 minutes. Even worse, only 17% of the questions on the now graduation-required civics test are included in this draft. And the new K-Prep social studies test is to be patterned upon the science model, a dismal score of 30, following a decade of CATS K-Prep scores that nearly tripled that. Now, only one of two things can be true. Either this new test and its concomitant so-called next-generation science standards are an unmitigated disaster, or for over 10 years we cruelly burdened students with and held educators accountable to a set of standards and tests that grossly overstated their mastery of science. Please do not do to social studies what was done to science. And is this part of that new accountability system former Commissioner Pruitt said could be explained while standing in the grocery line? Well, Commissioner Lewis, if you're up to that charge, please share it with us where you shop. And how sad last week that our kids had to hang their school's hat on simply not being tagged CSI or TSI, but instead with the dubious appellation other. I suggest to this board the following. Number one, reject the proposed social studies standards, opting instead for exemplar standards like those just adopted in Massachusetts. Number two, repeal the next generation science standards and its shameful test, adopting similar exemplars as suggested by the Thomas Fordham Institute. Number three, address our stagnated reading and math achievement and socioeconomic and racial gaps by getting back to basics. Stop fostering failed, high-sounding jargon like student-led, social emotion, problem-based, project-based, and inquiry-based learning. All good things in a toolbox, flipped classrooms, and a litany of other non-research supported touchy-feely acronyms. Instead, empower strong teacher-led, dynamically engaged classrooms informed by clear and specific content-based standards using proven research-backed direct explicit instructional methods while eliminating once and for all any semblance to the now wholly discredited Charlotte Danielson evaluation model, PGES. What we need now are a lot more sages on the stage and a lot fewer guides on the side. I offer again to come and share with you the results of my now over 10 years of research on all of this. We can improve learning in this state. I've heard a lot of good ideas today, and there are a lot of good ideas out there. I implore you to at least extend this discussion by asking some clarifying questions, since I'm the only one here. I thank to each of you for your service to the kids of this great Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wilkerson, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. I have copies of the standards. It's my understanding they haven't been given to you all.
Marty, did you?
They're posted.
They're posted.
They are posted?
And
They are.
They are.
They've been
They'll
posted.
do public comment.
Okay.
And for yes.
Yeah, the public comment I know about, but they have an
They
actual
are-
copy.
They are online.
I brought them if you want them. You're welcome to them. I'll leave them here. It's kind of easier to read.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the next item on our agenda is an Advanced Kentucky update as a review item. I think Associate Commissioner Ellis.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to say how glad we are to have Anthony Almeyers back to talk about our Advanced Kentucky work. And I know the board always enjoys to see their progress and what they do, so I'm going to turn it over to Anthony. Thanks for coming.
Okay, thank you. Before I start, Chairman Heiner, Dr. Lewis, board, thank you for allowing us to be here to announce our latest cohort and briefly share some of our program updates for you.
Thank you for being here.
Thanks. And I'll just jump right in if that's okay with you. Let me get my bearing here. Brief history of Advanced Kentucky. When I was here last year, I was giving you a report on an AP program, which is how we started. We started in 2008 to promote advanced placement, math, science, and English, seeing that there was an equity gap, and specifically around underrepresented students in those classrooms, and we sought to increase enrollments and success in those classrooms in those areas. 10 years later, we've had a lot of success in that area, but we've also seen a lot of other areas that we feel that are related to advanced placement coursework that we feel that we can also have an impact with some of the other program elements that we're working in. Led us to really exploring middle school math as a focus area. With communication with Kentucky Department of Education, we took some of the program elements from the AP program and applied them to looking at having students ready at a math benchmark by the time they leave 8th grade, ready for advanced math, ultimately in high school. And then we've also been fortunate to partner with Code.org to expand computer science in Kentucky. We're in the second year of an expansion initiative with them, but also focused around that, we got there by focusing on the AP Computer Science course, APCS principles that came out at the time, fell in line with what the work we're already doing. That work now we see as 3 separate initiatives under the Advanced Kentucky umbrella. So I won't go through all of this, but if you're not familiar with the Advanced Kentucky program, teacher support, student support, incentives for success for the teachers and students, but all centered around open enrollment. The idea that more students can participate in these courses given the right support and the opportunity to be in there. And with that, I'd like to announce we're starting our 11th cohort of schools. With these schools joining us this year, we have now worked with 124 total Kentucky public schools to expand their AP Math, Science, English programs. And this is just a brief profile of cohort 11. And they were invited to be here, but I don't think we have anyone here, so I won't bother to recognize them, but we're very excited. And I forgot to recognize my staff too. Part of my staff is here. If y'all would just, some of them just came from school this morning working with them, so. Our coverage map looks like this now, the 124 schools, the 2 colors there. We have a blue, which is schools that have gone through the program. It's a 3-year program now. They've gone entirely through it and graduated. And then the darker colored counties are still active schools.
Anthony, can I ask a quick question about your cohort 11 profile?
Yes.
Demographics on the previous slide. For your cohort 11 profile, the demographics that you give us there, is that the total populations in those schools? Is that kids who Advanced Kentucky is actually touching within the schools?
So 2 ways to answer that. So the 4,100 students, that's the total school enrollment of those.
For all the schools?
For all those schools, right. That's not our total enrollment for all cohorts that we're working with this year, though. That's just that most recent cohort, yes. And then the 1,200 are projected AP MSE enrollments. Those were the numbers they gave to us, and they're still sorting those out. We're at the point now where we're actually asking for actual enrollments, but we asked them to project to help us set our budgets for the upcoming year.
Gotcha.
And that profile, that 64% low income and 14% minority, that's the school profile, because we haven't seen the actual students yet, but we'll have a more accurate profile of what those AP classrooms look like once we get those enrollments in, those actual enrollments.
So to clarify it,
Yes.
the 64% is of the 4,100, not of
Correct.
students participating?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an annual process. Once we get enrollments in from the schools, we can take a look at what the enrollment profiles look like in the AP classrooms compared to the school demographics. And we do have this conversation with them each time that we are able to talk to them, because you want those to match as closely as possible. Obviously, that's part of the point of this program. So we're driving them to constantly look at those numbers as well and increase those numbers.
Thank you.
And this is just a brief map showing our coverage. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. 2018 performance, backing up and looking at cohort 10. What you're seeing before you is first-year performance of each cohort as they participated in the program. Cohorts 1 through cohorts 10. Cohorts 10 is the most recent data, first-year data that we have. But you can see this is a dramatic impact first year. This is percent growth in AP Math, Science, English qualifying scores. And what we learned from this number is students are there, teachers are there, just got to have the right set of expectations, right set of support, the right environment for these courses, and it can happen, and it can happen in a year. And we see these pretty consistently. Looking a little bit deeper into the numbers, we see a 3-year profile. This is 3-year growth, cohorts 1 through 7. We only have 3 full years up through cohort 7. This is the baseline, and what you see is the numbers broken down by all students, free and reduced lunch students, and minority students. Baseline coming into the program, year 3, what those numbers look like after 3 years in the program, and then the respective percent changes. And I think that was getting the question you were getting at earlier. So this is the actual AP numbers changes.
Impressive.
It's all the teachers.
Would you remind me, MSC stands for?
I'm sorry, Math, Science, English.
Math, Science, and English
Yeah.
qualifying score.
Even you're
Got it.
not getting it right.
Math, Science, English.
Hey, I don't
So
feel
I
so
go
bad
through,
now.
Thank you.
trying to meet my time limit.
Forgot my acronym dictionary.
One of the things that we like to highlight, though, is just how many students are out there that can engage in these courses. We see this growth, but those could still be the same students, right? So we want to know unique number of students. So we engaged with Kentucky Center for Education and Workforce Statistics to do a match pair analysis and try to get an apples-to-apples comparison of what do our students look like versus other students of similar ability look like. And what you have there is a control group over 4 years versus Advanced Kentucky over 4 years, AP participation.
The control group is Kentucky only?
It's students from within Kentucky that started within one standard deviation of the mean of Explore scores at the time, and that's why that only goes up through 2015. We lost Explore scores as a metric for that. So we tried to identify students that started off with the same ability and look at the access that they had. So that's participation. So 86% participation or exam taking rate of the students that participated in AP versus 30%. But this is what we're most impressed by. When you break those students down and look at their performance, you do see a little reduction in the percent of students, but the details aren't always in the percentage. If you look at the N size there of the students who earned at least one qualifying score, you'll see that there's 3 times as many kids that earn a qualifying score. So it started back with giving them the opportunity to be in the class to begin with to get to the score.
That's right.
So, and you know, there is a difference there, but it's not a lot, right? The percentage of students earning qualifying scores. So they can do the work. So that's led us to our middle school math program that we've dubbed Access to Algebra. So we've seen algebra is important for students to engage in advanced coursework. The earlier that they can get to algebra and succeed in algebra, that's a different metric too, but can successfully complete algebra and carry that knowledge with them into high school. They can do better in these advanced courses. So we now have our second cohort of schools that we're working with in the middle school math program. We had an initial cohort that helped us pilot this, who had experience with the AP program and helped us transition this down to middle school math. This profile is 3,422 students, 71% low income, 17% minority. There's not an enrollment number there because this program, a little different, it's all students, because we're looking at math benchmarks and trying to populate those courses in high school, those advanced courses. Coverage map, cohort 1 with the 3 schools that were also the pilot schools, and then cohort 2. We're in the process of taking applications for cohort 3 as we speak. Just want to highlight, so a lot more data points looking at these math scores for these middle school students than in AP. AP is pretty clear cut. Students have to earn a qualifying score to get to college. You can break it down demographically, but this one's a little more nuanced. But I want to bring a few of the highlights that we've noticed to your attention. What you're looking at is, I'll start with the gray bars and work backwards. The gray bars are, we're using the PSAT 8-9 as an assessment right now with these schools. The gray bars are the benchmarks that the SAT has set for grades 8 and 9 to measure whether a student is on track to meet benchmark by the time they graduate. Okay, it's usually about a 20 to 30 point increase each grade level. And then I'm going to jump back over to the blue bar, the 390 to the 434. This is all students from that first cohort, their PSAT 8-9 scores in the 7th grade, and then taking that PSAT 8-9 again in the 8th grade after participation or while participating in the program. So that's an average of all the students across the 3 schools. It is only 3 schools at this point. It's a relatively small sample size, admittedly. We're looking to grow that, though, as we move into cohort 2. The other thing I want to bring your attention to is the other bar, though. 67% of those students saw growth. Okay, and if you look at the students that demonstrated growth from the 7th to 8th grade, that purple bar represents the average growth that they experienced. That's the 385 to 457, and that's significant because the PSAT 8-9 identifies 70 points as aggressive growth. So they're pushing that boundary. It still leaves some students on the table that didn't show growth, but we see that as two different issues. We've got to address that issue separately, certainly, but we're optimistic with these students that did respond to the program for the initial cohort, that they're demonstrating significant growth out of that. And then the other metric up there is also 43% of those 8th grade students tested in 2017 had already met the 9th grade benchmark. So that's another promising statistic.
I see on there as well, excuse me, that's the SAT math, is that?
PSAT math, PSAT, the assessment we're using. If you noticed in a previous comment, we were following our students through Explore scores. Explore disappeared in 2015, and we had to really pivot and find a new assessment, an externally verifiable assessment. PSAT 8-9 really was the only thing out there at the time, so we went to the PSAT 8-9, right? But they have a math subscore that correlates to the SAT. We're using that as a measure for benchmark. And the reason there's not a gray bar in the 7th grade is it's a test designed for 8-9. They just don't have a 7th grade benchmark. Yeah. Our computer science initiatives. Right now, it breaks down into 3 categories. We support, we started off in a Code.org partnership supporting teachers in middle school and high school to expand computer science course offerings. Schools have to commit to offering the course, but they get free training along with it. We've recently expanded that contract with Code.org. We now have K through 12 Code.org training. At least for the next year, and for some portions of it for the next 2 years, that's free to districts. So if you have a district interested in computer science, we can bring it to the district at no cost. The little bit different how it rolls out, the fundamentals is a 1-day professional development, and it's aimed at teachers inserting modules into their existing coursework. The CS Discoveries and CS Principles requires a commitment in the following year to offer a course. But I'll move on to some data about that too.
What is that commitment? What type of commitment?
Just have to offer the course.
Just to offer the course?
Yeah, yeah. They can't go basically through the training and then not give it to their students. That's what Code.org asks in return. You know, you have to commit to actually teaching the course that we're going to.
So it needs to be a commitment on the part of the principal or the SBDM council?
Currently, it would be at the principal level. The principal is the trigger for us to go forward with the training for the teachers. Basically, the teacher submits an application through Code.org, and we're also working with KDE as well in that expansion initiative. They have to indicate interest both ways, and then there's an email sent to the principal to verify that they do indeed intend to honor that course offering the following year. But once we get that, we can track that on the back end. Once we get that, they're eligible for the training.
Okay.
And through the CS Expansion Initiative, this Cohort 2 profile, this is current year, we're working with 43 high school teachers. I believe we've dropped 1 ATC teacher off of that since this slide has been made. So now we're at 42 and 5 area technology center teachers. That's the ATC. 48 middle school teachers across 39 public school districts. And that adds to our first cohort where we had near 50 in each of those CSD and CSP courses as well. Actually, the CSD, we were limited to a smaller number. We were only hit 15 on that one, but that was because that was a rollout year for the CSD. Yeah. And we're slated for, we've secured funding through the partnership, through College Board, Code.org, funding for next year as well. So we're prepared to take another 50 high school teachers in 1920, and then up to 50 middle school teachers as well. And the elementary, we really have no limitations on it. The goal is to at least train 100 teachers, but we can really As long as we have time and space, we can keep training for that. This is the current computer science coverage map. Cohort 1 in blue, and then cohort 2 in the active purple. There is some duplication because we're already starting to see some attrition of teachers, and we'll just have to deal with that as it comes. First year profile for computer science, 2017-18 cohort 1, 40 public high schools and area technology centers. 63% of participating schools were designated high needs from that cohort. 13% of Code.org enrollments were minority and 38% were female, and that female percentage is a significant increase. Depending on the metric you use, it has been lows in the teens, so that's a huge jump. And then the CS discoveries, there's our 14 public middle schools and their demographics as well. Note the 45% enrollment in female, so girls are being engaged earlier in computer science, which needs to be done, and hopefully we'll see those numbers grow in the high school as we move forward as well. I think that's it.
Thank you for that, Anthony.
Thank you.
One of the concerns is that we are, well, maybe the nation overall, but Kentucky as well, is behind in offering computer science, IT. I think one number was less than 50% of the high schools have some offering. And I know the commissioner's working on this, but trying to figure out how do we scale quickly. And so that at least the student in XYZ high school that has no offerings today, that, within 24 months, we have an offering there, some offering for that student. And certainly as this gathers some steam on how we're going to go about that, really welcome your group's thoughts. You're certainly on the front line here on how to ramp this up. We need to go faster. I mean, every student needs to have that opportunity if they're interested in it, that they have that opportunity in their high school. I mean, ideally middle school as well, and some introduction elementary, but for students that are interested, I hear employers are, one big employer I know wanted to establish a very significant IT operation here in Kentucky, and gave up, just lack of talent, moved to Atlanta, but several hundred jobs, so good jobs. So I know we are underperforming in that area, and certainly if we don't offer it at all in high school, that student's going to have a tough time getting ready for a career in computer science, right?
Certainly.
So anyway, welcome you at the table for that.
We'd be honored, be glad to help any way we can. We're fortunate to have in all of those programs active Kentucky teachers who are facilitators for the Code.org, for the AP work, for the middle school work. Being active teachers, that limits them to certain days out of the year that they can only work, but that's really the only limitation that we're facing right now. Like I said, we're prepared for that expansion for the next year's cohort. We already feel confident about the funding for that. But if we're prepared to scale up, we've got the people ready to do it. So,
okay. Great, thank you. Yes, Kathy.
I remember from the first time I heard your presentation how I was just so excited about it and blown away. And I'm glad to see that things are continuing. I think I asked you then, and I can't remember the answer, so I'm asking again.
I hope I have it.
How are you funded?
So we are in the KDE budget at $1.7 million annually. That doesn't cover our entire budget.
I'm sorry, 7.1?
1.7 million
1.7
covers all three of those programs.
From the state?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And how many staff do you have?
Depends on how you look at the programs. There's 6 content staff that we do that with. And then we have a few support staff personnel as well.
Okay, and what is your biggest impediment to going faster?
Time is one of them.
Well,
No,
more staff, more money, what? I mean,
Yeah, so some of the things we're exploring specifically with CS, I'll just mention that since that's the last thing we talked about, is coverage of the state. We do run up against time constraints. Right now, we have 4 facilitators. We'd like to expand that facilitator corps. Expanding that, takes some additional funding, so it is, that's part of the issue, so.
That additional funding ever come from these local school districts, or is?
So one of the transitions with code.org, and if we want to explore this, I may have to bring up one of my colleagues to speak more intelligently about this, but one of the things is to transition. We've transitioned some of the professional development associated with the AP and the middle school programs. Schools can purchase that if they choose on their own. Part of it comes with the model when they're active participants in the program, but we realized early on with teacher turnover, they were wanting teachers to come back in and continue to get that training. We're going to follow that same model with computer science, try to offer that as well, at least as an offer for districts.
Questions, comments?
I just want to say thank you. Like Kathy said, I continue to be impressed with the work you guys are doing. Big supporter of your work, and so look forward to continued partnership.
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, our next item on the agenda is actually an action item, second reading, non-traditional instruction program, 701 KAR 5150. I think Associate Commissioner Kelly Foster and team.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
This is the second reading of the non-traditional instructional program reg that we made some changes to due to legislation. And we'll be glad to take any questions you might have since the last time that you saw this. And David, I'll give you an opportunity to share.
Sure, we haven't done anything to the regs since you heard it the first time. Same regulation. As you know, this is a new regulation, so we've operated the program since 2011 with basically guidance from the statute. And now because of Senate Bill 73, we've created this regulation to kind of codify the guidance we were already giving school districts, and specifically to identify the words continuation of learning as the purpose of the program. So,
any controversy or concern about the application review process for?
We haven't had any.
What used to be called snow days, right? I mean,
right.
How do you eliminate snow days?
Snowbound. We started out snowbound. No, I don't think so. We've had some good conversations about it, but I think having done it for 7 years before we actually codified it in a regulation has helped, because we've worked through issues with students with disabilities. We've worked through issues that may have previously we would have had to think about those as we built the regulation, but those have already been worked through. We have great best practices in school districts about how to handle those situations. So,
any questions for the panel? Anyone? Concerns? Okay. I'd entertain a motion for approval of KAR 5150, actually 701 KAR 5150. Motion from Kathy, second Amanda. Any discussion?
150.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now we move into our committee meetings. So we'll be splitting into our 3 committees. The Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment Committee meeting will be in room 516, 5th floor of this building. The Finance Committee meeting will be in room 532, also in this building. The Operational Management Committee meeting will be right here. So we'll recess as a full board right now, go into committee meetings, and then after all 3 committees have completed, we'll return here and resume the meeting.
order the Operations and Management KBE Committee meeting. First is the roll call. Ben Cundiff?
Here, I think.
I see you're here. I know I'm here. Amanda?
Here.
There you go. And Hale will eventually show up. All right. First up to bat is an update on Breathitt and Menifee County State Management. And
All right, good afternoon. I have with me today Mike Murphy, the state manager of Breathitt County, Philip Watts, the superintendent, and Stacy Davidson, who is the new instructional supervisor that joined the team in July. And at this time, I will turn it over to Philip as superintendent and let him start the update.
Commissioner Lewis, board members, thank you for having us today. We're just a little bit nervous. We have a lot of board meetings at home, but coming down here is always a little nerve-wracking. But, just some positive things that's going on is we just really appreciate the partnership with Dr. Lewis and Dr. Foster and Mr. Murphy. We just appreciate the support. We appreciate the partnership we're building and collaboration we're doing. One of the biggest things that we can see that we're working on is we're just trying to build capacity in our own leadership and our own teams. We're real excited about the direction we're headed. We're making partnerships with KDE, University of Louisville, Department of Juvenile Justice. A lot of our local partners are growing too. We've had a great year last year. One of the other positives is we've seen a lot of work out of our local board. That's reflective in our contingency and the policies they are setting to allow us to make student-driven decisions. So I'm very thankful for that. Very thankful for the opportunity to work with many different departments and working with the board and some grant writing ability to maybe construct a new area technology center. So we're very thankful for that. Some of the next steps that we're working on is we're working real hard on our CDIP. And one of the biggest areas that we're real excited about, we're working with our local board and our new Chief Academic Officer here, Stacy. We're working on some curriculum initiatives. Very excited about that. We're also partnered with the Academic Behavior Response to Intervention. We're starting to build our teams where we're tying academics and behavior together. We're also working on communication both internally and externally. And then one of the big next challenges we have coming up is transitioning. We're looking at maybe moving LBJ Elementary into Sebastian Middle School. This year, this coming year, one of the biggest changes we've made to our local community was we moved our 7th and 8th grade over to the high school. And then that goes right along with a lot of what we heard earlier about opportunity and access. That's really expanded our AP classes, really expanded our offerings at the vocational school, and I'm very excited about that. And I guess
Stacey, you want to talk a little bit about next steps with academics?
As Mr. Watts mentioned, one of the goals that we have for our district is to make sure that all of our students have the opportunity to access a rigorous curriculum that's aligned to the standards, to the depth of the standards. And as part of that work, we're really trying to be intentional about how we examine the curriculum that's in place. We evaluate that for the impact that it's having on students, and we make any necessary changes. And along with those changes, we want to be certain that we provide the support to our teachers and to our staff at the schools, and also for our students and parents, so that when the curriculum is implemented, that they have the support they need, the feedback they need from us, the resources they need to be able to provide those opportunities for students so that we can continue to generate positive outcomes for those students.
Mike, you want to?
As you can see, the district has been in the process of building leadership and building capacity. Just this year, as Dr. Foster led to, this is Mr. Watts' first full year as superintendent. Ms. Davidson came to us July the 1st. Our buildings facilitator, technology director is behind us back there. He started July the 1st. We have a new CFO this year who started, actually about August. So we have a relatively young team. Very excited about it. We have a few new principals, or assistant principals at the high school. So we're excited about the new staffs coming on board and got a lot of good initiatives going forward. Just need a lot of help, and with the collaboration that's coming from KDE provides to the district, as well as the folks here, and then working with the board has been very supportive and student focused. So got a lot of work to do, but we're heading that direction.
I'm going to hand out to you guys, the data wasn't public when when your board packet came out. So this is the updated data that you can add to the stuff that's already in your information. Brett is on one side and Timothy is on the other. And so, as Mike mentioned, you know, one of the main focuses is trying to build that capacity piece because we don't want to stay in state management forever. And we feel like we have been able, with some growth over time, recruit some great folks to the district and bring some folks in other positions up to the leadership positions. But I think we're very well aware that they have room to grow, lots of room to grow academically. We also discussed the fact that their previous middle school was identified as a CSI school, and so they'll be attending the informational meeting that I'll be hosting to all principals and superintendents on October 4th or 8th. And so one of the things I think moving forward with that is the principal that was the principal of that school is no longer with them, and the 7th and 8th grade students have been reconfigured into the building that is now 7 through 12. And so one of the areas of growth is that high school has grown over the last 5 years from being in the 40s now into the 80s, so with that principal's leadership. So I think that some of the strategies that we have implemented at the high school level will now reach down to those 7th and 8th grade students and really be able to have an intentional focus with those grades as well, because we know that they'll, you know, their scores now will feed into that overall 7th through 12th grade score moving forward.
Some of our talking points there was, you know, our graduation rate has steadily been climbing. We've been working hard on that. Our transition readiness, formerly CCR, has went from several years ago, it was 46, now it's 81.9. We did a lot of work last year on reading proficiency, and our scores increased in all 3 elementary schools. And we're starting to be able to identify the areas that we really need to focus on. And you know, our ACT composite score went up 0.9, almost a whole point. So that was a big success for us at the high school.
You want to talk a little bit about growth?
Growth, maybe.
One of the things that we've spent a lot of time looking at and focusing on is reducing the number of novice students that we have in the district. So we've been able to look at our data from 2012-13 until now, and that's something that we're really proud of in most areas, that we've been able to reduce the number of novice students that we have in the district in both reading and math.
When you have a negative number for percent moved out of novice, does that mean the novice percentage went up or down?
Down.
That's a good thing.
Okay.
This is the paper.
I think I'm going to need some help understanding that, because it's backwards to me too, man, because that was my first.
Well, you always want to reduce novice. We don't want novice. We want them up in proficient, distinguished. So you want those numbers to go down.
Yeah, I think you're
okay.
right, except the title is percent of students moved out of novice, and if that goes down.
Oh, I see what you're saying now, okay.
That would be the opposite, at least.
The heading is different than what we listed it.
Because I think I talked to
Good
Kelly
engineering.
about this, and I
Yeah.
scratched
Yes.
my head.
Okay.
So they moved, the title should be, well, ignore the title.
All right.
They reduced their elementary school reading students 8.4% in novice, so that's a positive. Elementary school math, the novice percent of students went down 2.10%. Their high school math went down 2.9% of novice, and their high school reading 10.7%, and their high school math negative, or went down 6%.
So the reading grew? I'm
The-
sorry?
the
Is there a
middle-
negative sign?
So the middle school reading.
Middle school reading was
the
the only
novice
one.
students
Bad.
increased.
So you used the opposite convention for Menifee? All of those numbers are positive?
I don't know, I'll have to let Menifee talk to theirs.
Okay, all right.
And that number at the middle school, we were having issues at the middle school. Mr. Watts and I met with the principal monthly. We had some areas of deficiency we were very concerned with. System work only works if you do it, and you do it with fidelity. And so we had some concerns there, and we were addressing it as the year went on. And as Dr. Foster said, as the year went on, when we merged the 2 schools, the 2 administrators there are no longer administrators in the district. They chose other paths. So there is a sense of urgency to correct deficiencies as well as accountability.
I have to say that I reading the whole report and now understanding that negative is good. You know, the financial stability you've brought to that area is huge. You guys have knocked it out of the park.
That's been our best talking point, has been the work that the board set, a couple years ago, we worked real hard on a strategic plan, and they set financial goals and academic goals, and they're really eager right now to revamp those, because I think at the last board meeting we went over, I think we met all of our financial goals, and we've still got some areas to work on their academic.
And the interesting thing that occurs in the board meetings now is it's transitioned from what, at that level, we need to do. We're doing the work. Now it's all about what can we do to support students and buying curriculum. And this last board meeting, we've picked up a second curriculum specialist at the district level. We don't have them all at the school level. We're a little afraid to spend that much money just yet, but we have added one to work with Ms. Davidson to ensure those teachers are supported, because there's a lot of hard work being done out there, and we need to get out there with them.
Something I'm real proud of the board about is we got the Striving Readers Grant. We was able to fund a full-time reading specialist. And then now, just in the last month, we added a new curriculum specialist. So our instruction team went from 1 to 3 here in just the next few weeks, and we really want to be there to support our teachers and our students.
Yeah, because that was going to be the other comment, is looking at the academic trajectory, it hadn't been significantly upward. Although I put little pluses and minuses on this sheet already, comparing it, and once again, you guys have done a nice job moving all the trends the right direction, so that was very well done.
That's a question, Joe. So the board has expressed, and I agree, and I've had this conversation with Kelly, we have no desire to continue for you guys to be a state-managed district any longer than you need to be. Talk to us about how you think about movement from this point to where you need to get to where you're no longer a state-managed district. Talk to us about timeline, as well as some of the things that you think, benchmarks you think you need to hit. That would be appropriate indicators or measures to say that you're ready to move forward, not necessarily with no support from us, but not in state management. I know it's a tough question.
One of the things that we're working on is we've reviewed the audit, and we've pulled a lot of things from the previous audit, and we're developing action plans, and we've identified 9 areas. And each team member has an area that they're working on. So one, we're taking the feedback that you all are giving us, and we're trying to correct our problems, but we're still at a point where we've got to we have to make sure that we can sustain the systems that we're putting in place. We're still trying to build the continuous improvement mindset. I can say that sometimes we find ourselves in a compliant mindset, and we've got to be willing to make changes and adopt some new more rigorous curriculum. And then we just have to make sure that we continue to work with our board and communicate with our community, and just make sure that we are really celebrating our successes. We're facing a declining enrollment, and our board, we inform our board monthly on our ADA and our enrollment numbers. We've seen an increase, not overall, but just in a couple areas like our 7-12 transition. We've picked up a few kids that really surprised us. So we're trying to maintain that culture while also building some systems that we can maintain going forward. It's exciting. A lot of it is building capacity in our leadership team. The work that we're doing inside the schools, and the PLC process, and the curriculum that we're hoping to roll out, and it's just watching the board develop too. I probably didn't answer your question.
No, you hit at it. The only part I was going to ask you, and I understand if you don't have a response right now, that's okay. But I do want you to at least think about timeline and benchmarks, and what are those indicators the district needs to hit, and about when you could see the district hitting them. Because it is all of our desires for the district to stand on its own.
So I'd like to speak to that.
Yes, ma'am. I
I would like to see this time next year, as we are going to probably go back in August and conduct another audit, because it will have been 2 years, but I would like to see, continued increase in their proficiency, continued decrease in their novice, continued growth. And, I talk to Mike and Philip usually on a daily basis. And so Philip has grown tremendously as superintendent over the last year and 4 months or so, even when he was interim, and the board over the last 5 years has grown as well. So I would like to continue to see that continued growth of the board and them making wise financial decisions that support student achievement, and see Philip continue to grow as a district leader and own that work and build internal capacity at the central office level as well as in his individual school leadership teams. Because I think they've come a long way, and I think I like to say now they're on the downhill of management. And with maybe another year of support and another audit, and hopefully some strong test scores, continue to move. We all can't be distinguished. I don't think that's the idea for that, but we need to see that sustainable, continued growth from the district. So I think they have a lot of positives going on and a lot of hard work in their classrooms and with their teachers and their community. They've come a long way.
Two questions. One is, looking at the enrollment, as you said, it's down about 5% from last year, right? Do you have a demographic that shows what it's going to look like for the next 5 years?
Yeah, we use that University of Louisville, and then we've actually got a little chart where we can kind of trend it out. We're most likely going to lose between 30 and 40 students, and when we build our working budget and things like that, we'll make sure that we've been lucky with our finance officers. They really dial that number in, and they've been getting really close here lately.
That is so important.
And but we're also trying to build that culture where more people want to come and be part of what we're doing. So we're playing all aspects that we can.
Is your county growing, shrinking, staying the same?
Shrinking, and it's the third largest declining county in the state of Kentucky on population trends.
Okay.
Your prediction would only be a 1 or 2% decline from here, right? In population, you're kind of at 2,000 or 1,900.
Yeah, for next year, it'd
For
be 30,
next
40
year, we'll
students.
probably lose, if it's a good year, 30, 35 students.
And just for context too, there are 2 districts as well within the county.
Okay.
The county as the whole is shrinking, but, and that's another challenge we face. I think we got 495 square miles to run. We're in the top 15 largest counties in the state, and we still have to run all the bus routes. And we'll give a shout out to the transportation department. I think back in 2012, we had 38 bus routes. Now we're down to 30. They cut 3 last year. We're pulling out all stops to try to, help with student achievement. And I've had time to reflect a little bit on Dr. Lewis's question there. One of the benchmarks that we need to reach in reading and math is at least, at minimum, 60%, but we need to go a little bit higher, 65, 70% in reading and math across the board. We need to see some continued growth in our ACT composite score. We need to see, our finances stay stable, and then we need to make sure our graduation rate and our transition readiness rate stays on that upward trend. Thank you, sir.
Are we going to go through the 60, 90 day, 30, 60, 90 day plan? Any highlights for that?
So those are our work plans, and that's basically just what they live, sleep, eat, breathe. That's what they do every day. So
we all share these out in our leadership team meetings, and we recently just developed 9 new ones from the new audit. And each team member has an assigned task, and we go through, and it's sort of our plan, do, study, act. It keeps us on track, keeps us focused.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we have Tim Spencer, who is our state manager in Menifee County with us. Tim, I'll let you start your overview.
Had a very successful beginning of the school year starting out. There's a lot of positives within the district. One of the exciting thing that we have coming up is this Saturday. We've had a long-awaited groundbreaking ceremony for an elementary school for Menifee County. I think it will be the first new building within the district. That they started the high school in 1993, and it wasn't completed till like 2014. So we will be working on building a new elementary school through the last legislative session and receiving urgent needs money, as well as the community passing a nickel tax, which made us eligible for that funding. So we've been allocated around $15 million. So we hope to, we've started the schematic design and drawings. That's now in process. And we have a goal to bid the project out in January, February of 2019, and hope the building will be open in the fall of 2020. So we're very excited about that, and the community's excited. And we had our a community night last week and had several members from the community that were out visiting and looking at the new drawings for the school. The enrollment in Menifee County is it's going up in Menifee. We've went from 1,013 students last year. We're currently at 1,037. Which means the ADA last year was at 923, and their current trajectory would be 946. So that's an increase of about 24 students. Our K-8 building for Menifee Elementary, the enrollment there is up 41 students, and so we're up over 507 students in that K-8 building. So that's exciting. It's creating some the principals had to be very creative as far as, class space and other things, but it's a good problem to have anytime your enrollment's going up. So I think it speaks volumes for the work that's going on in that school.
What do you attribute that to, Tim? Is the population in the counties?
Population is remaining kind of, at the same rate. We've had some kids that have come back to the district. And I'll just have to give the principal and the principals within the district of actually going out and promoting a positive image for that school. And then sometimes it kind of fluctuates upon, the number of students that you'll have enrolled in kindergarten, or you may have a lower number of students that are graduating 8th grade and so forth. But a lot of it is just the good things that are going on within that school.
So some of these kids coming back are kids that were probably enrolled in
either kids are surrounding districts or coming off of homeschool. Other things, we have several district and school initiatives that are going on. We started a blended learning process this year where we have Chromebooks that have been purchased for students in grades 4 through 12. We're utilizing a lot of the Google Classrooms to where we can have more of a personalized learning for our students, to where we can, if we have students that are on the advanced stages, that way we can offer them some gifted opportunities, and then students that are needing Tier 2 and Tier 3 strategies to where we can implement some of those as well. We've implemented a dual credit program with Morehead State University in order to meet our academic buckets for the new academic readiness. And we've also continued working with Maysville Community College, working with the area technical centers at both Morgan County and Montgomery County to implement some of those career pathways. We've also received the Striving Readers Grant. One of the things that we're very proud of that is we have approximately 75 certified teachers, and within a 1 to 3 year period, we're anticipating of having 12 national board certified teachers. And for a district the size of Menifee County, we're very proud of that. We've also started a 21st century program at Vaught Elementary this year. We have approximately 200 students at Vaught Elementary, and with that, we're having sometimes 75 to 80 students that are staying beyond the school day, staying till 5:30, where they're receiving academic enrichment as well as other enrichment opportunities. Some of the things that we continue to improve on, I think some of the board members have expressed, some of those numbers are not where we want them to be on the negative side or the positive side on the sheet. So we realize that we've got some areas of improvement. We're continuously working on the curriculum within the district to make sure that it's compatible with both state and national standards. We have a resolute focus on working on and coaching our staff as far as different instructional strategies to meet the needs of all of our students. We're also, differentiation is a problem that we're working on as far as our instruction within the classrooms. When you start looking at our gap areas, it's some areas that we really are wanting to put a big focus on and making sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our students and making it more personalized for our students. Once again, the additional support for that gap group population of where we're starting to implement co-teaching strategies within those classrooms, as well as having just a focus on making sure that we're meeting the Tier 2 and Tier 3 needs of our students. We're also, we have hired 3 instructional coaches to help meet the needs. We had 2 last year, and we just hired 1 at Both Elementary this year. And we just recently hired a school administrative manager at Menifee Elementary School to where our principal can get out and get involved with the classrooms, to where she's providing coaching as well as, getting and developing those relationships with teachers to making sure that the curriculum through walkthroughs and other processes are taking place. So a lot of good things happening in Menifee County. Realize that we've got a lot of improvements to make as far as when you look at our test scores. We're by no means satisfied with those scores, but there's been a lot of capacity building and fidelity and monitoring within that school district to make sure that we have a curriculum in place to where we have our students on the road to proficiency. As you can see, when you look at our test scores, we have several areas that of course, when you look at the novice students, that was a big focus for the district last year. One of the things that we had negative numbers in our moving the number of students from novice out, with the exception of the high school mathematics, and that was kind of comparing the end of the course assessment in Algebra 2 to the ACT this year. We will be implementing Mastery ACT Prep at the high school this year through the guidance of our ER staff. Once again, several initiatives and several things that are going in order to continue to reduce the novice. For instance, at Menifee Elementary, my understanding last year we had a 39% of our students were scoring novice in elementary reading. This year that number went to 26%, which we're not proud of that number, but still anytime you have a 13% reduction for the number of novice students and establishing that baseline as far as when you're working with your elementary students, where it'll continuously have a trajectory to where when they graduate high school that they will be meeting the proficiency standards developed by the ACT or whatever our testing mechanism may be. One of the things that we are concerned about, and when you do look at the number of novices, is our high school mathematics. As you can see, compared to the EOC at the end of the year or end of the course assessments with Algebra 2 to the ACT last year, there was an increase of about 12% of novice. We are utilizing Teach for America this year. We've actually hired 3 Teach for America teachers in mathematics, 1 at the middle school and 2 at the high school, to help address some of our deficiencies that we're having in high school mathematics. And then, of course, embedding the curriculum with Go Math, where it's continuous throughout.
And just to keep it a little easier to follow, I'll read the negative numbers, so you'll have.
No, we're all good.
You got them? Okay.
So what you're saying, this is actually percentage of students in novice?
Yes, so like elementary school reading went down 8%, math went down 4%, middle school reading went down 3%, middle school math went down 10%, high school reading went down 11%, and then as Tim mentioned, the math is, we need to do something serious about that.
Yeah, could you get, when you do the reports, could you make them so that
Yes.
us simple folks can understand?
I didn't realize they were flipped.
No, you're good.
And we've really had a focus on mathematics within the district. When we first went into the district, there was just, the curriculum was scattered, just all in various stages. We now have through the work of the instructional supervisor with the support of the education recovery staff, we feel like that the curriculum is now based on those state and national standards. We're also using a variety of formative and summative assessments in the classrooms. There's just, the image of the district has completely changed. There's a focus on it's a student-centered district with a focus on making sure that our students are prepared once they graduate high school. And we, once again, we're by no means, and when I say we as a state manager of the district, but when you're talking with the instructional folks, with the staff within the buildings, they're not satisfied with the scores. And, but I can tell you that I feel confident that the staff is working very diligently in order to improve the scores. The principals, we have continuous monitoring in place to ensure that there's fidelity and trying to build leadership capacity within the school district. I spoke with my elementary principal. I think she's been in the district 12 years, and at Menifee Elementary, she's had 7 different principals. And if she stays next year, that would be the longest serving principal in that school in probably 15 to 20 years. So building that capacity and that leadership capacity within that school is instrumental. And then if you take our high school, you know, we had a principal that was in place there for several years, and then unfortunately she passed away with cancer. And then over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had 2 or 3 different high school principals. So, so there's just a lot of good things happening, but there's been a lot of obstacles that we've had to overcome as part of state management.
What about superintendent or the rest of the administration for the area?
So I will have to say, you know, Tim, as a state manager, he has his hands in everything, and one of probably his hardest tasks on a daily basis is building up capacity in those building leaders as well as the central office staff. So, you know, I hope that maybe a year from now we can come to the table and be thinking about possibly hiring a superintendent that can be coached for a little while before they come out of state management.
So that is a down the road type
Yes.
look. Okay. Are there any other openings that you think are down the road, or is?
Well, you're full everywhere else.
Yeah, we're full. We just recently, of course, we've added some positions, but the positions that we've added have been at the school level, because we felt that was where we really hit the instruction, because we have an instructional supervisor in place, and then we've had the support of the education recovery staff at the district office. So we've really put a big focus at the school levels with those instructional coaches, and then with the recent addition of the school administrator at the Menifee Elementary, to where we can get the staff members into those classrooms and start building the leadership capacity, but also continue developing leaders within the school district, to where you have folks that when you do have openings within the district office, that you have school leaders that are ready to step into those roles. But you know, it's a daunting task, but I feel like that the staff is up to the challenge, and I'm always up to the challenge. You know, like I said, by no means, I'm not accustomed to test scores of this nature, and we want to continue moving forward.
Tim, we've talked a lot about instructional capacity. What can you tell us about kind of current state of where you are across the district with instructional capacity? We've talked about leadership capacity. Talk to us about instructional capacity, where you are, where you think you need to get to. I mean, are you instructionally, do you have what you need thus far?
You know, with the addition of the instructional coaches, as well as building capacity with our school principals, you know, this year was the first time that I was able to open the school year since we've been in state management with the same principals within the building. And we've been able to utilize the education recovery staff as well as myself to start building that instructional focus to where everything is student driven. And I'm very proud of the principals. I mean, they're continuously in those classrooms. They're monitoring. We've established what's referred to as an instructional, direct explicit instruction, that we've been recognized at the Continuous Improvement Summit a couple weeks ago for being one of the best practices in Kentucky with the direct explicit instruction. And our principals are continuously doing walkthroughs and monitoring to make sure that process is in place, to where we're giving our students an opportunity to have a say as to what's happening within those classrooms. We're still building that instructional capacity, of course, now that we have a curriculum in place, but we're also, you know, even though we have that curriculum in place, we're still having team meetings to where we will have, you know, our staff members will continuously take a look at the curriculum to make sure that we're meeting those state and national standards, as well as look at those assessments. We still have some work to do as far as building instructional capacity, but it was kind of, when we had our position for the school administrator, we actually had 3 people within the district that, stepped up and applied, as well as folks from outside the district that applied. So it was kind of nice to see that, we did have several people that were actively seeking enrollment or employment within the district. So we're working on that capacity. As far as instructionally, it is much better than when we started there in 2015. That is the focus of the district. I think every decision that we're currently making is what's best interest for those kids. And it's been really nice is when you start looking at the finances of the district. We started there really not knowing that if we had $350,000 that we were going to have to get a line of credit from the bank, which was already set up, or which they actually ended up in the year at $441,000. Now, with the work of the finance office and the district team, as well as the school principals, we take a look at the finances that we have within the district and make sure that those purchases are focused on student achievement. And so we have purchased several programs, and it's okay to have programs, but when you start looking at those programs, it's making sure that they're being utilized and monitored to making sure that they're the best needs for our kids.
Beautiful. So it looks, when do you think, a couple, 3 years coming out of state management? What's your gut feel? Another year or 2 to get a superintendent in, another year to
Well, they are currently undergoing a management audit. So my goal is to hopefully bring the findings of that report back to you all in the December board meeting.
Okay.
So we will see where we are then.
Okay, beautiful. Any other questions? All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is recommendation of interim commissioner's performance evaluation. So, there's the water here, actually, let's pass those down. All right, let me just pull up the agenda real quick. Okay. First part of this is going to be discussion of components of the interim commissioner's performance evaluation. And what you have in front of you is a document that walks through an introduction in the process. So I will go through this relatively briefly, as you all can read. Okay, we went through a couple different exercises to put this evaluation together. The process included getting in touch with, excuse me, CCSSO and asking for their information on what typically is included in a commissioner's or similar type positions evaluation. They came back with a fairly detailed process that focused on technical leadership, human leadership, educational leadership, and cultural leadership, as well as symbolic leadership. Additionally, we look to evaluate, thank you, the commissioners, evaluate the priority characteristics related to the Kentucky Board of Ed's mission statements, which includes flexibility, strengthening the skills and expertise of the educator, increased family and community involvement, access to external supporters for students and families, accelerated interventions for student learning, improved coursework for completion by all students, and transparent accounting reporting. Additionally, we also looked at the interim commissioner's policy priorities, which include achievement gaps, early learning, high school graduation requirements, skills gap, early post-secondary opportunities, reducing bureaucracy, and school/program choice. So what we've done is we've put together a summary of all of that different, those different evaluation methodologies. And we have a performance evaluation findings. So before we move on to that, are there any questions about the process that we all have worked towards? Okay, then moving on. So from all of the data that was collected above, in addition to surveys done in the Kentucky Department of Education, in addition to some interviews, here is a summary of the findings. And this is open for conversation. This is my version of the summary. Everyone's got the data. Going through this. All right, starting at Part 3, Performance Evaluation Findings. So based upon the CCSSO 5 key leadership areas, under technical leadership, where the definition is develops the sound management techniques needed for the agency to operate efficiently and effectively, on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being not so good and 5 being very effective. I rank that as a 3. He's effective on that. And I need to take a 2-second detour. This is a 6-month review. Interim Commissioner Lewis has not been on the job or in the position long enough to have developed any significant long-term successes, although I think he's done an amazing job in some of the areas. We'll get into it. So as you look at the ratings, make sure you filter it through a 6-month window. Okay.
Go ask you a question.
Sure.
So this section relates directly to the CCSSO framework. Is that?
That's it.
Correct. And the ratings that you have here, are these your ratings, or I know Wayne did a self-evaluation. Is this reflective of his?
It's a reflective of his, and where I thought there was some, I put a Joe filter on it.
Okay. So this is your thoughts looking at his self-eval and.
Right. I didn't think it was appropriate to have him evaluate himself and then decide what to do. Okay. Human leadership guides the expectations and development of quality employees, once again, effective. Educational leadership establishes high academic expectations for educators and students, once again, effective. Cultural leadership fosters an environment of teamwork and trust through the education system, very effective on that one. And symbolic leadership provides a vision and models for behavior of commitment required to achieve it, and effective there. So what I'd like to do is go section by section and see if you have any comments or questions about those ratings.
I'll start.
Go.
Somebody else had something. So I've been through the interim commissioner's self-evaluation. I thought his humility was displayed. In several cases, I disagreed with his comments. One area in particular, and we're talking about 6 months after someone has been in this position, right? So But under educational leadership, even if you look at his self-evaluation, it's higher than effective. I mean, I would say very effective. I mean, I've been amazed how in 6 months he has had a vision for what's possible here, has taken the focus and squarely put it on the child, and not just child in numbers, but each individual child. We talk about establishing high academic expectations for educators and students. That's an area that, it's been surprisingly effective in a short period of time. As I think back over the last years of the vision in this department. So on that particular one, and I'll just go through them all here, but that.
Can I say something
Yeah,
just real quick?
sure.
I think that you clarifying that that we're looking at this through a 6-month lens, I would hate to penalize any of his findings, whether it be effective or very effective. I think that he can still be, if we are saying, hey, we know this is only 6 months, but in the 6 months, he has been very effective. I don't think we should penalize it to say, well, it's only been 6 months, so we can only say he's been effective. So I think that maybe to take away the idea of, well, we've only had 6 months to look at it, and look at it through the lens of how effective has he been in the 6 months, and that could be very effective. And just because it's only been 6 months doesn't mean he couldn't get the very effective designation for that.
It's almost the other way around, in the sense that if he's been 3 after 6 months on the job, that's almost better than a 3 after a year on the job.
Right. Right.
I just know as we look, and we haven't, I guess, talked about the 360 survey yet, but you look at what staff leaders within the department are saying, and help me with the number, but I think it was like 87% said clear vision. You put the students at the top of the decision-making pyramid, 85% or something. I mean, just incredible numbers, but for any survey. So from an educational leadership and I'd say symbolic leadership, which includes vision, I would have gotten higher marks in both of those.
Okay, Ben, Amanda, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm agreeing with what Chairman Heiner is saying. I had the same thought reading through his self-evaluation about how his humbleness had come through with that, because I feel like he is much stronger than even he graded himself. And so I would be in favor of maybe reevaluating what we have here in terms of, this lens of the 6 months, and I'm in favor too of very effective on some of these things
All right.
where it just says effective, so.
Ben, your thoughts, and we're talking in particular on educational leadership and symbolic leadership, right?
Yeah, those are the two I mentioned, yes.
Yep. You're okay with making that very effective? I can be convinced of that also.
I'm okay with that. I probably would have done what is here only because we have some more cards to see. It's kind of, I would rate these ratings as sort of cautiously optimistic based on 6 months, which seems appropriate to me. All ratings have a tendency to be a little on the high side. I mean, not here necessarily, but everywhere. So I would maybe approach it about like you have on these, I'd say.
Okay. All right, so that is Section A. Any other comments for that? All right, Section B is Kentucky Board of Ed's mission statement, 7 goals. Right, once again, 1 is very ineffective and 5 is very effective. For flexibility for district innovation, effective. Strengthening the skills and expertise of the educator, effective. Increased family and community involvement, effective. although I could be convinced with all of his efforts to bump that up a little bit. Access to external supports for students and families effective. Accelerated interventions for student learning effective. Improved coursework completion by all students effective. Transparent accountability reporting, very effective. What comments do you all have for that?
Make suggestion on three topics as we go through there. Generally agree that the flexibility for district innovation. He has already submitted a regulation giving the districts much for the whole districts of innovation idea. The regulation to really open up innovation, make it much easier for districts instead of just doing it at the district level, do it at the school level. I mean, these are things that could have been implemented, you know, and in the first 6 months, we've got a reg sort of opening up that whole idea, giving districts greater, I mean, that's been accomplished. So, so I would, on the first one, flexibility, I'd say very effective. On family and community involvement, you know, what I've heard is school report cards, let's make it so so that the average family can engage and understand it. And so both on increased family involvement and accelerated interventions for student learning, I would probably put both of those effective developing on number 3 and 5. But the first one on the flexibility, I think you know, so often you'll see someone in an interim role comes in that role and they're a caretaker, right? I mean, they're like, okay, let's just keep.
They're treading water.
Make sure that, well, not even treading, let's just keep the propeller, the rudder where we are, the propeller keep going, and that's not my impression of the last 6 months. So this, and some of it may come from the fact that he's spent 2.5 years in the cabinet, you know, interacting with KDE and superintendents in the legislature on what was working and what wasn't working, but allowing the districts to more easily come up with an idea that works, submit it, get it approved for an individual school rather than the whole district in a simpler process. That's why that first one I would say very effective.
Okay. Ben, Amanda, your thoughts?
I agree. I would just echo what Jerry Heiner just said.
Ben, Mr. Conservative?
I would not go higher on the second one only because not enough time has passed to accomplish what you want to do there. I'm not saying I would go down necessarily, but I think you haven't gotten to see very much of that because of the way the timing has worked.
Ben, which item are you referring to?
Strengthening the skills and expertise of the educator.
Yeah, effective on that one. Okay. All right. Any more conversation on that topic? Moving on. Okay. C, interim commissioners, education's policy priorities. Once again, 1 is very ineffective, 5 is very effective. So achievement gaps, significantly reducing economic and racial/ethnic achievement gaps as measured by standardized exams, high school grad rates, and transition readiness rates. Effective developing. Early learning, I'm not going to read all the detail. Effective developing. High school graduation requirements, effective developing, and I could be almost convinced to go to very effective. Skills gap, effective developing. Early post-secondary opportunities, effective developing. Reducing bureaucracy, effective developing, although I could also be convinced to go to effective on that one because that I think is going to take more time to really see how it plays out. And school program choice, effective developing.
Joe, I would agree with you, plus your last comment about high school graduation requirements. He certainly has run with that ball full speed in a short period of time.
Yeah.
That item's been talked about for pretty much fully 3 years now.
Way too long.
And it's certainly moving into the forefront. So that one, I would say, very effective. The rest I agree with. The early learning, and again, I know this from the cabinet work, but he focused heavily in the early learning area as well. And I think effective developing is fine, but I think a hidden strength there is his understanding and of policy around early learning and what can move the ball there. But I agree with your thought here, effective developing.
Amanda, Ben?
I haven't had as much exposure to the early learning part. This is kind of being outside the tent, but I probably would have rated early learning as effective, maybe. Partly for the same reason as I was a little more conservative on the second one in the previous list. It's just, it really hasn't come about yet, and I'm not saying he hasn't gotten to it, but we haven't gotten to it to a certain extent.
And I would say the same thing about the last one, the school program choice.
Yeah, the only difference I would make there is that some of his suggestions that I guess we're looking at today and tomorrow are address that to me more than he has addressed early learning so far.
Okay. All right, I've got some notes on that. Okay, Part D is Kentucky Department of Education Commissioner's Performance Survey. So over a 2-week period, there was a 55% response rate. On average, the results demonstrated the majority of staff agreed with the statements. And in summary, Commissioner exhibits visionary leadership, makes decisions in the best interest for Kentucky's children, provides a clear direction for KDE, promotes strong internal communication, respects all levels of employees at KDE, and listens to all levels.
Are those totally anonymous?
Those are totally anonymous. There are comments that we didn't add to it because the comments can,
right.
We don't want people to feel like we're going to hunt them down.
But the way that these are collected wouldn't have the effect of generally raising the rating out of fear.
No, and the other thing that was done is we went and looked at the past commissioners' ratings, and Commissioners Lewis was higher.
Uh-huh.
So just is trying to find points of reference.
And the range there was high 70s to high 80s in
Yeah.
each category. And I think the highest was the visionary leadership at 87 or 88 or something
Yeah,
like
it was-
that. I mean, just off the chart.
It was really impressive.
And I think best interest of Kentucky's children might be 85.
Yep.
So close to that. Which is,
So with all this conversation and a couple of notes, right, I'm going to put words into the committee's mouth. We're good with passing this on to the full board, this part of it. We still have more to go through.
I am.
So what about adjustments in a couple of those areas we've talked about?
So let me tell you what I wrote down and make sure we're good, okay? Going back to A, under educational leadership, I put very effective, change from effective to very effective. Under symbolic leadership, change from effective to very effective. On B, under flexibility, very effective for flexibility. And then increased family and community involvement, effective developing. And accelerated interventions for student learning, effective developing. And then on Part C, under early learning, change from effective developing to effective. Under high school graduation requirements, changed from effective developing to very effective. And under school program choice, changed from effective developing to effective. Okay, and there's no changes on the performance summary from the survey. Okay, Part 4. There's 3 areas in Part 4. First one is significant areas of accomplishments. The next one is areas of strength, and then potential growth areas. Once again, this is my version of reality, and I hit only the high spots. So significant area, and this, please, as many comments as you like on this one. Significant areas of accomplishments. The first one is graceful handling of interim commissioner's role. That's a hard spot to be in. I think he's done an outstanding job handling that. The second one is thoughtful and aggressive graduation requirements that will move the bar for Kentucky students. Third one is a well-negotiated agreement with JCPS that save time, energy, and cost so JCPS and KDE can focus on student outcomes. And the fourth one is developed vision for KDE that is both career and college ready. What would you like to add or take away or discuss?
I agree with those.
I apologize, Joe. How far down did you go in this?
Just stop the 4 areas of strength.
Just the first
Yeah.
section. I'd agree.
Okay, Amanda?
I don't know if we want to add something in there about working with the leadership at KDE and kind of building this team and what's happening just internally at KDE. I've had some conversations with some people who work within KDE who have talked about the tremendous leadership that he's brought to the department and how refreshing it is to have someone who's come in and has kind of rallied the troops and has kind of set clear expectations of where they're going and what they're doing and, you know, gives them the lead time to be able to and the trust to start turning this ship around. And so I don't know if we maybe want to add something in there about his leadership of the KDE staff.
How about if I I took some of your words and left some of them off?
That's fine.
Depends on which one.
Well, I'll tell you in a second. Refreshing leadership that is changing culture positively in KDE. Okay, is that all right?
Yeah, I like it.
I think it's covered in the first section and the second section, but one of the strongest things he's done is the appearances he's made in public and his making himself available for discussion in public when things were kind of hot and loaded.
Plus, he's made himself available around the state.
Yeah.
If you look at his list of speaking arrangements, it's east to west, north to south.
And Dr. King this morning talking about the leadership he's shown in attending the board meetings and how, you know, he's made himself available for that.
I think he's made himself available for interviews in places where I don't know whether I would or not in terms of exposing yourself in very difficult times to very loaded questions probably, but it seems like he's charged into that admirably.
All right, so here's my version of what you said. Availability for public access throughout Kentucky without regard to the audience, the potential hostile audience. I don't know how you want to put that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's without regard to the audience so much as without regard to the controversies that are involved and that were at that time, certainly.
All right, I'm going to leave that part. All right, we'll just leave that section, the last couple words off, and just say he's been amazingly available.
Okay.
How's that for a way to put it? Okay, anything else you'd like to add?
This is in the first section, we're talking about it.
Yep.
2 extra bullets, is that?
2 extra bullets. One is refreshing leadership that is changing the culture positively at KDE, and the second is availability for public access throughout Kentucky. Okay, areas of strength. Passion for education and student outcomes. Communication skills and ability to get all parties on the same page. Appropriate demeanor with interactions on all levels. And policy development.
I think he's also been, another one of his strengths is being able to set clear expectations when he speaks. I think that you know where he wants to go and what's expected to get there.
Okay, excellent.
Joe, I'd suggest on that first bullet, just says the same thing, but maybe a little differently. Passion for education and outcomes for every student. Because one thing that I've heard from him is not just looking at averages and did the average move up, but every student by student group, each
Gotcha.
individual student.
Okay.
One other item, help me with how this might be wordsmithed, but he has a sense of urgency. So in other words, when this board adopts a new policy or direction, he proceeds with a rapid implementation. So moves with a sense of urgency for the students that are in school today.
Okay. All right, so I'll wordsmith, or what I will write, and then you can correct, is sense of urgency to make things happen. Is that good enough? Hey, thanks. I use those small words.
Sure, yep.
All right, and then I like your change up top, the passion for education and student outcomes for every student. I think that was well said.
You could drop the first student, but yeah, outcomes for every student.
Supposed to be a
Yep. Okay, any other comments on areas of strength? Potential growth areas. Balance, don't burn out. And delegate, what that translates to is needs to work on delegation and management of others. And a side note, this is a strength as well as an opportunity for improvement. So the second one is onboarding the press to help get the message to students, parents, teachers, and communities regarding Kentucky education and the goals of KDE.
I would maybe add to that, onboarding the press, but also utilizing the department's own channels of communication, whether that be, sending out emails or social media, that I think that there are other ways to
Yep.
communicate that as well.
That's well said, thank you.
Your first bullet in particular, I agree with, and really has been in this interim period. If you glance at the interim commissioner's calendar, it's just packed back to back to back to back, and I think we probably all know in our own businesses, whatever we're involved in, a little bit of downtime, it might be an hour to kind of refocus or move an initiative forward. But he has made himself just amazingly available weekends. I mean, he's just running all the time. This Saturday, I know he's at a meeting, all-day meeting in Louisville that started at 8:30, lives in Lexington. He's just going. And I am concerned about that from a burnout standpoint, that sort of pace,
That's
pace
an
himself. We
inherent
still
problem.
want the sense of urgency and all of that, but.
I'm going to turn off every once in a while.
Just like an hour, right, to catch up.
I agree.
So,
Almost every time you have if you would call him an overachiever or a zealot, almost every time you have one of those, they have a tremendous difficulty in delegating.
Yeah.
Because they want to make sure everything is the way it should be, and they can't let anything not pass through their hands. So that's something we probably need to watch for.
Yep.
I'm not saying he can't do it, but it's always a risk with that type of personality.
Yep. Okay, any other comments on the evaluation before we move it on to the full board? That was the answer I was hoping for.
And Joe, if I could just ask, there's a section 5 documents, is that the background information that'll just be attached to this?
Right, that'll be attached for everyone's reference. I think everyone has been emailed that from Marty independently.
I have some.
Oh, and she's, yeah, I don't think we need them.
Okay.
We're good, I think for now. Okay, then the next item on our committee meeting is, as we're looking for a new commissioner, this is a,
Joe, do we need to vote? That as a committee, we need to have a motion.
oh, you're right, I'm
Set.
sorry. So we need a motion to recommend the interim commissioner's performance evaluation.
So, second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Well, there you go. All right, so Amanda, and then Ben, although Marty's getting this right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Al, for making sure we did that. Amanda, could you pass these down?
Thank you, sorry.
All right, so the Kentucky Commissioner of Education will adhere to Kentucky's statutes and the guidance of the Kentucky Board of Ed. The commissioner will value his/her position as the lead educational representative responsible for Kentucky students. I think part of this is we have to put together a list of qualifications for the position. So this is a first cut at that list. And I'm going to read them just so everyone has it, but displays highest moral and intellectual integrity, honest and open, pursues difficult issues with firmness of purpose, respects others, shows consistency and depth of thought, encourages diversity and inclusion, driven to advance student achievement and student success, deep sense of urgency to reach educational equity for all students, focused on using data to guide decisions with quick feedback loops. That's my hot button. So this was taken mostly from the different evaluations and where CCSSO thought was critical and some of our own internal documents. So that's a first cut. What would you guys like to add and/or subtract?
Have anything on communication skills?
I do not see anything on communication skills.
I think we've probably covered it in there in a place or two, at least partly, but I think it should be open to divergent points of view. Oops, sorry.
Okay.
Well, the top of my, back to the communication idea, the top of my list would be, you know, communicating a clear, compelling vision. The ability to do that.
All right, that makes sense.
Because ultimately, KDE is not in the classroom generally, right? I mean, we are the encouragers to spread best practice and
Yep.
regulation, but it's still, people need to understand the vision and join in. It's gonna help kids.
maybe something in there about building and maintaining relationships with key stakeholders around the state, relationship management.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, and then I will,
Joe, what about something along the goal-oriented lines? In other words, setting goals for the, do we cover that? Setting goals for the department, that this is where we're headed, and here's kind of the timetable that we hope to reach that. That'd be under, do we have a like a planning, goal setting?
how about if I put sets clear and well-defined goals?
Yep, yep.
All right. So let me read what I've added. In my bad English, I have to try to read my own writing. Communicates a clear and compelling vision, open to divergent points of view, builds and maintains relationships with key stakeholders, sets clear and well-defined goals. We good with that?
Let's see.
Not quite.
Looking, pardon?
Sorry, I was just kidding.
What'd you say?
I said not quite ready.
Not
Go
quite, not
ahead.
quite ready. A lot of what the department does is find best practice, whether it's in Kentucky or outside of Kentucky, research-based, sort of that education policy of here's best practice that applied here, how might it apply in Kentucky, could we see similar results? But something from an education policy, if I think all of our goals is that the needle move substantially in key areas. But that takes the understanding of education policy, what's working, nationally emerging trends, things that have been successful in parts of Kentucky but not spread across the state. But something on education policy.
I would suggest that some of that, if we're looking for qualities, that may be, we may be getting a little too granular. Because like some of the stuff that we have in here already, shows consistency and depth of thought. Well, that's someone who's going to be thinking about exactly what you're talking about, right? And then as we move forward with the department goals or with the KDE goals, then some of what you're talking about will be in there. But the role of the commissioner is to get the department moving that way. I'm giving you my version of reality. I'm willing to put whatever the group thinks, right?
Yeah, depth of thought covers a lot.
It does cover a lot,
It
right?
does
You
cover
got to
a
be,
lot.
it's
But-
intentionally broad.
I would want a commissioner, something on education, leader in education policy or.
Perfect. Was that good? Leader on education policy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's general.
All right, I'll take a motion unless there's any other comments.
So moved.
All right. All right, so a vote in recommendation of professional qualifications for the next Kentucky Board of Education Commissioner. Based upon this list, do you guys want me to read it again, or are you good? Let me read
Why don't
the
you read the
additions.
additions? Yeah.
The additions only. Communicates clear, compelling vision, open to divergent points of view, builds and maintains relationships with key stakeholders, sets clear and well-defined goals, and a leader on education policy. Okay, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
There you go. Nays? We're good. All right, I need a motion to adjourn the committee meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Meeting closed.
Great. All right, let's get started. Back in session. The first item is a report of the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee on their action and discussion items. Chair, Gary?
I appreciate the full board's indulgence. We have about 9 items to recommend for full board approval. So we'll just walk ourselves through these as quickly as we can. And certainly if you have questions or concerns about any of these, we can have discussion. The first thing is that on behalf of the committee, I'm recommending approval, making a motion for approval of new CTE policy and procedures manuals. These are fairly routine changes and revisions to the CTE policy and procedures manual that the committee has approved.
Comes to the board from committee with motion and second. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay. Secondly, on behalf of the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee, I recommend and make a motion for approval of amendments to 704 KAR 303. I'll ask the staff not to let me misspeak on this, but this change in this particular regulation creates the possibility of having separate regulation numbers for each set of subject-specific academic standards. In the past, those have all been folded into a single regulation, and therefore, anytime that you needed to make any revisions to the standards, you had to open the entire regulation. Under Senate Bill 1, as we have sort of rolling revision of academic standards, it makes sense now to have each of those with its own separate reg. I said that good? All right. Thanks. So we recommend approval of this.
Okay, we have a motion, second. Any discussion?
So moved. Second. Oh, we do have a motion on this?
Yeah, it
Oh,
comes from
okay, so
committee with
no
a motion
discussion.
and
I
second,
wanna-
so, but the
Sounds
floor
good.
is open for discussion on the topic. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, passes unanimously.
Okay. On behalf of the committee, I recommend approval of 704 KAR 8010. These are revisions. Actually, this is a new set of computer science standards, Kentucky's first ever set of computer science standards. We're very excited about that and recommend approval.
We have a motion, second. Any discussion? I will say, just staff got a real compliment from someone in computer science area at a recent KASC conference. Thought they were some of the best from a national standpoint, some of the best standards in the country for computer science. So
Opportunity to be a real
good work,
trendsetter
whoever
here.
put it together.
And I'll say just, Mr. Chair, our team in the back there that has been doing this work, they are extraordinary. And I really think we should be proud of the work that they've done on these computer science standards, because in a lot of ways, they're going to lead the country on this.
This was an educator who had studied other standards and said, boy, Kentucky's just really like where we're headed, so. Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
The next several items are second readings on revisions to standards that the full board approved in our last meeting. So the first one that I'll recommend on behalf of the committee for approval is 704 KAR 8020. These are revised standards for reading and writing.
Okay. Comes to us with a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
On behalf of the committee, I also move that we approve 704 KAR 8030. These are our revised standards for health.
We have comes to us with motion second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
Okay, next we have a recommendation for approval of 704 KAR 8040. These are revisions to the mathematics standards, and on behalf of the committee, I move that we approve these.
We have a motion second from committee. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
All right, and then finally, for the curriculars, for the education standards, we have 704 KAR 8050. These are revisions to our physical education standards, and on behalf of the committee, I recommend approval.
Comes to us with motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
We have another item here not related to standards. This is a recommendation for revisions to 704 KAR 3, 292, Chapter 1. The committee is moving that we approve these changes that are made basically and mostly to reflect new language under federal guidelines regarding all of our migrant programs.
Comes to us with motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
And then finally, on behalf of the committee, we move to approve changes to 704 KAR 3, 365, Chapter 1. Again, this is to bring our regulation in alignment with federal guidelines regarding complaint procedures around various federal programs. So we move approval of these changes.
Comes to us with a motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
That's
Thank
it
you.
for our committee. Thank you.
All right, next up is the Finance Committee meeting.
Okay.
Chair Hornick.
Thank you, Chairman Heiner. So today was the inaugural meeting of Finance Committee. It's kind of exciting. So I don't have near the detail that Carrie just used, so I'm going to read my notes that were prepared generously for me. The Finance Committee met and discussed 3 action items that include new district facility plans that are amended, and the 2018 local district tax rates. So the committee voted to recommend approval of all 3 of these action items. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I will bring these 3 separate motions. And if anybody has any questions, unfortunately, I can't get my documents to open on my computer, but I can do some of this from memory. First, I move that the board approves the new district facility plans presented this month, and that only included 1 plan for Pineville. And we actually got quite an excellent tutorial about all of this, which was really terrific. So we learned a lot. So if anybody has a question about this, basically the staff does a great audit of any proposed plan where money is going to be spent and investments made into, whether it's a renovation, a building, or, and so really our job is made fairly easy by the staff, but we asked a lot of questions, got a lot of answers, so we are recommending that that you do vote in favor of the new district facility plan for Pineville.
Comes to us with a motion and second for approval of the new district facility plan for Pineville. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Second, I move that the board approve the district facility plan amendments presented this month from Kenton County. And again, we learned a lot about it, and I do make that recommendation.
Comes to us with a motion and second for approval of the district facility plan amendment for Kenton County. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
Thank
Passes
you.
unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Third, I move that the board approve the 2018 local district tax rates presented this month. And this is a subject that we're all going to learn more about, which I'm very pleased that that's going to happen for this board, but in the interim, we have been duly educated, and I do make this recommendation.
All right, this comes to us with a motion and second. Any discussion? And Kathy, if you tell us on the tax rates, is this for all 173 districts
Yes,
we're
it
talking
is.
about here?
In fact, we only have submissions from around 150, 153 because they come in all year long up to the end of the year. So at our December meeting, we're going to have a different number. And they will present, the Finance Department will present these to us. So we're only voting on those 153 as of right now.
Okay, and the board's, KDE board's review is, my understanding is not discretionary. We're looking for a flaw in the process of
That's
the
exactly right.
calculation, not whether
They
or
are
not a
allowed to
tax
raise
increase is good.
or to assess taxes, but our job collectively is to ensure that the process is done correctly.
This item for 2018 local district tax rates comes to us with motion and second. Any discussion?
Did I see some heads shaking out there? Everything's okay? All right.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously. And there was one last item there. Chair Gornick, just
It was supposed to be under review.
under, just a review item. Okay, all right, we're good.
If anybody wants to know about them, I'm happy to share.
Okay. So your committee also reviewed cost analysis update. I didn't know if you wanted to share any on
Surely.
these other topics,
The-
on lease overview and cost analysis. The floor is yours if you'd like,
Okay,
to. It's up to you completely.
Well, I can only guess that maybe you all may have wanted to ask the same question that I did, which I was curious as to what the costs were associated with the Breathitt County. That was something we had voted on last time, which was to continue that audit for one more year. So what Robin Kinney and her staff did for me was to prepare all, going back to 2014, or was it 2012? And so what we, and then they described all the expenses involved, which are staff and the audits. The audits are not cheap. So to date, we have spent, I think it's approximately $1.8 million. And so they did a projection going forward for the year that we all voted on to continue, and that was going to be around another 900 and some thousand. So very roughly, rounding up, the whole event will cost about $3 million. And that was very interesting to me, because then ensued a discussion about what was, CSI going to cost, and any other state-managed efforts, and they're not inexpensive. We learned about the funding, too, that, sometimes, like in the case of Breathitt County, that KDE is mostly managing that and funding it, but the CSI is all coming from the federal government, which was, I guess, good. But apparently it's not going to be quite sufficient for all of the number of schools has increased a great deal. So the stresses on the budget are quite real. And so we may need to have a conversation with legislators about it.
All right. Anything else from committee?
Do you have anything that you want to throw in? Rich? It's Rich.
Great. All right, now we'll have the report from the Operational Management Committee. Chair?
Okay, Chair Heiner, we had two items. First, on behalf of the Operations and Management Committee, I move approval of recommendation of the interim commissioner's performance evaluation.
Okay. It comes to the board with a motion and a second. So we're now open for discussion.
Not particularly.
I'll do it.
Here, take one and pass them on. No, take one and pass it.
Yeah,
I
because
got one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got one earlier.
Oh, no, it's new.
it's the one with the edits.
Yeah, it's revised.
So we're passing out a committee-approved,
I got you.
committee-approved evaluation.
So in real time, we updated the evaluation from the comments that we had during our meeting. There was maybe 10 total changes. Wayne, nothing personal. Some of them were better, some of them were worse. Right, and.
So
you know, it
efficient,
was-
Joe.
What's that?
I said that was so efficient, Joe.
We're pretty good.
How did you do that?
So if you'd like, I can walk through the process real quickly. I didn't know how much conversation we'd want to have or not. Chair Heiner, what would you like me to do?
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful for the board to go through an overview of this process. Pretty
Okay.
important
Beautiful.
action. And I know what the attachments to this are not included, but.
Right.
But this is the.
Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll walk through the process so everyone understands it. And then you guys can read the evaluation. We can get into some of that if you'd like. But the process was, we tried to get as many different inputs as possible to interim commissioners Lewis's performance. And what we did is we went to CCSSO. Don't ask me what it stands for, but they're a multi-state group that collects data, and there is a process that they have suggested for this type position across the United States. So we looked at that. Interim Commissioner Lewis did a self-evaluation. Then we looked at that self-evaluation and decided where we agreed and where we disagreed with it. Additionally, Commissioner Lewis put together a summary of what he's been focusing on, what his goals were for the 6 months. We had conversation on that and where we agreed and where we disagreed. We also did a survey of the Kentucky Department of Ed. We had a 55% response rate, and we tabulated that data, and there was comments. We didn't include any of the comments in any of the attachments because the stuff's supposed to be anonymous. Let's see, what else did we do? Sorry, there's a bunch of different things. And then we also looked at the key priorities and characteristics of the Kentucky Board of Education's mission statement, and how did Commissioner Lewis perform on those items also. So then what the process was is I took a first cut with the help of the staff here of putting together an evaluation. Then as a group, we discussed it and we modified, we needed to have a starting ground in order to move this forward in a somewhat timely fashion. Then we made some changes to that, and the changes are reflected in the document you have in front of you. The very short summary of what we found is interim Commissioner Lewis is doing a very effective job. He's moving forward on a lot of different areas. There are some areas that you'll see at the very end, and I don't have the latest version. Sorry, I passed it on. Yeah, or actually, let me borrow, Rich, can I borrow yours for a second?
Here we go.
Thank you. I got it. So if you go to the very end of the document under section 4, that's where we spent a significant amount of time talking about areas of accomplishments, areas of strength, and potential growth areas. And instead of reading the whole document to you, what I'd like to do is just focus on this last page. Okay? So part 4, so significant areas of accomplishments. These were not every single accomplishment he had, but the, as I like to say, the big fish. Okay? And that's page 7 on your document if you're looking for it. So graceful handling of the interim commissioner's role. It's difficult to be an interim commissioner. It's difficult to be an interim anything, and you've done a great job. We appreciate that. Thoughtful and aggressive graduation requirements that'll move the bar for Kentucky students. This had been on the table for multiple years, and I think it moved forward very quickly in the 6 months that you were doing it. Well-negotiated agreement with JCPS that saved time, energy, and cost, so JCPS and KDE can focus on student outcomes. That was a sticky situation, and I think we got a really good outcome for both sides. And from the conversation we had earlier in the day, that it seems like it's a amicable and well-working relationship, so that's great. Developed a vision for KDE that is both career and college ready. We all have been focused on the career readiness part, and that seems to be, moving along very well, so that's nice. Some of this, the next two are really a testament to your leadership ability, refreshing leadership, bringing positive leadership to KDE. That came through both in the surveys and through just walking through the halls and talking to people, so that was nice. And availability for public access throughout Kentucky. Wayne, I don't know when you ever get home. So we're impressed with that. So areas of strength, passion for education, and student outcomes for every student. And that is a Chairman Heiner quote, because it's for every student. It's not for groups of students. It's you want to make every student outcome excellent. Communication skills and ability to get all parties on the same page. You could see that in JCPS. You could see how you're able to understand complex situations and come to good resolutions to those issues. Appropriate demeanor with interactions on all levels. Policy development is definitely a strength. And then you move with a sense of urgency to make things happen. So those are the areas of strength. The potential growth areas, and we, first of all, we agreed on all of these, but we really agreed on the balance part. We're concerned for burnout, right? So please work on delegation and management of others. And as it says there, this is a strength as well as an opportunity for improvement. The next two are kind of related. Onboarding the press to help get the message to students, parents, teachers, and communities regarding Kentucky educations and the goals of KDE, and then also utilizing KDE's channels of communications. There's so much really good stuff going on that needs to be communicated. The other thing, and from my perspective, talking to several parents, a lot of folks don't understand the state of Kentucky education, and everyone talks about the grad requirements or graduation being so high, but they don't realize that their students aren't career or college ready yet. So I think there just needs to be more communication on that. So sorry, that was me taking the soapbox. But I'd like to open the floor for comments or questions on Part 5 or Part 4 in particular.
Comments, discussion? good time-wise, Will? Okay. All right, all in favor of accepting this as the performance, as the commissioner's performance, or interim commissioner's performance evaluation, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, passes unanimously.
Okay, the next issue, on behalf of the Operations and Management Committee meeting, I move the approval of the recommendations of professional qualification for the next Kentucky Commissioner of Education, and there is a handout for that also. Oh, sorry, man. Here. Amanda, you're out of luck.
I've got it written down.
This comes to us from the Operational Management Committee with a motion and second, so we're now in discussion.
So the summary of this document is, this is a board document that kind of outlines what we're looking for in the next Commissioner of Education. So I tell you what, I think I would like to read through those, and so everyone has time to noodle on them. Displays the highest moral and intellectual integrity, is honest and open, pursues difficult issues with a firmness of purpose, respects others, shows consistency and depth of thought, encourages diversity and inclusion, driven to advance student achievement and student success, deep sense of urgency to reach educational equity for all students, focused on using data to guide decisions with quick feedback loops, open to divergent points of view, communicates in a clear, compelling way. Actually, that says communicates a clear, compelling vision, builds and maintains relationships with key stakeholders, sets clear and defined goals, and is a leader in education policy. So that's the list that the committee came up with, and we'd like to have comments, concerns, additions, subtractions.
I'd like to add two, please, for the professional qualities, two which I do believe that interim commissioner does exemplify, and that would be being approachable. I feel that anyone needs to be able to approach the commissioner and to move anything forward, and accepts accountability. Also confidence. I also have a quote that I wanted to share from John C. Maxwell. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. And I do believe that our interim commissioner does display that.
Okay. Thank you. Other comments?
Other qualities that we would look for in the next commissioner? Or if any on the list don't seem to fit?
Mr. Chairman, as I look at this list, it seems like to me that describes our interim.
If we can, if we don't mind holding off, we have another item on the agenda.
Okay.
But right now, we're trying to determine what are the qualities that we are looking for as part of the committee's work in the next commissioner.
I'd just like to say how much I appreciate the work the committee did, both on the commissioner's evaluation and on identifying this list of potential characteristics. It's not easy work to do, and I know it took a lot of time, both for the evaluation and for the articulation of these qualities. And so on behalf of the rest of the board, I'm
Thank you.
grateful for that.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Marty ought to be patted on the back. She did a lion's share.
Yeah, Marty.
Yes, thank you, Marty.
And she serves Diet Pepsi.
She makes our life easy.
Other discussion on qualities? So we're going to vote on the committee recommendation for the qualities. I think we had, maybe a couple of additions?
Yep, let me read the additions.
Okay.
Okay, so all the typed words plus approachable, also accepts responsibility. Accountability, thank you, sorry, and then competence. Okay?
So I don't know who offered those. But that,
Easy to do.
A little excitement into the meeting.
We're awake now.
We're awake.
Ms. Cusick.
I think we, help me, General Counsel, I think we need a motion to amend the committee's, we need a motion to amend the committee's
Yes.
recommendation.
A motion to amend acceptance of the, and then second, approve the amendment, and then you vote on the document as amended.
Okay, so, so we have a recommendation to amend the committee's list of professional qualities. We have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
Amanda? Sorry, I can't vote. We have a second?
Second.
Rich? So a motion and a second. Would you read those one more time for us, Joe, the three,
Sure,
the amendments?
Or actually, Marty might want to read them, but so approachable, accepts accountability, I got it right, and competence.
Competence.
Those are three.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion on the amendment? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Now we have the amended version of the professional qualities before us for the Kentucky Commissioner of Education. Any additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, this brings us to the next agenda item, which is next steps on the identification and appointment of a Kentucky Commissioner of Education. And I'd say quite, well, from my personal standpoint, I think maybe the most important, no disrespect to the governor, but if not one of the most important, certainly, if not the most important position in the state. And the reason I say that is it's really Kentucky's future. I mean, the education that's being provided in the districts across the state and the opportunity here within the department to provide the guidance for those districts, to share best practices both within the state and from outside the state, and also to communicate and get their buy-in on what's possible, even though we've done this, but the world has changed somewhat, and we need to modify what we're doing to raise the bar across the state. So this is a weighty topic, and we'll just open with that. I do want to make you aware that KRS 156.148 says that the commissioner shall possess the professional qualifications determined by the Kentucky Board of Education as appropriate for the office. And the commissioner shall be appointed by the Kentucky Board of Education, serve at the pleasure of the board, and receive compensation as set by the board. So that responsibility, filling that position, falls here. And with that, I'll open the floor for discussion on what you feel the next steps should be on the identification appointment of the next Kentucky Commissioner of Education.
I was going to say, I'm going to go ahead and step in at this point, and I think we have a lot of really wonderful momentum and a whole team of folks at the Department of Education that are on board with, I think, Dr. Lewis's vision. So I really don't have any desire to go through a lengthy, expensive process to look for another interim commissioner at this point. I'm sure a permanent commissioner. So at this point, I recommend that perhaps, Chair, that you could go ahead and work with Dr. Lewis, see if you can come up with a contract, and let's try to get this rolling and get Dr. Lewis permanent. So that's my motion on the floor.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. And I think I'll restate it just so I understood. Make sure that Dr. Lewis would become the Commissioner of Education, and that pending a negotiation contract,
to you.
that would still come back to the board for, that would still come back to the board for approval. Okay, we have a motion and second. Discussion on that motion before us.
I'd have to say, having spent a significant amount of time on the review process, I think it's a good choice. Also, in some of the other data we got from CCSSO, 45 out of 50 commissioners or similar positions came from internal to the state. And I think it's less than a third it's not even a third. Their national searches really did not provide any significant change in outcomes for educational commissioners. So I think there's a basis for being able, for doing this. And I think your comment of, hey, we've got some momentum, the review process revealed that.
When was the last time we had an internal commissioner or superintendent of public instruction prior to that? Does anybody know?
I think it was maybe 3 back.
Was it 3 back?
Yeah,
We did?
before Terry Huff.
I'd just like to say that I had the blessing of knowing Wayne Lewis before either of us had any affiliation with the department or the board, and know him to be a man of incredible integrity, great passion for education, brilliance regarding education policy. And I believe he has done a tremendous job as interim. I have a great deal of confidence that we could search the nation and not find another person as well versed in the challenges that we're facing as a state right now educationally, or as well prepared to take on this challenge long term. And one of the things that I've observed in listening to stakeholders across the state is how much respect people have for Wayne Lewis. We deal with a lot of controversial topics, of course, and it doesn't mean that we always agree with one another. Certainly, there are folks who will disagree with Wayne today and on topics in the future. But one of the things that I'm hearing over and over again, especially from people in the K-12 community, is he is evidently the man that you say that he is. He is a man of integrity and honesty, of follow through and passion, and that's earning respect from sectors all over the state. And to me, that's a real testament that we've got the right guy.
I'd just like to add also that I've been on Dr. Lewis quite a few years, 8 years or better before I got here, and I feel that he's more qualified to handle this job, and he's a people's person. He's approachable, all the things that's pretty much said here, and I think that he'll do an outstanding job. I think he'll do an outstanding job in this state for all of our children.
I think he's the complete package.
Yes, sir.
And I think he's gone a long way toward proving that here over the last few months. Even winning many people that may not have been in favor of you getting this job and gaining their support, because you've earned their respect. Didn't come with a title. You know, the true definition of leadership is how well people will follow you if they take away your title. And I think you've earned it.
Thank you.
You're the total package in my mind.
And I think from a business perspective, I've always said that management is very cyclical. And at the state and, Kentucky's education world, we need action. And you've proven that you don't shy away from action, so.
I think Kentucky is very lucky
I'd add to that as I look down the professional qualities and having worked with Wayne on almost a daily basis for about 2.5 years, you get to know the person, not just their policy, but the person. And I see things like highest moral and intellectual integrity, honest and open, pursues difficult issues with a firmness of purpose, respects others, depth of thought, encourages diversity, driven to advance student achievement, sense of urgency. As I look down that list, I feel like that's a description of his time, certainly in the last 6 months as interim commissioner, and also the person that I've gotten to know over about 3 years now. One thing that did surprise me in a positive way was the anonymous survey within KDE staff, right? Because there was a change. Change is often not comfortable. But the first couple of questions in that anonymous survey is there a clear, I think it was clear and compelling vision. Is there a clear vision for where we're headed? And I'm within 1% or so here of the actual number, but from memory, I think it was 87%. I don't know about any survey, certainly not in the political world, but any survey of anything that's 87%. And next question is puts the students' needs at the top of the decision-making pyramid. That's not exactly what it said, but something like that. And I think that was like 85%. And exactly what I would hope for in the next commissioner: clear vision, students at the top, and a sense of urgency to get it done. And so that's why I'll be supporting this motion.
Interim Commissioner Lewis, can I just ask you a question? We all clearly would love for you to serve in this role. Is this a role that you would like to continue to serve in?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would love to have the opportunity to continue this work.
I'm so glad you said yes. I was just like, God, that's scary.
Other discussion?
So to be clear, by taking this action, we're empowering the chairman to enter into a contract negotiation with Interim Commissioner Lewis to become our commissioner, subject to the final board's approval of the negotiated contract.
That's exactly right. Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes unanimously.
You can smile now. Still frowning over there.
I just want to thank the board, first of all, and let you know that I am incredibly humbled. I have been incredibly humbled to have the opportunity to do this work for the last 6 years. I look forward to the opportunity to continue this work. We do have incredible momentum. We have built an incredible team, and there is not an agency in the country, a state education agency, where I would want to be other than here, because I think the potential for this agency and for this state at this time is just where we want to be. I think we're on the precipice of changing the trajectory of Kentucky education in the way that we did in the early 1990s. If we can just continue to come together, put the foolishness aside, and focus on our kids, I have no doubt that we can accomplish great things. And so I thank you for your vote of trust, and I look forward to continuing this work.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next is we have information items. General Counsel. Mr. Ed.
Good afternoon, Chair Heiner and board members. I have 3 items for you today. The first is the hearing officer's report. You all have already been provided a copy of this report, so this is just an information item for you. To give you a brief explanation of what it is, the hearing officer's report will provide you with an update of where all of your administrative regulations are in the process of becoming effective. So after you all have a second reading on an administrative regulation and you adopt it, it then is filed with the LRC. Upon its filing, it will appear in the public register, and there is a 30-day open comment period for public comment. Depending on whether or not we receive any public comments, if we don't, it then goes forward to the committee under the LRC, and then a second review committee, and then it will receive an effective date if no issues are raised in those committees. If we do receive public comment, then KDE will review those comments and prepare a statement of consideration. So basically, the report is just giving you an update on recent regulations that you have passed and where they are in that process.
Would you address also for the sunset law that on all regulations that the legislature has put in place? I think it's a 7-year sunset
Sure.
law. Does that affect the hearing officer's report, or that's in a separate, different category?
So that is the third item that I have for you today, which is House Bill 50. What this bill did when it was passed in 2017 is it required all agencies to compile all of their regulations and go through them and either certify, amend, or revoke, essentially, repeal, excuse me. So our agency, KDE, is in the process of going through all of those regulations. And when we get to it on the third item, I will be recommending today that this board certify a number of our total number of regulations. The hearing officer's report is a little bit different, although to the extent you all are amending or adopting regulations, not just certifying, but let's say you make amendments to a regulation and then adopt it, you will then see it appear on the hearing officer's report, so you know where it is in the process of becoming effective.
At that point, it goes back to the LRC, right?
That's correct. Mhm. And to fully address your question, what House Bill 50 did was essentially gave agencies a date by which they need to conduct a review of all of their regulations, and it also created a sunset provision so that regulations would expire after 7 years if they are not recertified by the agency.
So would you speak to this board's responsibility in the recertification? Is that a board responsibility to recertify, amend? And how are we thinking that might best progress in the future? I mean, and maybe there's some idea of how many regulations we're talking about, potentially thousands? I mean,
We have, KDE has, I believe it's 198 regulations. So we are just at sort of step 1 of going through those. What the agency has done so far to date is we've listed out the 198, and we've assigned them to the various offices at the agency, the relevant offices, and said, go through them and make a recommendation as to whether we should recertify certify at this time, whether we should open it back up with you, the board, to amend, or whether we should repeal the regulation. What we are going to be asking you today is, of that 198, staff has made a recommendation to Commissioner Lewis. He has also gone through the list and looked at staff recommendations. And of the 198, we have 91 that we believe should be certified. So we are requesting that the board make a motion to certify the 91. I will tell you, in no way does this tie your hands. So at any point, the board has authority to pull a regulation and open it up and amend it at any time. But if we don't end up certifying all of these regulations, any ones that were effective prior to, I believe it was July 1, 2012, will automatically expire and be off the books on July 1, 2019. So we need to take some kind of action if we desire to keep the regulation.
Okay. And the difference between the 91 and the other 107 is what?
Is staff has flagged those other ones for either possible amendments or possible repeal. And we will be bringing them forward to the board in batches, really, for your consideration.
And amendments, I would think we'd end up going through our, likely our curriculum committee, or depending on the topic, which one of the committees, I would assume, on amendments
Yes,
to existing regulations. Okay.
So today, as far as the hearing officer's report, I'm happy to take any questions, although we do have one item that we require your action on today. And is Whitney Crow here? Great. I'm going to ask Ms. Crow from the Office of Continuous Support and Improvement to join me. You all, this board took action on 701 KAR 5140, the Districts of Innovation regulation. Upon its second reading, this was passed by this board. We then, as I was explaining, filed it with LRC, and there was a 30-day public comment period. Near the end of that public comment period, we did receive some comments from a single commenter. And so that triggers a statement of consideration that the agency must prepare. So Whitney is going to talk through what were the comments, what is our response to those comments, and then make a recommendation to the board as far as whether or not we believe the comments warrant any amendments to that regulation.
Thank you all. So to preface it, I will say that none of the comments received did cause amendments to be made to the regulation, but I do want to walk through our reasoning. We certainly gave the comments due consideration and have offered our reasoning behind why no amendments are needed at this time. So the comments pertain to 3 subject matters. The first is related to the District of Innovation application timelines that we reduced in the amended regulation. The commenter specifically requested that we restore the requirement that a district submit its District of Innovation application a minimum of 180 days before the start of a school term. In the amended regulation, we have shortened that time frame down to 90 days before the start of a school term. And the other timeline that the commenter requested be restored once we receive an application. Previously, the regulation required that department staff make a recommendation on whether to approve or deny such within 60 days. And in the amended regulation, we've also reduced that timeline down to 45 days. The commenter generally felt as though the more extended timelines would give better time for vetting of the application, and also just felt, that they were necessary for a thorough review process. However, we do not feel that that is the case. In fact, we base the reduction in the timelines off of 5 years of experience in administering the District of Innovation program. Our program staff feels very confident that no negative impact will be made to the ability to vet and review these applications. And again, after 5 years of administering the program, efficiencies have been created, and that's why we're able and confident that we can reduce that timeline. In addition, I would note, with regard to our internal review of the applications, those will still go through the same scoring rubric that has been incorporated by reference into the regulation. So it is a vetting tool that we've been using for the past 5 years. We've made very minimal changes, none substantive that come to mind in the amended regulation. So again, reducing the timeline doesn't change the fact that all applications will be put through that intense scoring rubric that we've adopted within the regulation. And then I would also just note with regard to the timeline for districts to submit their application, again, reducing that down to a minimum of 90 days before the start of a school term. That sets the minimum. That certainly, is not necessarily the recommended or the best practices. It just means that a district would not be barred from being considered to be approved as a district of innovation because they didn't submit an application within, a 6-month time frame as it previously was. And again, I think the regulation specifically says in the language that we'll accept a district of innovation application at any time during the school year. So again, we may be reducing that minimum bar, but certainly a district is able to apply much sooner than 90 days prior to a school term in order to initiate that process.
Whitney, I wanted to add just one comment. I think Whitney did a great job of summarizing why we don't see the need to make an amendment based on the comment. The thing I would add is the reason we went down this road in the first place in amending the regulation was so that we could be more responsive to districts. And so the changes in timelines that she's talking about are so that we can be more responsive to district applications, that districts have more opportunities to get applications to us. And as Whitney said, the changes that we're recommending in that regulation will not impact the quality of review that applications receive at all.
How many applications do we typically receive in a given year?
We haven't been receiving any. That's one of the reasons that we.
You're not going to be overworked.
Right, no.
Why do you suppose there's so little interest, Kelly, in this program?
I think in the past, they didn't really see the benefits. They didn't feel like they were getting anything or they were getting any waivers from that. And a lot of times the waivers that they requested, they really didn't even need to ask for anyway.
I'll be frank, Rich. We did everything we could in proposing this regulation to remove any red tape that we had imposed at the department or the board level. With that said, there's still quite a bit, to be frank, in the statute that going into the legislative session that we want to propose the General Assembly take a second look at. Because there are some things we just can't move in regulation because the statute is so specific. But if the General Assembly is willing to open the statute and make some changes, make this process, I think, an easier process for districts to deal with and grant them greater flexibility than what the current statute grants, I do believe you'd have a lot more application. I know you have some thoughts as well, David.
Yeah, I think the primary reason that we worked on this regulation was that school level opportunity. And I will tell you, Rich, that just that simple thing, the staffer that I have that runs the program for me day to day has said he gets calls now every week from districts saying, now that you're making it something where my whole district doesn't have to do it, I'm going to apply. So we don't have any firm evidence yet, but we have anecdotal information that says we're going to get applications.
I think there'll be more interest.
I definitely think there's more interest.
Even more if we can remove some of these legislative impairments.
I think you have a lot of districts who have a superintendent and a board who say, we want to start this kind of school. We want to create a new innovation school.
Yeah.
And before we would have had to gone through this big process and have the whole district apply to be a district of innovation, and now we can do that with a single school within the district.
Great.
Any other questions about that specific comment and the response to it?
So what you need from this board is an approval of the statement of consideration?
That's correct. I have two more to go through, if you all want.
Two more comments.
Two more comments, if that's
Okay,
okay.
great.
Yeah, just to make sure everybody is on the same page about what comments we did receive. So the second comment topic was with regard to the specific components within the District of Innovation application. Specifically, there were two pieces that we have deleted in the amended regulation. The first essentially requires a description of how the district's innovation will provide greater improvement in in student outcomes, and specifically address how it more effectively improves the multiple measures required under the accountability system. As Dr. Lewis just mentioned, the statute requires a great deal within the District of Innovation process, and that specific component that we've deleted is still amply covered by what the statute requires us to collect in District of Innovation applications. So for example, in KRS 160-107, Section 1, applicants have to describe and justify the innovation practices that they've proposed. So, of course, everything that is still in the statute has to be met in the application, but as Dr. Lewis said, we're trying not to go steps beyond what the statute already requires and to try to remove as much red tape as we can. In addition, even though we deleted that one section, we did tweak some of the language further down in the regulation, and now in the amended regulation, we'll require an application to include a description of expected gains in student learning as a result of implementing these strategies, including a description of how improved student learning will be measured and reported. So we don't believe any changes are needed based on that comment, because we do feel as though we're still getting the information in the application itself that's required by statute, and also what our program staff feels they need to really score these applications and vet them accordingly. There was one other application component that we recommend deleting in the amended application. Specifically, it would require a description of the district's plan to ensure that capacity exists in both human and physical resources. Again, that was redundant because it is already required in statute. Again, 160.107, Section 1F requires applicants document the fiscal and human resources the board will provide throughout the term of the implementation of the innovations within its plan. So again, important information that the statute does require, that is still going to be a component of the application. But as Dr. Lewis has pointed out, if there are legislative changes, if we've put too much of that statutory language, one, we really shouldn't copy it into regulation, but if we do that, we're going to have to open the regulation back up repeatedly as statutory, changes are made. So again, trying to get the information that program staff feels it needs, but not going beyond the statute and creating additional red tape when the statute is so involved. So no changes made in relation to the components of the application itself. And if there's no questions about that, I will discuss just the final comment that we have. So the last comment that was submitted related to site visits for District of Innovation, and it specifically recommended that we restore language that would essentially have the Kentucky Board of Education review both implementation reports and the report of the site visit team before choosing to take any sort of revocation action or place a District of Innovation on probation. Both of those components are still retained. We tweaked the language in that section, so the commenters, their recommendation, their concerns are addressed by the language of the regulation, because further down in Section 5 of the regulation, we do ensure that before a district is placed on probation or before their District of Innovation status is revoked, they will receive this site visit. So no changes needed based on that comment. We may have deleted the language in one subsection, but further down in Section 5, that component is still there. We did, though, delete annual site visits from the regulation, and I think that was partially some of the commenters' concern as well. But would just note, even though those are would no longer be mandated under the amended regulation, that doesn't prohibit us from doing site visits either in possibility of a probation or a revocation action, or just to provide ongoing support to the District of Innovation as it implements its innovation plan.
And just to remind the board, in the initial version of the regulation, we removed site visits completely. And then in response to feedback from the local superintendent's advisory committee, who said that, well, before you put a district on probation or have revocation, you should have the opportunity to have a site visit, come and visit on your own, which was a really good suggestion. And we added that back in. That was a part of what you approved on that second reading.
And that's all we have.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the statement of consideration.
Second.
That's great. We have a motion and a second for approving the statement of consideration for 701 KAR 5140, Districts of Innovation. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thanks, ladies.
I have a question. Are you all looking at changing any, do you want any legislation? Is the board looking at doing that? Any statutes as we're looking at to change or
In
or try to get
legislation.
changed?
Absolutely. Regarding this program?
No, I understand that this is done and you're just working with regulations. I'm just saying, in this session, are we looking at doing any
Yes,
legislation?
quite a bit. Yeah, quite a bit. So we have, as a department, we have begun having conversations about our legislative agenda, and we'll be sharing that with the board for discussion at our next meeting.
Well, just let me say, and I'm sure you have a fantastic man working with you to do that, but we need to do that very quickly.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Normally, we've had that in October, haven't we? Had the legislative agenda? I think we have in the past. Anybody recall? But you're saying that December may be too late?
Yes. I think if we really want to get it done, we need to, y'all need to get with Brad and get this going now so that he can work at the system and get it done in the short session. We don't want to get wrapped up in, well, we don't have time for this. We can already get it pretty well through and done and work with the legislator, late tours, to get it done beforehand.
So the department is already underway working on it. If the board would like to meet earlier than the December meeting, we would be more than happy to have that conversation prior to December. We will be ready whenever the board is ready for that conversation.
That would be good. You've got the right man in place. Just let him do his job and not have to do it, last minute, so.
Appreciate that. Litigation report, just information for the board. The reason it's in the package would be great.
Yes, so similar to the hearing officer's report, at each of your regular meetings, the Office of Legal Services will be providing you with a litigation report. And this lists all of the pending actions where KDE or KBE are either a party to the litigation or may be involved in setting up the hearing officer or the tribunal, part of the administrative hearing process. So you have in your materials the latest litigation report. We also boldface type all of the kind of latest and greatest information. Of course, I will not wait until the regular board meetings. Should there be necessity for us to discuss any pending litigation that involves KBE or even KDE, I will bring that to you in real time, but happy to answer any questions, or even if any of the board members desire, go into closed session and discuss any of the litigation on the list in more depth today.
If you could just help us just generally when the department is in a lawsuit and a decision comes, courts at one level makes a decision and then a decision appeal to the next level. Does that generally fall under the board's responsibilities in that decision to appeal or not, or is that typically handled by the department? You know who has the authority to make those types of decisions?
No, I think as counsel to the board, if the board is a party to that litigation, I will be bringing that to you to discuss appeal rights.
Okay, but if it's solely the department would make the decision whether to appeal?
Dr. Lewis, do you have historical knowledge about how it's?
Yeah, I think it has depended on whether or not the board was a party to the lawsuit.
I think that's when action on your part or discussion between us, among us, would be required.
Okay.
I think should there be a significant litigation decision involving KDE, I will also inform the board of that in real time. Absolutely.
Great. All right. I guess on to the next item, which is House Bill 50 items.
Yes, thank you. So this is actually the second time House Bill 50 has been on the board's agenda. This was on your agenda last August, and we provided you with the list of 198 regulations, and in the far right-hand column is where we are recommending certify. for 91 of those 198. Nothing has changed since you saw this list in August, but we wanted to afford you the opportunity to kind of go through the list and see if you have any questions or concerns. Should you desire, we could pull any off of that certify list. Otherwise, we are requesting today your approval to certify those 91 regulations. And then, as I said, we will be coming back to you to deal with the remainder of them.
This is would be approved then on a 7-year cycle to return, but the board could, at some point, one of those 91 could jump in and say, we want to address that regulation.
At any point, the board has the authority to do that. Mm-hmm.
What's the significance of those in yellow? Do we know?
Apologies, I don't have a color copy, so I'm not sure what you're looking. Oh, there.
Those would likely, in looking at the ones that that are highlighted, those are not ones that are part of the recommendation. So they shouldn't be part of the recommendation for certification.
No, I don't believe they are. I believe they are new regulations passed by the board.
Or under review? Okay, I see.
They're new regulations.
So what we're being asked to act on is the, any item that in the far right column says certify.
That's correct.
As a status. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
On the regulation, who's talking about 7 years, do we have to wait, or will we ever catch up to the place that we won't have so many at one time?
That's a great question, because if I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Seymour, you're saying if we go ahead and we certify 91 now, they will be given a sort of a new date, and their 7-year clock will begin to run. And so then that 91 will come back to you all at approximately the same time. Is that right?
Yes. Is that possible? I guess that's what I'm asking, because, as time go by, then when we come in, we know that we're clear, and we don't have to wait something, surely something's going to expire, and then let the time, we lose time and what have you, and just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, it's a very fair concern. I think this is why we are going about doing it as part of a multi-step process to sort of get these 91 certified, also to make sure that, because if we didn't, they would automatically expire July 1 of 2019. But of course, the board can at any time open up regulations to amend. So we are essentially creating a rolling process of 91, and then we'll have another batch for you and so forth at your next few meetings.
Okay.
But we will be tracking them, obviously, to make sure that none of them approach that 7-year expiration date without board consideration.
I'm impressed that out of 198, 107, sort of staff is diving into for potential amendment, repeal, change. I mean, it's surprisingly high percentage.
I think this is excuse me.
Oh, Mr. Chair and Deanna, I do just want to clarify the items highlighted in yellow. Those should be ones that we are not recommending for certification. Just to be clear, some of those are new, some of those are under review. The reason they're probably highlighted is initially they came from our offices as recommended for certification, and I asked that they be pulled until we could further review them before recommending them for certification. And so they may still come back to you for as recommended for certification, but I wanted us to have the opportunity to further review those.
So only the items that just in that status column say certify. So if it says amend, repeal,
That's right.
review, those are not before us today. It's
That's
just
right.
the 91 that staff feels like, or interim commissioner feels like is still serving us well.
That's
We're
right.
recertifying those so they don't sunset. However, at any point in the future, we can dive back in. All right, so we need a motion to, for certification of the regulations, Kentucky Board of Education regulations. Help me with this, Deanna.
Sure.
As per this attachment that say certify, the 91 that say certify next to the regulation?
Yes, a motion to certify without change, the 91 identified on the list for
The
certification.
term certify. We have a motion.
Also move.
Tracy, second.
Second.
Rich, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're on internal board business. I know we've got a couple people that have items. First, Laura.
Oh, now I get to talk about something fun? Good stuff. Hello, I just wanted to let everybody know, actually, I don't know if you have seen the news recently, but the Ashland Independent Schools had a couple students that actually served on their, what they call their Student Senate. And the students' names were Gavin Kuchar and Cassie Stevens, and they were under the actual sponsor of, let's see, Kelly Heishman, which is the teacher at Ashland Independent High School. Anyway, these kids saw need. We have in the Ashland Independent Schools roughly 300 children that are considered homeless. That's in addition to those children that would qualify for free lunch. So it's a problem everywhere, not necessarily in just metropolitan areas. It's very, very prevalent in rural Kentucky as well. Anyway, they saw the fact that these children were being fed, free breakfast and free lunch during the regular school day, but on breaks and on weekends they were not. So they actually had the district provide them with a box truck that was no longer being used, and they applied for a grant through the Community Challenge Grant from the Kentucky Valley Education Co-op, and were awarded on Monday a $10,000 grant. They are repurposing this box truck into a full-service food truck to serve warm meals on days when school is out of service and on the weekends. So really proud of the innovation and that school district, and again, my alma mater. So just wanted to share. It's fun to see great things happening. So
Wow.
thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Pritchard Committee received a grant yesterday for $5 million from the federal government to collaborate with two other organizations in the state to try to teach parents of school children empowerment to get involved in their schools.
I like that.
Cool.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Good deal. Rich?
I think all of you have a copy of this little book. It was put out just recently from the Whole Child Committee. I'm abbreviating the name of the committee here, but this board is represented on the committee. And this is a wonderful snapshot of the Kentucky high school student body from a health standpoint. It has everything from statistics on how many kids brush their teeth to how many have committed or attempted to commit suicide or even thought about it, or how many have been the victim of sexual assault or various degrees of that. Lots of great statistics indicating that, for instance, students that average D's and F's smoke more than twice as much as students that average A's. But it's a great snapshot of our student body that we serve here, and a lot of great information, some of which will really surprise and shock you, I think.
Just read. Thank you. Any other topics? Not. It's been a full day, and motion for adjournment would be well received.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that for adjournment.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Hi.
We're adjourned.